presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Hope you're having a great holiday week. Good to be back in the saddle again after a couple days off. For me, Seth Payne has been the hardest working man in show business this week. Good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Good to see you.
Thank you.
I hope you had a nice, relaxing stay in, how do you pronounce it? Houston? Houston?
Hueston.
Houston, Texas.
Yes. Yeah, it was good, man. It was good. Didn't stray from the homestead too much, other than to go to the Rockets game on Tuesday night for Star Wars.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. So you saw all the missed threes. Okay.
I did. And a lot of made threes from Indiana. Holy smokes. That team can score.
That's the only one drawback of the NBA, the modern NBA, is it's just too easy for the pendulum to swing. I don't like. I'm guessing that's ultimately. I bet the NBA is happy that a 20-point deficit can be erased in the blink of an eye. But like it does feel for when you look back on various games and you think about. I don't know, playoff games where you lost because you missed 25 straight threes in a row or what have you. It just, it really, it swings the fulcrum too quickly.
You know what it does? I mean, like it does tend to simplify the analysis of it. Like, when you sit there, so we had pretty good seats. I got these seats in a charity auction, so they were pretty good seats. And so we're just sitting right there facing the huge jumbotron over top of the court. So the tendency is for this magnetic effect for your eyes to glance up at all times, and it's very informative because they got all the stats on there and everything. And you're like, okay, so how are the Rockets trailing by 9 right now? And you look and you go, oh yeah, the Pacers are shooting 52% from three, and the Rockets are 4 for 20. That's how it's going. So it tends to simplify analysis, which, by the way, then makes all this garbage that these nerds put out, like Zach Lowe. These Zapruder videos of little inky-dinky little things happening on plays 7 minutes and 14 seconds into the third quarter, and how it's the end-all and be-all that some dude didn't go under a screen or something like that. Like, this team made more threes than that team made. Go away, nerd!
It's the weirdest thing in the world is that the NBA has all these analytics nerds so thoroughly in control of everything, including on the media side, and yet it's very easy to see, what's the most popular show resoundingly inside the NBA? Okay, can we get some more of that?
Yes!
Honestly, I would prefer if maybe they would actually watch more of some of the things they talk about, but still,
so persnickety.
I don't. God, my God, it doesn't. You're right. It doesn't need to be broken down by computers all the time.
Yeah.
That's good though that you went with tickets that you bought at an auction, so that way, even though you lost, you could turn to Amy and say, "Remember, we did this for the kids.
We did it.
That was we sacrificed for the kids. We came out here." And sacrificed an evening because we wanted to help out the kids.
It was fun, man. Like I would say, like the parallels between the Rockets and the Texans, of which there are several, including prominent players named Jalen getting benched, like right down to that. Each
rough
team,
week for Jalen.
Each team has a Jalen that's been getting benched lately. But I would say, just having gone to the game, that was the first game I've gone to this season. I'll be back to many, many more because the atmosphere is pretty good. It's very similar, like that for the first time in a long time. There's people sitting way up in the upper reaches.
Yeah.
There's still swaths of seats in the expensive seats that are not full. But the people that are there are loud and into it, and I think that's cool. I think like both teams are getting people back in the building and back on track, and I think it's going to be better for both teams. I think it's definitely going to be better for the Texans next year because the one thing the NBA doesn't have, Seth, that the NFL does have is opposing fans traveling to stadiums. Like there weren't no Pacers fans coming in on a Wednesday night, Christmas week, to drown out all the Rocket fans. Whereas in football, there's only 8 or 9 games a year, so people make it a pilgrimage to go there. And so, thus, when you play the Broncos or the Steelers or the Saints or a team like that, and your team has not been very good the last few years, there's going to be a lot of opposing fans. My hope is that for the Texans, that goes away next year because you won't have as many people selling their tickets before the season starts. You know what I mean?
We haven't had a chance to talk about this because you were lounging around in the cushy state of Houston.
Mm-hmm.
The Browns fans didn't travel as well as I thought they would on a holiday weekend.
Yep.
And I flew that weekend from Cleveland, and I expected because I expect to see a lot of Browns fans on the plane because I mean, frankly, they'll abandon their families for any excuse whatsoever.
Sure.
And they didn't. They actually stuck around with their families, and so that was nice, I suppose. I kind of was hoping that. I was kind of hoping that there'd actually be more Browns fans there just to fill out the stadium a little bit.
Well,
I don't know.
The games where there were opposing fans in NRG Stadium this year,
Yeah.
I think back to the Steelers game specifically because it was the first one that really got overtaken by opposing fans. I will say this, having gone through the last 3 years of being at NRG Stadium on game days prior to the D'Amico era starting, it was fun just having some sort of energy in the stadium. You know what I mean? Like, it was fun. Like, there were a lot of Texan fans, plenty of Texan fans to counter the Steeler fans. But the fact that there was a buzz and an energy, like a big one in the building just all day long, and the Texans ended up winning the game, so all's well that ends well. I'm with you. I was shocked at how few Browns fans there were at that game.
I just love the majesty of watching a Laramie Tunsil false start at home, no matter what the crowd noise is.
Right. God.
I'm like, my first instinct was, well, can I make an excuse for him with crowd noise? Oh wait, no, I'm right here. I'm right here at NRG. Okay, all right.
Oh my God. All right, so we got good news yesterday. How comforting was it for you to see C.J. Stroud back in a football uniform playing soft toss with his quarterback buddies yesterday?
It felt really good. It felt like, when you're newly in love and every week feels like 3 months, and at the same time it feels like the blink of an eye. Yeah. You're just like, how is this person ever not in my life? Oh my goodness, that's how I am with CJ. It was that first press conference that he missed on a Wednesday. I was like, well, what am I going to do with my Wednesday afternoon now? And I felt a void in my heart, and then it kept going. It went on for another week after that. So even though we didn't see CJ at the press conference yesterday, we got images of him out at practice.
Yeah.
I got Sean Bajani's text. And, tweet. I try to stay off of X.com as much as possible lately. Not because of Elon Musk or anything, just social media in general. I try to limit it. I get too distracted. But I had Sean Bajani's X.com up because I knew he was going to be updating us, and I got it 29 seconds after he tweeted it.
Yeah.
That CJ was out there. He was dressed up, and then that he was, when they were doing the, when they do their little breakouts there, when they're running just through walkthrough, CJ was the quarterback.
He was
still limited, but whatevs.
Yeah, no, he'll be back on Sunday. Yeah, whatevs. He'll be back on Sunday.
Well, he'll be back. He's still got one stage of the protocol to clear, so there's some of it that's beyond his control. If symptoms return or something, then he might not be out there.
Well, and we saw that with Michael Pittman Jr. with Indianapolis. He was all cleared to go.
Right.
He was all cleared to go, and he had a relapse. The wide receiver for Indianapolis, who sustained a hit that got a guy suspended for the rest of the year from Pittsburgh.
And that wasn't even in the concussion protocol, and then all of a sudden he was again.
Yeah.
Yep. He probably went to a Korn concert or something stupid. He just, or whoever, I don't know who's the hard rockinest band out there these days.
I don't know. Text in 713.
Is there any rock band out there anymore that doesn't just get up and do glorified red dirt country?
No.
Is there a rock band,
we
please?
needed to bring Guns N' Roses back to get that rockin' mood back.
No, I mean a new. Oh, because there's nobody out there that you can. Yeah,
they fill that void. Here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday on the state of C.J. Stroud.
It's encouraging to have CJ back out at practice today. It's encouraging to see him. It just lifts everybody's spirits to see him back doing well and still progressing in the right direction. So happy about that. Right now he's in stage 4 of the concussion protocol. Still has one more phase.
And for those wondering, Seth, you brought it up. CJ has not been doing media since going into the protocol. That's just a general rule. If you're in the concussion protocol, you don't do media sessions. So that's why, for people wondering, like, okay, he's back at practice yesterday, but why didn't we hear from him? That's why. I don't know. I guess maybe they're afraid that someone still in the concussion protocol might say something. I have no idea.
100%
Yeah.
That's what it is. Well, remember, what's his name? The safety for the Seahawks that got fined this year.
Oh, Jamal Adams.
Well, yeah, I still remember. So he was arguing with the independent concussion advisor who had ruled that he had a concussion or showed signs of it, and yet they fined him for arguing. Like, dude, what are we going to talk about? That doesn't make any sense.
No.
It's not safe for you, nor are you mentally capable of functioning right now. But we will fine you for anything you say.
Yeah. That was wild. And then he
the other thing,
then he went back to posting pictures of media members' wives and making fun of them.
Yeah.
Remember that? Remember when he did that?
I remember when I asked who the hard rockinest band was out here, somebody answered Taylor Swift. That's where we are. That's why we have all these problems in America these days. So, no, I remember, I've looked for this online before. I might actually have to go straight to the Bills PR people who probably aren't going to help me with this. But I can remember when I was a teenager, Jim Kelly got concussed in a game once. But, back then, they didn't really think too much of it until you started vomiting in your sleep or what have you. But after the game, they hadn't realized they had a concussion yet, and they asked him some question about a third down decision. So, they said basically the question was something like this. So what were you guys thinking on third down there in the fourth quarter when you were on your own 35-yard line? And Jim Kelly's answer was something along these lines. Well, we still got our Christmas shopping to do, and, so we're hoping to spend a lot of time with family. And everybody was like, okay, well.
And then it took 20 more years to put a protocol
Yeah. 20 years after that, after a couple people had shot themselves in the chest, we decided, all right, it's time to do something about it.
We got to do something about these head injuries. Oh, my God. Hey, one more quick update from D'Amico Ryans. The other big injury still kind of looming over the Texans, especially in light of, two, I guess. In light of Jonathan Grenard's injury, which is definitely one that's looming over the Texans, we have Will Anderson's ankle. He's out of the walking boot. Here's the update on Will Anderson.
Yeah, we'll see where Will is going. He's made some strides, right? He's definitely moving in the right direction. He's out working out, so we'll see, what he can tolerate as the week goes along. And, we're very hopeful to get Will back. Right. He's been a very important piece to what we've done on defense, so it'll be great to have him back in some capacity.
Grenard didn't practice yesterday. He missed the balance of the Browns game on Sunday. Once he got injured, he didn't come back in. Tried to go of it, he was kind of jogging on the sidelines at certain points, but didn't come back in that game. They've got to have one of these two guys out there if they're going to replicate what they did in Week 15 against the Titans.
If they want to replicate that effort with 6 or 7 sacks,
many 12 TFLs.
Track.
Yeah, 7 sacks,
so
12 TFLs.
These high ankle sprains, the tough thing about them, Sean, is that when you have one too, it's so frustrating because the swelling will all be gone, or at least it'll look like it's all gone. But what happens, why a high ankle sprain is worse than a low ankle sprain, as it's been explained to me at various times. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But when I had high ankle sprains myself, it's all up as you move up the ankle there. All the compartments get tinier and tinier, and any little amount of swelling just shuts everything down. Your foot is. It's not a matter of gritting through the pain or something. You've got a club foot. You can't do a damn
physically
thing. It's
unable,
really frustrating. Yeah, and it just takes forever.
Will
you shoot this kid up with something?
No kidding, man.
Can you medicate him?
Loosen those things up right there.
Some kind of illegal stem cell therapy or something. We've got the medical center right there. You can't tell me that there's a doctor with loose ethics over there? Come on.
Anything, please. Hey, the College Football Playoff Championship is coming to Houston, and as you get ready for the game, check out the new Odyssey exclusive AT&T Playoff Playlist Live. It's a collection of music from all the exciting artists playing here in Houston for the College Football Playoff Championship, plus the artists from past playoffs, all in one place. You can find it on our Odyssey app anywhere, anytime from now until January the 10th. Up next, one of the biggest benchings in recent history. You're going to get to hear some awesome coach speak in the next segment for one of the biggest benchings in recent NFL history and one of the biggest bust trades of all time. But first, I want to tell you about the men's. week, not keeping in tune with the news wire. Yesterday morning, the Broncos, it was reported and ultimately confirmed by Sean Payton, and we'll hear from him in just a second, that the Broncos are benching Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson's not been great this year, but he's not been bad. They as a team have been bad lately. They've lost 3 out of 4, and they're pretty much out of the playoff race, Seth. And you and I were talking during the break, like less than a 2% chance of making the postseason here.
Right.
So they benched Russell Wilson yesterday. Jarrett Stidham is going to start. Who's to say that Jarrett Stidham might not end up being better than Russell Wilson? Who knows? But this will be basically kind of a 2-game audition for Jarrett Stidham, who's under contract next year for the Browns, as is Russell Wilson. But that probably won't be the case. They're going to move on from him. Before we hear from Peyton, here was the Jordan Schultz is the one I saw report this, but I guess Diana Rossini reported it. There's several outlets that have confirmed that the benching of Russell Wilson has been kind of in the works for a while now, and it's solely financial, been in the work for weeks. The Broncos evidently approached Russell Wilson 2 days after they upset the Chiefs on October the 29th. That's week 8, just to give some Texans perspective. If you're trying to go, okay, how long ago is that? That was the weekend the Texans lost to the Panthers coming off of the bye week, so a couple months ago. They went to him after the win over the Chiefs, which I'm looking at their schedule, and that is their best win of the season, in my opinion. Just domination from beginning to end. They won 24-9. It made them 3-5 on the year, so they were in the middle of what would ultimately become a 5-game winning streak. They go to Russ after that win and say, if you're going to be inactive the rest of the season if you don't adjust your contract and defer your injury guarantee trigger date for 2025. What does that mean? Russell Wilson, in addition to all the money he's already got coming to him, has a $37 million injury guarantee for 2025 that will guarantee no matter what on the 5th day of the 2024 league year in March. In other words, the Broncos went to Russ and said, look, unless you waive that, we're going to bench you because we don't need you getting hurt and tying us down to you for another year. Right.
So for the injury guarantee just means that if he's injured, they got to pay them that money. They can't cut him when he's injured. That he's owed that money no matter what. I mean, they could cut him, but he would be owed that money. Where without the injury guarantee, they can cut him and he can say, wait, but my ankle's injured. And they'll say, sorry about it.
Yeah, they'd put him through a physical, if they did that, and it would be confirmed that he's injured. So this has been in the works for a while. It's all financial, according to the reports. Here was Sean Payton yesterday. He did his Wednesday press conference announcing the quarterback change.
Most of you know we made a change at quarterback, and I understand all the speculation and everything that surrounds a move like that. And I can tell you, look, we're desperately trying to win, and sure, in our game today, there are economics and all those other things, but the number one push behind this, and it's a decision I'm making, is to, get a spark offensively.
Do you buy his contention that the main reason they're doing this is to get a spark offensively for Week 17?
I can work my way towards it. He did say my number one reason for doing it. So I question his power rankings and the reasons that he's doing it.
That's a good way to put it. Yes.
Yeah. Because I think he almost concedes, whether intentionally or not, I think the Freudian slip there is that, look, there's multiple factors here. A big one is that we probably, I hate... This is what I think he thinks. I hate this guy, and I don't want to saddle myself with any more than I'm already going to be saddled with by him getting injured in one of these final 2 games. But I'll also point out, if I'm Sean Payton, that they've lost 3 of their past 4 games. Russell Wilson's turned the ball over 5 times in those 4 games. He's got 6 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, 84.5 quarterback rating. No matter what he did during that 5-game win stretch, he hasn't been good as of late. He's 38 years old. He doesn't like playing in structure. So, okay, we're going to take a 39-year-old next year who's making more money than God, and somehow that's who we're going to roll forward with. Now Sean Payton has a chance to cut ties with Russell Wilson. They'll still have cap issues, and really he's now successfully transformed the Broncos into the 2021 New Orleans Saints.
Yeah.
And he won't have their Drew Brees or anything. They'll have either a Jameis Winston or maybe a Derek Carr if they're lucky type, something like that. And they'll be just a nice, mediocre football team.
Or a Jarrett Stidham. I'll point out, Sean Payton did handpick Jarrett Stidham to be the backup.
Yeah.
He did not.
I like Jarrett Stidham based on his time. The chance he had to play last year, was it versus the Chiefs?
No, it was against the 49ers.
The 49ers, that's right, the 49ers. Yep. He made some gutsy plays in that game.
He did. He threw for like 350 yards in that game against
that's
the
right.
really good defense. Yeah. So it's a similar situation for Stidham. In fact, let's hear from Payton on Stidham. So last year, Stidham had a 2-game audition at the end of the year for the Raiders, and similarly, he's got basically a 2-game audition, although he's under contract for next year, to the Broncos. Here is Payton on Jarrett Stidham.
One of the things we saw when we signed Stidham in the offseason was not only film from preseason games, but regular season games. And, he's a guy that, I'm anxious to see play. And if I didn't feel like he gave us the chance to win, we wouldn't be making that move.
I think there's a chance that Jarrett Stidham is better than Russell Wilson. I don't think it's not a high bar to clear. Just for sake of information, Seth, because there's probably people wondering, how bad is this cap hit that you're talking about that's going to turn the Broncos into the late Sean Payton era Saints? If they cut Russell Wilson after June 1st, if they designate him as a post-June 1st cut, then they split the cap hit over 2 years. The dead money in 2024 would be $35.4 million. The dead money in 2025 would be $49.6 million.
That seems manageable, actually.
85 million. The cap is going to go up a lot every year for the. That's not ideal, but
it's not awesome. But it's no worse than what the Falcons had to deal with Matt Ryan. The number's not as high, I don't think. But Matt Ryan, I want to say they take the hit. They took like a $49 million dead money hit in one season, right?
It's way easier for the Broncos to get out of the Russell Wilson business than it is for the Browns to get out of the Deshaun Watson business. Put it that way.
Yeah. Well, especially with Joe Flacco playing so well now.
No, I know,
I can't
that's
wait for the
juicier.
quarterback controversy next year. They're gonna Nick Foles Joe Flacco. It's gonna be weird.
It's gonna be awesome.
So, he played. By the way, he played against San Francisco and Kansas City. Yeah. The San Francisco game was the really, really good game. Yeah. Stidham completed 67.6% of his passes, 3 touchdowns. He did have 2 interceptions.
Yep.
The Kansas City game, he got sacked 7 times.
Okay.
And with young quarterbacks, I almost always blame the quarterback himself for that. But 1 touchdown, 1 interception, 219 yards. So, one really, really good performance and then one just so-so performance last year.
Yep. Okay, so if Russell Wilson is released by the Browns, and it looks like it's a lock that that's going to happen, what is Russell Wilson these days, Seth? What is he? Is he a guy who – I can't envision Russell Wilson coming in and being a guy – who is your veteran that you play for a year while the future is sitting there on the bench, like a first round. Russ still feels like a guy where when it comes to what he thinks of himself, that thinks no, I'm going to be the starting quarterback for one of the 32 NFL teams next year. The guy, not a 1-year bridge. I don't think Russell Wilson views himself as a bridge quarterback.
I don't think he does either, and I'm just thinking about it's easy to envision Sean Payton hating Russell Wilson. I never understood how he somehow sold Colin Cowherd on him liking Russell Wilson. I feel like this is my gut. I base this on nothing other than that. I could see Sean Payton hating Russell Wilson within a week of working with him. Now Pete Carroll doesn't seem to like Russell Wilson all that much either. At the very least, Pete Carroll, who's eminently positive and patient, it seems like Russell Wilson really tested his patience to the extreme degree. So I don't know who the guy out there is that's gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna bring Russell Wilson in, and he's our guy. And I'm gonna love taking Russell Wilson's notes on how he needs to be handled.
There's an article on CBSSports.com, and there's already pieces up about what teams could he go to, Russell Wilson, where could he land, and the first thing I always do is, can I picture Russell Wilson playing for this head coach? And among the teams, now there's some teams that are on here, we don't know who the head coach is going to be. Like the Commanders are on this list. We don't know who the head coach is going to be in Washington. The Patriots are on the list. Maybe Belichick is rescuing himself over these last several games where they've started to play better and actually score points offensively. Can you picture Bill Belichick and Russell Wilson with each other?
No, not one bit. Now, if it were Gerard Mayo, could you picture that? I could see Gerard Mayo as a first-year head coach thinking kind of like, okay, yeah, because we're gonna have an awesome defense and a great running game, and now this will be like rookie Russell Wilson, except with years and years of experience, and we'll do it that way.
Russell Wilson is the classic guy at this stage of his career that some team is going to talk themselves into, some team that's not in position to tank. You know what I mean? They could plug almost anybody in because their roster's decent enough and win 6 games, so they're not in position to draft whoever the Caleb Williams of 2025 is. And he's going to go in there, Russell Wilson, and he's going to win 6 games anyways. You know, we can. The fact of the matter is, the roster is good enough for some of these teams, so they can go get any journeyman and probably go 6-11 or 7-10. But they're going to talk themselves into Russell Wilson getting them to 10 wins, and it turns out Russell Wilson is just a dude who can win you 6 games even with a good roster these days. The Broncos have a good roster. You know what I mean? They don't have a bad roster. They've got players on that team, and they're 7-8.
What about? Well, okay. We're assuming Aaron Rodgers is going to play next year, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't. Everything seems to be, other than him, selling out the front office yet again this last week. He, in desperately trying to not be a distraction, he called out his own team for elevating him to the active roster.
What the hell, man?
and Sean, this is the thing. If you have a problem with it, it's because you're a vaxxer. No, I swear, everybody, I'm not joking. He said on the Pat McAfee show that he wants everybody to disclose their vaccination status before they criticize him. And I'm like, I feel like there's a boatload of probably anti-vaxxers in Green Bay that despise Aaron Rodgers. I don't think we have to make this a single issue topic when it comes to Aaron Rodgers, like, at various times saying things publicly that don't make a whole lot of sense away from the vaccination issue. I have zero clue. I honestly, this is where, Aaron Rodgers and I, this is why he perturbs me these days. Mm-hmm. There are certain elements and aspects of the debate over vaccines that I feel that there was the people trying to bully more than educate. And so, I actually do agree with some of the things Aaron Rodgers says about that stuff. Yeah. But then he just goes 800 yards beyond reason and everything, and he's going to claim that I disagree with him because somehow he's an anti-vaxxer or what have you. No, it's because you keep criticizing the Jets team. Yeah. Well, you're not even actually playing football.
No, the 100% correlation between vax status and sports opinions is a little out of bounds.
Oh, well, okay, you remember when kids, there was a time when I think politics were even more polarizing, or maybe we just gotten used to it. Remember when it was when politics and Twitter and sports converged on Twitter, and for a period of a couple years around the 2016 election, you couldn't have an opinion about sports on Twitter without loads and loads of people assuming that this was because of your. Yeah. They assumed they knew what political affiliation you were. If you disagreed with them about sports, they also assumed that you were diametrically opposed to them politically.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers is stuck in 2016.
Yeah. They should really sit Arian Foster for one more week. Snowflake!
Yeah.
Let's get to headlines in the next segment. Updates on important injuries for the Houston Texans. We've got an old face back in the building. That's kind of fun. And can Andre Johnson get it done this time around? A Rockets update as well from not a good night at Toyota Center last night. We've got all that for you in headlines next.
This time around at the end of the year.
Thursday, here is D'Amico Ryans, Texans head coach, with the update on C.J. Stroud.
It's encouraging to have CJ back out at practice today. It's encouraging to see him. It just lifts everybody's spirits to see him back doing well and still progressing in the right direction. So happy about that. Right now he's in stage 4 of the concussion protocol. Still has one more phase.
Yeah, so that was pretty forthcoming about the phases, although I think if you just look it up, he wouldn't be allowed to be soft-tossing at practice if he weren't in at least phase 4 of the concussion protocol.
The football activities without full participation.
Yep. So phase 5 is basically being cleared. So that's all we're waiting for. The conjecture seems to be that he is going to play on Sunday, but we know that concussions can be a weird thing. So we hold our breath a little bit here, but it's great just to see him back out there. That was very comforting to me, just to see him in a red jersey soft tossing with Case Keenum and Davis Mills.
Yeah, the trajectory was good too. And it was like he wasn't being back, not just back out there, but back out there without like a halo brace on or anything like that.
Exactly.
That would have been less encouraging.
Exactly. Well, Vegas has responded to the visual of C.J. Stroud practicing. Credit Michael Beckman, one of our listeners.
Yeah, what is it?
It opened. He says Michael Beckman says the line opened this week at 3. 3.5 is what it opened at. Where I look at these things, either way.
Were the Titans favored?
No. The Texans were favored by 3.5.
Okay.
They're at home, so they're not going to be underdogs to the Titans. Regardless of who's a quarterback, they won't be dogs to the Titans. The Texans opened -3.5. It's up to -5.5 now.
Oh, okay.
So I think the 3.5 was probably them kind of playing the middle on CJ coming back, like hearing that he was in meetings last Friday. Mm-hmm. So it's 3.5. We're not going to make it less than a field goal because then everybody will jump on the Texans. So we make it 3.5. And then now you look and you watch him throw at practice. You're like, all right. And now the market's just moving it up to 5.5 based on that news.
The line swung 5 or so with the confirmation that CJ was going to be out last week.
Correct.
So I wonder if that's any indication of whether it'll move more or not. Except now that Will Levis, I don't know who would you rather face, Will Levis or Ryan Tannehill? Tannehill got banged up pretty well himself last week.
Yeah, and Tannehill's kind of turnover prone. Here's the thing that scares me about Tannehill is it feels like Tannehill is a veteran enough to make a few plays to win that game potentially.
Yeah.
Whereas I don't think enough has happened in 2 weeks for the Texans to not have the book on Will Levis still.
Well, yeah, to not have a book on Will Levis, but then also, or to have a book on Will Levis. I guess with Ryan Tannehill also, it's just like he would have seen, just like Vrabel, what they wish they would have done after that game, immediately. And then B, they would have seen exactly what Joe Flacco did. And Ryan Tannehill, just like Will Levis, they're really good at throwing the deep play action. Mm-hmm. And the Texans just got absolutely destroyed by the deep ball and play action in that game. I mean, a lot of it's just going to be, okay, how can we dupe Jalen Petrie or anybody else that's just routinely out of position?
Yep. One of the things I'll be watching today on the injury report, Seth, will be to see if the entire starting defensive line is still do not participate like they were yesterday.
Yeah.
Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard, both with ankle injuries. They didn't practice yesterday. Grenard wasn't even at practice, reportedly. And then their 2 interior defensive linemen starters, Malik Collins' hip, Sheldon Rankin's ankle, both missed practice yesterday.
Might be a tier tart sighting.
Yes.
Sorry, everybody. I was rapping my tier tart song, which is based on the Jamie Tart song from Ted Lasso, which is based on the Baby Shark song.
Yes. Yeah.
That's why we need Tier Tart to go off in Houston so we can sing the Tier Tart song.
Hell yeah. So we'll be keeping an eye on that today. Kareem Jackson at practice yesterday, wearing number 22.
Out there and practicing just a day after being picked up. He's a baller. Plus, he's got to earn some money back. He's lost about half his salary so far this season. He's lost $1 million plus through the combination of missed salary and actual fines. Yep. He has not made nearly all of his $2+ million salary. The Texans are going to pay $237,000 or so.
$279,000.
Oh, excuse me. I undershot that by a long shot. Yeah. $279,000. But good to get Kareem Jackson back out there. Obviously, with Jimmy Ward out for the season.
Yep, no doubt. Former teammate of Kareem Jackson and several other Texans, D'Amico Ryans, Andre Johnson. Hall of Fame finalist once again. He's 3 for 3, Seth. 3 times on the ballot, 3 times making it to the final 15 for the Hall of Fame.
This is, I would say, the two bottlenecks that you need to concern yourself with, just as last year, would be, one, the other wide receivers with Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt.
Yep.
And two, the first-time eligible Antonio Gates and Julius Peppers.
Yeah.
The big question would be, okay, are either Gates or Peppers slam dunk first ballot?
Peppers is, to me.
I feel like he is, and yet at the same time, boy, McLean would torture me for having this opinion. I feel like Peppers will get screwed out of getting inducted in the first year because he didn't play for a marquee franchise. I don't think he's apprecied just as much as he should.
His best years were, he played a couple years with the Packers, but yeah, like he's thought of as a Carolina Panther. That's a fair point. So yeah, they're not. I'll say this: it's a good question. They're not as strong a first-time candidate as last year with Joe Thomas and Darrell Revis. Like Joe Thomas,
right?
And
yeah,
Darrell
those guys
Revis
were slam dunk 100% going in.
Yeah.
I feel like Peppers should be, but I just wonder if the cachet isn't there.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm more concerned about the first thing you brought up, the receiver bottleneck. It's a good way to put it. Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt, both finalists for the 5th time on the ballot. And I just don't know how much that room views Andre Johnson as being different than those two guys.
I guess in the strong and very valid argument is, okay, for one, Reggie Wayne, hell of a number 2 guy on a great team with 2 other Hall of Famers. But,
Torrey Holt, same argument.
What's that? Yeah, Torrey Holt too. Yeah, exactly. Whereas Andre did it all on his own with 478 different quarterbacks.
Right, exactly. Basketball, real quick. The Rockets lose to the Suns last night. So 2-game back-to-back. Pacers on Tuesday night, Suns on Wednesday night, and the Rockets, who had started the season as a red-hot team at home at Toyota Center, all of a sudden hitting the skids here a little bit. Big story from last night's game. Eric Gordon came back to Toyota Center. They did a nice tribute video to him. He got a nice ovation from the crowd, including the Fertittas. He went on to shoot 7 of 11 from three-point range and assassinate the Rockets last night with corner jumpers. So Eric Gordon was really good. Kevin Durant had a triple-double. The most troubling thing, Jabari Smith Jr. left the game with what they're saying is a sprained left ankle. He was in some pain leaving the floor yesterday. He's been good this year so far for them.
Key takeaway from this is that they managed to hold the Suns to less than 130. That's been a big dividing line. The team that had one of the best defenses in the NBA for a long stretch now has made 130 the dividing line for whether or not they were really, really miserable defensively or not.
And 70 in the first half has become a benchmark. It's really bad. They gave up 73 points in the first half last night. So not great for the Rockets. Sixers come to town on Friday. They're in the middle of a 7-game homestand, the Rockets are right now, so get out and see them. I was out there on Tuesday night. It was a whole lot of fun. Real quick update, TaxAct Texas Bowl last night. Seth, your Aggies lost to Oklahoma State 31-23.
I'm aware.
See, that's why you're so glum this morning, because your Aggies lost to the Aggie non-transfer portal players, lost to the Oklahoma State non-transfer portal players.
Yeah. This is.
I just can't get into these bowl games.
I know. They got to.
It's the weirdest
I don't know what to be done about. I don't know what to be done about it. You're gonna be starting a game with the guy who had been your third string quarterback, and that's just the way bowl games are now.
Yeah, that's it. All right, man, we got a lot to get to on the show today, and we will continue to bang through the topics. We mentioned Kareem Jackson. He is back. D'Amico Ryan's thoughts on that. Interesting question asked about Kareem's time in Denver, and we'll hear from Kareem too. Kareem met with the media yesterday in the locker room. What's it like to come home? What's it like to play for your former teammate, D'Amico Ryans? Some good stuff from Kareem Jackson that we'll get to. Also, a quick reminder that the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light are going to be out there. Today's Thursday, right? Yeah, Thursday's today. Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney for some wings, some cold Bud Light. Stick around for the game afterwards. Win some awesome prizes. Go see the fellas out in New Caney. If you're up in that part of the Houston metropolitan area, this is your day to go see the fellas with the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. And our friends at Bud Light. That's this afternoon in New Caney at Buffalo Wild Wings. I would say, too,
610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you on a holiday week Thursday. Appreciate you tuning in. Texans and Titans still have Browns PTSD from this past week. Texans and Titans on Sunday, New Year's Eve day game, noon kick. Seth and I got you for Texans countdown starting at 9 a.m. Out by the stadium there. Here on Sports Radio 610. Kareem Jackson is a Houston Texan once again. He's back at practice. He's wearing number 22. So he did not choose. I don't know if he made an offer for number 25 from Des King, but Kareem is wearing his Denver Bronco jersey number here in his new era in Chapter 2 of the Kareem Jackson era here in Houston, Seth. He will be number 22.
What number was he originally?
He was 25 back in the day.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
I remember that. I'm horrible with numbers, but I remember that.
Well, every guy who wore 25 after him, like the next three guys to wear it, for whatever reason, Kareem Jackson was the hardest jersey number to wash out of my brain. You know what I mean?
Oh, really?
Yeah. He was the hardest one. Like, oh, there's Kareem. Oh, no, it's not Kareem. Sorry. Here's D'Amico Ryans on bringing in Kareem Jackson.
Looking to add just another veteran safety there. We lost Jimmy with the injury. He won't be able to be back with us, so just looking to add more depth to our safety position there. And at this time of year, it's hard to find a guy who has the type of experience that Kareem has and the type of playmaking ability that he has. So we're able to add a guy, and looking forward to working with him.
It was good. I mean, Texan fans are happy about this. Kareem Jackson was a very popular player when he was here. I know I didn't like seeing him leave after 2018.
Well, and he was also a guy that for the last couple of years here, everybody felt like, well, it's probably time to move him to safety. Seems like it might be good for him. Seems like he'd be good at it, and they would move him to safety. And almost invariably within a couple of weeks, there'd be a slew of cornerback injuries, and he'd move back out to corner. So the first time, if I recall correctly, the first time he really had a chance to be committed to being a safety was with the Broncos, and he ended up being a really, really good safety with the Broncos for a couple of years. The last couple of years haven't been as good, but he's still been a steady, solid performer, except for this little issue of hitting people illegally and getting suspended for it.
Yeah, let's hear from D'Amico on that, because he was asked, was that a concern? For those who aren't up to speed on this, Kareem Jackson's been suspended a couple times this year already, if I'm not mistaken.
He's missed 6 games for 2 suspensions, plus a 7th game because the Broncos just didn't elevate him from whichever suspension list it was on.
Yep.
So I guess he's missed 7 games, 6 of it technically because of the suspensions.
Yep, and so he's missed a bunch of games. Was that a concern in signing Kareem Jackson?
No, that does not play a factor in at all. No, Kareem has made a lot of plays in this league. As all of us, you have things to clean up, technique-wise to clean up and make better decisions there. But that didn't slow the decision down for bringing him in.
Okay, this is where I'm curious. So does the clock reset now in some way for Kareem? Or if he has one bad play where he hits somebody in a violent fashion, what is he suspended for 6 games now? Do we reach? I think if
he breathes on somebody without brushing his teeth, he's going to get suspended. Yeah,
that's
about the level of scrutiny he's going to get.
Yeah.
Sean, I told you one year I got they were going to put an emphasis on defensive holding by defensive linemen, and the NFL put out a tape of examples for people to look at. Yep. A teach tape, so to speak, that all the officials would look at and then show to everybody else in the league when they were doing their presentations. And who was on that twice? One Seth Payne. And what happened that season? I got nailed with a boatload of defensive holding calls. I was singled out, Sean. They had it in for me. They tried to blackball me, the bastards.
So that's interesting to me. Not to go too far on this tangent, but I'm interested in this. So when you saw that you were on that tape a couple of times as a point of emphasis representative here, were you kind of like, okay, kind of like when the speed limit changes, you're like, whatever, they're not pulling people over. Were you or were you concerned? Well, is that a hard thing to get out of your game after being? Because I respect. Hey, you're a smart player. If they're not calling it, you do it. It's all about winning. Was it a hard thing to kind of iron out of your game? What was your concern level that you were going to get called for a bunch of them?
At the time, I wasn't concerned about it, and then I kind of came to the slow realization after I got a penalty, in one of the early games. It was like if I had bragged about tax evasion to some dude at a party, and then I realized that he was an IRS agent afterwards. They're like, oh. Hey, your wife casually mentions, yeah, you remember Ed that you were talking to a few weeks ago? Yeah, he works for the IRS. Like, oh, is that so? Okay. That's when I realized I'd screwed myself pretty hard. And I don't know how many penalties I got for it last year, but there was a notable one. I basically lost the Jaguars game for us.
Oh, really?
In Jacksonville, because I got called for we'd stopped the team on 4th down, and I got called for defensive holding. And then the Jaguars went on to score, and we lost.
For those who don't know, because I think when people hear defensive holding, they think of DBs clutching and grabbing receivers, but I guess defensive linemen, you hold offensive linemen so they can't get to their blocks, right?
Yeah, so like if I'm getting this is the bogus part of it, Sean. If I might stand on a soapbox.
Absolutely.
This is the bogus part about it. This is what'll happen. The guard and the tackle will double team you, and you're like, oh, okay, time for me to hold on for dear life. I just got to try to be a post here and hold this up. But then the tackle's like, I'm bored. I'd like to go block the linebacker now. So as you're hanging on to this tackle for dear life because you got 650 pounds of obesity and pre-diabetes coming at you, you're trying to anchor down. The tackle is able to say like, sir, unhand me. I'd like to go block the linebacker. So if you hold on to him, they call you for defensive holding. It's a big scam is what it is.
So really,
and now, they moved the umpires because they're soft ass. Anyway, now they stand behind the offensive line, so you can get away with it a lot more easily. They used to stand behind us, so they got a picture perfect image of your hands on the breastplate of the cowardly offensive tackle or offensive guard. Yes,
I'm glad we had this talk.
They're such bastards.
Yeah.
They're really just conniving.
Kareem Jackson.
FCC violations. Now I'm going to be on the FCC tape.
Point of emphasis, Seth Payne.
I'm like Howard Stern.
That's it. You're the defensive. Your potty mouth is the defensive holding of radio.
Yes, I worry about Kareem Jackson being singled out and hyper focused upon.
That's the only thing I'm worried about. I thought D'Amico's point he made in that first cut is a really good one, which is, man, there's not a lot of times where, especially as a team that's in a playoff hunt right now, the Texans win their last 2 games they're in, where you get a player like Kareem Jackson. I think Kareem Jackson's not a Pro Bowler or anything like that, but he is a competent NFL safety, and especially with Jimmy Ward now out, that Kareem Jackson becomes available the same week is pretty fortuitous, I would say, for the Texans.
Sean, I like where they are getting so ticky-tack and just honestly arbitrary with a lot of the hits and the illegal hits calls. Like Micah Parsons in this game this last week, in the first half, he got called for a late hit on the quarterback. And it was almost like Tua got rid of the ball. It was almost simultaneous with when Micah Parsons hit him, and he didn't land on him or anything like that, and they called him. And then the rules analyst, who was it? I can't remember who it was. He had the gall to say, well, yeah, they're allowed 2 steps after the ball is gone to hit. Like, since when? Like, when have you enforced it that way? It's been since, like, 1997 that they haven't been giving guys 2 hits. You used to be able to take, like, 2 full steps and plaster the dude. Like, it sickens me.
Here's Kareem Jackson yesterday following practice. Kareem was on the practice field yesterday. Here's Kareem Jackson on coming home to Houston.
I mean, obviously, the way the season's going for me, emotionally kind of all over the place, like I said, it's always great to come home, and for me, as a player, I think all players want to be wanted, and so, for the Texans to claim me, it's a full circle moment, like I said, it's always great to come home and play.
About as easy a place to get claimed, I would think, for Kareem. I think Kareem still lives here. He can actually sleep in his own bed, as opposed to getting picked up by Arizona or somebody like that. Like this. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, there's a comfort level, same locker room, all of that. And I wonder with Jonathan Joseph, being more and more in the fold now, especially since D'Amico came back, and Jonathan already was doing some things with the team and the NFL alumni and all that stuff, but. Kareem had heard things about the Texans over the last few years, and I know this for a fact. And I'm sure he was a little bit curious about just exactly what it's like now. Yes, he played with D'Amico and everything, but you just never know. So I wonder if any conversation with Jonathan Joseph maybe helped allay any concerns he would have. Not that, technically he didn't have a choice in the matter, but it's always nice when a veteran guy who, could have the option of just saying, like, no, I'm going to sit at home, find me, whatever. Like, it's good to know that he might have just, like, felt really good about coming back, as opposed to the last couple of years where he might have had some trepidation about coming back.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a great point. And, I mean, J-Joe was on the staff in training camp. You know, he was literally out there coaching during training camp. Yeah, it's kind of cool. Like this, well, you'll hear from, I think Kareem might have said it in that first cut we played. We're going to play another one here. But he called it like a circle of life kind of thing. Here is Kareem being asked, is it strange to be playing for your former teammate, D'Amico Ryans?
I wouldn't say strange. You know, it's kind of funny. I don't think any of the guys in here realize I played with him. So I'm going to keep that a secret. Then I'll be, you know, kind of telling my age. But, I mean, it's not strange, you know, to see him in that position, you know, I mean, like I said, it's a full circle moment, you know, because playing with him, I knew what type of leader he was. And to see him leading, you know, a team as a head coach now, you know, it's great.
Full circle moment. That's what it was. Not circle of life. Full circle moment. I knew there was some shape involved in it. Yeah, and it's a circle. I think bringing up J-Joe.
As long as you don't say 360 when you mean 180.
Right.
Pet peeve of mine.
Happens a lot.
Yeah.
J-Joe, it's funny you bring up J-Joe. Like, he was brought in. I mean, he was a big-ticket free agent. This is a waiver wire pickup, so it's a little different. But when Jonathan Joseph came here as a free agent in 2011, like, I don't know if part of this was one of the reasons the Texans were willing to pay Jonathan Joseph so much, but there was a definite mentorship thing that went on with Kareem Jackson that essentially helped turn Kareem Jackson into a good player. And I wonder how much of that, of the Texans' thought process is, we need bodies at safety right now. Like, they're down Jimmy Ward. They've been down Eric Murray and MJ Stewart for a while now. But Jalen Petrie could use a little mentorship right now.
Yeah, I guess then the question is, okay, what is Kareem Jackson going to do for Jalen Petrie in 2 weeks that Jimmy Ward couldn't do in 6 months?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes you hear it from somebody different in a different way. I don't know.
There's a little different.
I'm spitballing, you know.
Yeah. No, 100%. Or at the very least, you've got somebody out there that can provide some stability. Like, Kareem will be able to pick up what they need him to pick up in the defense pretty damn quickly. Like, D'Amico likes to do a lot of stuff to confuse the offense, but without making it overly complex to the defense. And having smart safeties is a big part of that. And I think they'll get him on the same page as everybody else real quickly. Yeah, with the Kareem Jackson odyssey, like his journey as a player, his rookie year, he was looked at as an abject bust. And then through a combination of Jonathan Joseph, Wade Phillips coming in and flat out saying, oh, okay, yeah, you're just going to play man now. Don't think too much. And playing to Kareem Jackson's strengths, that made a big difference. And it's like a couple little tweaks can go a long, long way. And I would imagine, you know, D'Amico saw that too. And he saw the transformation of Kareem Jackson. And he's probably thinking the same thing about Jalen Petrie. You just got to figure out exactly what's going to work for Jalen.
Yep. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. All right, 713-572-4610 if you want to weigh in on the text page on any of this. There was a documentary that I watched yesterday. It was about a 50-minute documentary on C.J. Stroud's offseason. It was pretty good. We're going to play one cut from this documentary, and it has nothing to do with workouts or anything like that. It's a drive-by that C.J. did on another city here, metaphorically, that Seth Payne is going to absolutely love.
It's one of two cities I know that I can think of. Okay.
Bingo, yes.
Either in Tennessee or Indiana.
You got that right, yeah. So we'll hear C.J. Stroud, and I have observations from this documentary that make me both happy and sad. We will get to that next.
Bayway Chevrolet.
Seth, it sounds like you might have it pulled up there to see.
Do.
Who's the who is the provider of this document? It's on YouTube. It's about C.J. Stroud's offseason.
It's Nick in the Cut. Cut is spelled with 2 T's.
Okay. It's a solid piece of content, I would say. Like if you've got 45 to 50 minutes of time and you want to feel what it's like to kind of ride along with C.J. Stroud during his offseason this year when he was in Southern California renting a really, really nice Airbnb for him and all of his pass-catching teammates.
A really nice Airbnb that didn't apparently let them park in the driveway. It was annoying me. It looked like they had to hike down the
hill,
the Klondikes to get up to the house. But yeah, this is a badass house overlooking L.A.
Yeah, really cool. So this was all in the off season before training camp started. They interspersed some clips from the season, the season that we're in right now, because they finally edited it and put together, I would assume, within the last several weeks, because there's like highlights from the Tampa Bay game interspersed. Yeah. There's highlights from the Cincinnati game interspersed.
That's where I hadn't looked at the dates or anything, and I just assumed this was something we hadn't seen before, but it was out because it's called The Off Season, but it's from it was just put out a few days ago.
Yep, that's right. And so I would give it a thumbs up. Like it's not anything that you're going to come away with like going, that was incredible, but it was good. It was solid.
It's really, well, you know what it is? It's kind of just like it's not. There's no narration or anything. It's just following C.J. Stroud around through his workouts. You see shots of him talking to kids where there's some good stuff and telling some stories about his time growing up. It's one of those classic things where like, okay, if you're a fan of the people in this video, you're really going to like the video.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would turn you into a fan, but if you are a fan, then you're going to really be intrigued, like I was. That's my personal take on it.
Yeah, I think if you're put it this way, I think if you're a Texan fan, you'll like it. It'll be 45 minutes well spent. So there, and we'll get to. I've got other observations on it here in a second. But this was the part that I wanted to make sure that you heard, Seth, and I know you've watched it, so you've seen this. But you can never play this enough. Anytime, for the sake of Seth Payne, somebody takes a run at either Nashville, or really the state of Tennessee in general, or Indianapolis. And really the state of Indiana in general. Anytime one of those two locales, Seth Payne is here for it. So this is just to set the scene. CJ is in some sort of SUV in the back seat. It's morning on one of the days they're out in California, and he's getting ready to drive to go do a commercial with Bijan Robinson. They're doing a commercial for some sport drink or something like that in L.A. And he's in this SUV. And in the way back of the SUV, CJ's in the back seat. In the back, way back seat, is a friend of his from high school named Caleb. And I don't know what Caleb's last name is, but he sort of has become kind of CJ's like assistant. You know what I mean? Like when CJ doesn't want to field all the requests for everything he does, he shoves it off to Caleb, and Caleb kind of handles his business that way and lives with him in Houston. That sort of thing is what I gathered. And there was actually, to set this up, CJ actually needed to do a little bit of convincing to Caleb to take on that role with him. Caleb wasn't sure, like, do I want to be, he's a smart guy? Do I want to be my own guy? Or do I want to be, do I want to be my best friend from high school's personal assistant? So CJ, talked him into it. And it took some convincing to do. Thankfully, CJ was going to a city like Houston, because CJ did reveal that part of it, is it helps if you're going to a good city.
And it hurts at first, but then like we talked about it, got it figured out. I'm happy as ever. I mean, because I know him personally. He doesn't mean it like to be hurtful. He means it in a place of like genuine friendship and like a brother.
Yeah.
So I actually appreciated it, and I just like kept asking him, and he finally buzzed. But I guarantee if I went to the Colts or like to like a weak city, he would not be here. And I don't blame him.
So he is Caleb, obviously, that he's referring to there. If I went to the Colts or some weak city, he wouldn't be there.
Yeah, that's
figured you'd like that.
Good for him. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't know if he knows anything. I like it when it's more based on a foundation of having spent time in the city. So I don't know if he actually knows that Indianapolis is as weak a city as it is.
Well,
like he would have spent time in the combine, but you're in a bubble there. You don't really get to see the city much. Like you don't really get to get out. Remember, I spent a lot of time. I'm an early riser, so like on game mornings, I would walk around basically dodging potential crime scene from one potential crime scene to another in the early morning hours in Indianapolis, because I wake up at 5 a.m. and waiting for your pregame meal and everything. I just walk around and I saw a lot of stuff. Saw a lot of people taking bribes to a lot of nasty, awful stuff in the city of Indianapolis.
Yeah. That's interesting. So CJ does a little drive-by in Indianapolis there. My expectation was you would be like, yeah, CJ, Indy sucks, this and that. But you actually are hoping that there's some basis to his drive-by on Indianapolis.
Yeah. Did he what exactly is it about Indianapolis that? Because he hasn't been up there to play either. He hasn't.
Not yet.
He hasn't seen all those pasty-faced losers in the stands with a dull, slack-jawed look on their face.
Here's the question: They do play Indianapolis a week from Sunday in Indianapolis?
Yeah.
Does somebody in Indy get a hold of this audio and say, hey, man, do you know the Texans quarterback just called our city weak?
No, they would need internet for that. So I think we're pretty safe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good enough.
It's a combination of internet and then an ability to type words into a computer or onto a phone.
Right.
It's very, very rare in that city.
Good point. Good point. My observations from this documentary, I have a few of them here. The documentary made me miss Tank Dell.
Yeah.
He was like the number 2 character in this thing. Like, there was a lot of Tank Dell in this documentary because he and CJ are inseparable. They're driving everywhere in LA together. They're flying in together. They're wheeling their bags from the airport together. Like, this made me miss Tank Dell a lot.
There were a lot of little vignette of Tank Dell running routes with his shirt off at UCLA where they were working out. And I thought, as I was watching that, I was thinking, I can remember sometimes when I was in college, I would go and I would try to watch, like I lived up near Bills camp, so I'd go watch the Bills camp when I could. And I'd take days off from work so I could go and watch and get a feel for could I be one of these guys? And you'd watch some guys and you're like, yeah, I'm just as good as that guy. I just imagine a lot of kids watching Tank Dell that are like, I'm going to go to school. I can't. I'm going to quit football. I can't be like, if I were to see Tank Dell, and if you didn't know anything about size, if you're watching him from a distance and you're a wide receiver and you're watching him run routes, if you're being honest with yourself at all, if you take size out of the equation, almost any human being in America would have to watch Tank Dell and be like, well, if that's what an NFL receiver is, then I don't have it.
Yeah.
I don't have what it takes. The way he moves is just so freakishly different than almost anybody else. It's crazy.
Well, and yet, as Tank Dell lays out in this documentary, he had one offer coming out of high school. He had to go to JUCO. He winds up at a group of 5 school, albeit a good one.
These coaches are all size queens. They can't help it. They just they're obsessed with what you can't do more than what you can do.
Yeah. So the doc made me miss Tank Dell. Number 2, my Deshaun Watson trade request PTSD kept popping up, especially when they showed David Mulligetta a couple times in this documentary, because C.J. Stroud gushed about Los Angeles and how much he loved it, and standing at the top of the driveway looking down on L.A.
Yeah,
it is a pretty majestic look, but he's from there. Like, there were big chunks of this documentary that talked about how much he loved being from Southern California and his
the IE,
the pride for the Inland Empire. Yeah. So, I'm watching this, I'm like, That's right. To force his way to the Rams or the Chargers in 4 years. What the hell?
I had the same thought, Sean, and I wondered too, because one of my criticisms of the video would just be this. I thought it was really good. I enjoyed it. I'm not trying to give a critique or anything, but from me watching it personally, they spent a lot of time with him talking about various neighborhoods in the Inland Empire and all of that, to where I thought okay, this Nick in the Cut must be from Southern California too, and because this is very much either it's geared towards an audience of Southern California, or the filmmaker himself is just kind of in his own world, because it was completely, it meant nothing to me, but it made me wonder, how much of this is a ode to LA as much as it is and how CJ would love to be back here or something at some point.
Thank you. Okay, so you were feeling it too. Yeah.
Jalen Ramsey forced his way into the Los Angeles area once upon a time. Who was his agent? David Mulligetta.
Yep. Number 3, Dalton Schultz was around CJ a lot in this doc. It was it was pretty much like the 3 best friends anybody could have, with CJ and Tank Dell, and then if there's a third character in this, it's Dalton Schultz, who he's hanging with these guys. Now, this is back in the summertime, like spring/summertime before training camp. But I'm watching this, I'm going, okay, if I'm handicapping the chances of Dalton Schultz coming back to the Houston Texans, this documentary would certainly tilt the scale towards him coming back here. He's, clearly like in bonding mode with C.J. Stroud very, very early on in C.J.'s career. And nothing has happened, I think, in Dalton's time here to diminish that. If anything, we've heard stories of C.J. Stroud inviting him over for Taco Tuesday and watching movies together and stuff like that. So if you like Dalton Schultz, this documentary will make you feel good.
I think there's a real good chance that, Dalton Schultz, just almost strictly for, if for nothing other than just performance purposes, to speak nothing of personal relationships or anything like that, I think he's starting to get, he's got to feel like, okay, all things being equal, Houston's one of the best places for me, potentially, for my career. For him to actually develop. Pay isn't one thing, all of that the other. But for me, in this system with C.J. Stroud as my quarterback, it's a known quantity. I don't, think that necessarily means he gives a hometown discount per se, but it might lead him to sign before free agency begins, that he just doesn't want to test the market because if they give him a respectable offer, he knows he's got a good thing going here, and he just obviously gets along with CJ really well.
Yep. One more observation. Number 4, it seems like with every new piece of CJ Stroud content, we get anecdotes about his kind of his jagged upbringing, like had a great life, and then his dad went to prison. He still keeps in touch with his dad. He's come to terms with his dad. Talks about that a little bit in here. But with every piece, there seems like there's a new anecdote about just the conditions that CJ grew up in once his dad went off to prison. His mom and his siblings, and then they lived above an office in a storage warehouse community, where she was like the administrator. Tells a story about how while they were living there, he grabbed a box of cereal from the shelf and went to pour it, and a bunch of roaches came out of the box. And he still ate the cereal anyways because he was hungry.
Oh, was it because he was hungry? Yeah. Because I thought he didn't want his mom to feel bad about it.
No, he said I had to eat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. I heard it differently. All right, yeah. It's, that's what he did. He had a tough childhood, man.
Yep.
He had a tough childhood. At the same time, though, it's impressive how many different people kind of showed up to be his mentor. Like Snoop Dogg is the most notable, just because obviously people hear that and they latch onto it. But from his high school coaches and some of the club sports guys and everything, you could see how much sports made a difference for him. Like if he had never gone on to the NFL or anything, and maybe if he'd never even gotten a scholarship, he was one of these kids that could have easily diverged from a good path, but he just had a bunch of different people helping him along the way. And I think that's for our selfish purposes, you can see why he's got emotional ties to Southern California. For sure. He's got a lot of mentors there.
Yeah. Well, it says a lot about him too. That everybody was willing to pour into him like that, for sure. It's a good documentary. Thumbs up. If you got some time this weekend, I would say go watch it. All right, we'll get to headlines top of the hour. 8 headlines at 8 o'clock. We will get to. Lamar Jackson versus Mike Florio. I know that you guys probably chatted about that the last couple days, Seth, you and Sean Bajani, but there's been more commentary from Lamar Jackson on this. One of the stranger battles in the NFL the past week. And the strangest reason for a suspension that I think I've ever seen in the NFL took place yesterday. It took place this weekend. The suspension came down yesterday. That is next.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get to some NFL stories here. We'll get to headlines at the top of the hour. Big headline, C.J. Stroud's back at practice yesterday. We'll see how the injury report plays out. Listed as limited right now. Still in phase 4 of the 5-phase concussion protocol. So yesterday, the Green Bay Packers announced a 1-game suspension for cornerback Jair Alexander. Really good player. He was a second-team All-Pro last year. He's been suspended for 1 game for conduct detrimental to the team. The GM, Brian Gutekunst, announced that yesterday. And what Jair Alexander is being suspended for, evidently, and you're going to hear some audio from him in just a second that took place earlier this week. Evidently, the Packers are playing, let me just set this up. The Packers are playing the Carolina Panthers in Carolina this week. And Jair Alexander, who went to the University of Louisville, is from North Carolina. He's from North Carolina originally. He was not one of the 3 game captains named captain before this game, yet decided to not only go out with the 3 game captains for the Packers, but actually call the coin toss and decide what the Packers were going to do when they won the coin toss. So he's acting as a captain, even though he wasn't selected a captain. He's calling the coin toss. Then he almost screwed it up because he said, well, we'll play defense. And the referee said, you mean you defer? If you say you play defense, that means that, Carolina can then, have the ball at the beginning of both halves if they want to.
If you say you're playing defense, you're not deferring.
Right.
Then Carolina gets the choice at the second. They get the choice at the beginning of the second half, so they can
take the ball both halves.
They can take the ball too. Yeah. So it was basically the official coaxed them into giving the appropriate answer, but it could have been disastrous.
Yeah. It could have been disastrous. Absolutely. So here was Jair Alexander after the game when he was asked about this entire sequence of events before the game.
So were you supposed to be a captain? Because the team announces the 3 game captains, and you were the 4th, and you called a toss. What happened there?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's only suiting. I don't think Coach knew I was from Charlotte.
So you just did that on your own?
I mean, it was like the guys backed me up. So they knew I was from here.
Did you realize you almost made a big mistake on the call, though?
What'd I do?
Well, you said we want to go on defense.
Yeah.
Which, in theory, they could have said, then you're electing to kick off, which you would have lost the opportunity then to receive in the second half.
Yeah, no, I told them that. I said I want our defense to be out there, and they all looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, it's pretty simple what I said. Like, I want the defense to be out there. They're like, you mean defer? I'm like, yeah, I guess.
Okay.
Did he say that to you?
Yeah, he did.
The mic was on.
Oh, was?
Yeah, he heard you.
Oh, really? No, he was just like, defer? I was like, yeah. Everybody was like, yeah. Everybody was laughing. I'm like, what y'all laughing at? Like, it's pretty obvious what I'm asking for.
So did anyone say anything to you when you got back to the sideline?
Why would they?
They didn't say anything. They go back to the sideline. The GM did suspend you 3 days later.
Well, and so the Packers, they don't have season-long captains this year. They name them by the week. So it's the coach's decision or whomever else to name the game captains. And Jair Alexander just decided that, nope, I'm going freelance. I'm going to go out there and be a captain. And also and not just that, make the coin call. And also almost botched the actual decision.
Dude.
So, except that it was such a stupid thing he said that even the official needed to guide him towards the right decision.
I'd be pissed if I were the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
I would. Yeah. I'd be really angry if I were the Carolina Panthers.
That the official allowed him to.
Yeah, the guy said they want to play defense. You can't coax the deferral out of him.
This happens sometimes. I can remember as a captain being, was it high school or college? Where the official would ask me, like, you want to accept the penalty, right? And I'd be like, without even really thinking of it, I'd be like, I'd kind of look towards the sideline, towards the coach, and be like, yeah, I don't know. So I don't know. I feel like I could have been bamboozled or led astray. But that was by the official, coaxing me towards the right answer. Yeah. I don't know if he thought I was dim or something. You're right. They should have made him explain exactly what he wanted. Because he obviously, I think Jair Alexander right there obviously didn't understand the actual process and what the rules are, what goes on when you're deciding to defer. Like he just knows that sometimes teams end up kicking off because but he doesn't think about the deferring till the second half or whatever.
Yeah, dude. I just like it. I mean, at some point too, like the Packers deserve to be punished for letting him walk out there with the other captains. I don't think the referees knew necessarily that he wasn't supposed to be out there, but like now that we know the whole story. Like the Packers still got what they wanted, that they got to defer to the second half, and that would make me mad if I were Carolina Panthers. Because here's the thing: the Panthers don't even get the benefit of losing that game because they traded their first round pick to the Bears. You know,
this is the thing about this is as you would have expected. Matt LaFleur said, "I'll just say this: it's never for one thing." So it's a pattern of Jair Alexander apparently doing things maybe similar to this, just not necessarily under the white hot heat of a national broadcast. Yeah. So Jair Alexander has to be. These are one of the guys where it's got to be the most stressful thing in the world to have given him that contract. They knew who he was. I don't know what he's doing behind the scenes or what led to this being a suspension for a game, but he's kind of goofy, you know. He's kind of out there. Yeah. But giving him tens of millions of dollars, it can get kind of scary. He's missed a bunch of time this year, and one of the weird ones. One of the things they presented in this, the beat writer from The Athletic presents it as some kind of a strange thing. They said he missed weeks 3 and 4 with a back injury. Played through it in week 5 because he was facing former teammate Davante Adams, and then missed a game with the same injury in week 7. So he presents it almost as like he only played against Davante Adams because he had it was a personal thing or something. I don't know if their bye week was game 6 or not, but the author curiously leaves that out. But they kind of paint a picture of maybe some erratic behavior this year out of Jair Alexander.
I like the shades. His Macho Man Randy Savage sunglasses, those were pretty cool. I do like those.
Yeah.
All right, so there's all kinds of weird stuff going on around the NFL. This Lamar Jackson versus Mike Florio thing. Did you guys talk about this the last couple days, Seth, you and Bijani?
Yeah, we played the audio yesterday of Florio just predicting that the Ravens were going to get absolutely destroyed by the 49ers in the game this week. He said they were going to go out there. The time difference was going to be too much of a challenge. Yeah, I
think we've got those right here. So these are the comments from Mike Florio. And the reason we're bringing this up again, Lamar Jackson was asked about it again yesterday. So Mike Florio, this is what started the whole thing between Florio and the Ravens, was his prediction for the Ravens-Niners game on Christmas night.
Going to kick everybody they face. The quest is for second place. That's it, as long as those people stay healthy. They're currently healthy. The 49ers kicked the out of the Ravens on Monday night. I'm sorry, I know that's disrespectful to the Ravens, but let's be realistic. At home, they're going to fly across the country on Christmas night, and the 49ers are waiting, and the 49ers are going to dismantle the Ravens. And if it's a Super Bowl preview, the Super Bowl is going to suck because the 49ers, as long as those guys are healthy, they're going to run over everyone.
My first awareness of these comments came after the game when Robert Griffin III was basically demanding an engraved apology from Mike Florio for his opinion on the
said the apology needs to be as loud as the disrespect.
That's right. Yes. That's right. And you know, Seth, a pet peeve of mine, because I laid out, it's on my list of things that annoy me that I keep on my phone, is people who demand apologies for sports opinions.
Well, especially for just being wrong. Now, he was incredibly wrong.
Yeah.
But the clip that RG3 himself played didn't include any outright insults of the Ravens, other than to say, basically Florio was saying that he thought that the 49ers at home were a much, much better team than the Ravens. So he ended up being really, really, really wrong. But in the clip that RG3 put up, I didn't see him call the Ravens bums or say that Lamar Jackson was gonna choke or anything like that. So I don't exactly know where the apology would be, other than to fans of Mike Florio who think he could he could never predict something so wrong.
Anybody who
like he should apologize to him. Maybe that's what RG3 meant. He needs to apologize to his devoted fans like me, little RG3, who bet money on this game because Florio is so adamant.
Yeah, so Florio ends up apologizing on social media. Lamar Jackson got asked about it after the game, and that's when Florio apologized. I was a little disrespectful. Maybe I was over the top. Lamar Jackson gets asked about it again yesterday. This is courtesy of WJZ Sports. Here was Lamar Jackson one more time on Mike Florio's very, very wrong prediction about Ravens-Niners.
I really don't pay attention to it. It was the how he presented it. You know, that's what made me like, dang, like you really feel this way? Like, you know, we're an NFL team as well. You know, we're not a high school team going against an NFL team. Like, beat out of them. I'm like, damn, like. So I just felt some way about that. You know, I'm not to take anything away from him. You know, he's just doing his job. That's his opinion. I just ain't like how he said it. That's all.
So Florio retweeted that clip last night, and he said, "This is fair, and I appreciate the explanation from at Lamar's Twitter handle. He's right. In an effort to be entertaining, I was over the top." And then Florio goes on to say, "However, I didn't say dog bleep, just regular old generic bleep, S-word." And I'm like, in an effort to be entertaining, you were actually a little entertaining. Like, that's how I look at it. Like, why? One, I feel like if he didn't use, you know, a curse word in there, maybe that's, you know, that they get the bleep beat out of them.
Did he call them bleep? No, yeah, he said they were just going to get the bleep beat out of them. Yeah, he didn't call them dog bleep.
No,
he just, I honestly, and I'll say Lamar Jackson didn't. Lamar Jackson was pointing out, unlike RG3, this is perfect, actually, honestly, because Lamar Jackson, who's like a legitimately bona fide, really good NFL quarterback, like can separate the two. He can say, like, okay, look, it wasn't an insult. He was just really, really wrong. It was a weird, if you think about it, what a weird opinion. It was a weird take because it was, okay, look, you can think that the 49ers or the Ravens are better than the other team or what have you, but yeah, to predict a blowout in a circumstance like this, that's a pretty strong and weird opinion. So but like, I'm not going to, I would never ask people to apologize for being wrong unless it's like a drunken doctor. If you're a drunken doctor and you make a bad decision when cut off the wrong leg or something, I would like you to apologize to me for being wrong.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
You probably won't because you know I'm going to sue you. So it's and the apology could be seen as admission.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. See, like nobody got hurt from Florio's comments. Like it's just,
no, and Lamar Jackson sees it. Like Lamar Jackson wasn't insulted by it.
The only reason I play Lamar Jackson audio is because Florio used it as another opportunity to semi-apologize about the whole thing. I think Lamar Jackson after the game was like, he's just trying to get clicks on his channel, and I'm like, yeah, you're helping him a lot right now with that endeavor.
Well, this is actually, I think this is growth for Florio because it used to be he would pick a player or two per year to have a feud with. Yeah. One year it was JJ, remember? He kind of, what was it with JJ? He kind of pointed out how JJ would conspicuously be shirtless every now and then. Or,
I don't remember that.
It was classic. It was like old man Pendergast and Payne having issues with a younger guy's social media. You know, like, I don't know why Derek Stingley is tweeting about the Pro Bowl, which, by the way, it turns out he doesn't actually run his Twitter account.
Saw that yesterday. So. Yeah. Oops. Yeah.
No. But Florio will do it, and you know he'll draw it out. Like he dragged it out with JJ for a while, and he used to do that. Like this one, I feel like he actually tried to squash it. Did you? We also Bajani found the audio of him just flat out Florio saying that he just doesn't he doesn't like making the picks, and he's going to talk to the bosses at NBC in the offseason about not doing it next year.
Chris, do we have that? Okay, Chris is finding it right now.
Yeah.
All right, we got it right here. Yeah, here you go.
The idea is 49ers versus anyone on Christmas night is going to end the way that I thought last night's game was going to end. And I was wrong. And I will admit it. And I will own it. And that's one of the occupational hazards. They make us do the picks. I said, and this isn't new, before the season, I don't want to do picks. I just want to enjoy the games. Can we just enjoy the games, please? Why do we have to do the friggin' picks? Let's just enjoy the games. And I'm going to have the conversation in the offseason with the powers that be at NBC. I don't want to do this anymore about the picks.
Oh, my gosh. Would you stop?
Let's cover the game.
Would you stop?
I don't.
I'm gonna tell you something, Sean. This is honestly, there's a life lesson here for any of our listeners right now who maybe have their own business, nice successful thing going. Maybe you're a small business, maybe you're mid-level or what have you, and you've got ambitions of like extreme wealth or what have you, but you want to keep running your business. So you're thinking about going public, or you're thinking about selling to a larger company or what have you. Be very, very careful, because Florio had a nice little blog going that was really probably, like, if Florio had kept on being independent, he could have turned it into a really nice income generating thing. But at the time when he sold to NBC, it probably made a lot of sense. I'm guessing he got paid a good. He might have been there like when media companies were paying way too much for websites. But like, he sold out and he got a nice. But now where is he? Now he's at a point where he's got bosses making him make picks that he doesn't want to make because he knows he's going to get skewered for it when he doesn't do it. So I would have said the same thing to McAfee. Like, McAfee, look, I know you. It's nice to be super famous and everything, and I know it's nice to have. You're already making really good money. Are you sure you want to? You're going to sell. You're going to take a boatload of money so you can have bosses. Like, you got to be careful with making that decision.
It's good advice. My big takeaway from that was, dude, why are you so afraid of being wrong? Like, we're in the opinion business. Why are you so afraid of being wrong?
I think there's something about predictions where probably this is where what I said yesterday was it's evidence him being super scared of that is evidence of, like, whatever his personal appetite is for being online, he's a little too much online.
Yeah, maybe.
Because when you make predictions and you're wrong, you get slews and slews of people coming at you calling you a moron.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, it's gonna happen, and you're gonna get a lot of them because you're always wrong. In sports gambling, especially if you're using the spread, you're gonna be wrong 50% of the time. Absolutely. If you're the smartest person in the world, you're gonna be wrong 42% of the time, which means you're going to have a whole lot of people coming at you. So he reads the comments too much.
Yeah, dude, that's part of the business is you're going to be wrong. Listeners and followers don't like hearing that a lot of personalities, to me, like the good ones, don't really care if they're wrong. They're more about being entertaining and being, you know.
I don't like that. That's a Colin Cowherd take that honestly feels disingenuous and bogus. Like, yes, you should be entertaining, but like, if you don't care about being wrong at all, that means you're not putting much thought into trying to be right. And I feel like when Colin Cowherd says, like, I don't care if I'm right.
Yeah.
I feel like that's kind of like the kid that acts like he doesn't actually study that hard while he's getting A's. Because Cowherd sure did take a lot of credit when he had that one stretch of really good picks that year.
No, for sure. And we got to get to headlines here, but as long as we're talking, because I kind of subscribe to, I'm more at Cowherd's end of the scale on that thing.
Yeah.
And you know, I put a lot of work into this. You know what I mean? Like, I just, it doesn't bother me that when I don't let it bother me when I'm wrong. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, that's Florio's letting it bother him, and he's letting the reaction
Yeah.
bother him.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, you accept that. But the thing is, though, I think it's probably because you're actually a gambler and you understand how it all works.
Probably.
That, like, the line between genius and idiocy is like 3%, you know, in sports gambling. The margins are so thin.
And you're right, and some of it's just phraseology. Like when I say I don't care if I'm wrong, that's not true. I care that I'm wrong, but I don't obsess over it, and it's certainly not the main thing that my bosses are judging me over. You know what I mean? Like how right I am on predictions. My job status is not going to be impacted by me being crappy at football predictions. It won't, period. All right, let's get to the 8 at 8 here. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Let's keep it going here. The 8 at 8. Yeah, there we go. Number one. Injury updates for the Houston Texans. And this impacts the spread. Spread on the Texans-Titans game now up to Texans minus 5.5. Why? C.J. Stroud was at practice yesterday. Limited, but practicing. Here was D'Amico Ryans on C.J. Stroud.
It's encouraging to have C.J. back out at practice today. It's encouraging to see him. I think it just lifts everybody's spirits to see him back doing well and still progressing in the right direction. So I'm happy about that. Right now he's in stage 4 of the concussion protocol. Still has one more phase.
The next phase, Seth, is he is practicing full bore and under center on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah. So I feel I sense general optimism that that's the way it'll go. It just, you never know exactly. As you had pointed out, Pittman, the receiver who was
Colts
almost murdered on the field, he came out of the protocol very quickly and then went back into it. So it's not as they keep testing you even after you've cleared. Yeah. stage 5, and sometimes guys relapse a little bit, so we'll see.
So CJ back at practice yesterday. Will Anderson not at practice yesterday, but it sounds like things are trending, hopefully, in the right direction.
Yeah, we'll see where Will is going. He's made some strides, right? He's definitely moving in the right direction. He's out working out, so we'll see, what he can tolerate as the week goes along. And, yeah, we're very hopeful to get Will back. He's been a very important piece to what we've done on defense, so it'll be great to have him back in some capacity.
On the practice report, Seth, they are banged up on the offensive line. We know Jonathan Grenard left the game on Sunday.
Line, yeah.
Oh, did I say offensive line? Defensive line. Yeah. Sorry. Yep, defensive line. John Grenard left the game on Sunday, didn't come back in after an ankle injury. He didn't practice yesterday, wasn't at practice yesterday. Will Anderson out of his walking boot, but he didn't practice. Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins didn't practice yesterday. So today's injury report will be a big one to see which of those guys are back at practice. But the defensive line was a big reason they won that game in Nashville 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, they were all over him, and they were very physical with him. I went back and watched a couple plays from that game, and I had forgotten about Will Levis making that diving, that lunge for the first down marker, which ended up being kind of a tough and awkward hit for him. But, that's the beauty of playing a guy like Will Levis, if your defensive line is humming, is the guy doesn't go down easy, which means you've got a lot of opportunities to make him feel pain. And but you need healthy defensive linemen to do that. So I would imagine at this stage in the year with just 2 years left, at the very least, Rankins and Collins are just maybe veteran, do whatever you got to do to get ready for the game. Grenard and Anderson are the big ones to worry about.
2.
Andre Johnson, for the third time in 3 years, is a finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. So he's 3 for 3 getting to this stage. 15 players still remaining on the ballot. 5 will go into the Hall of Fame. We'll find out Super Bowl week who those 5 are. 2 first-timers on the ballot, Antonio Gates, former Chargers tight end, and then Julius Peppers, most of his career in Carolina, defensive end. The other wide receivers that have made it this far, as it's been the last 2 years, Reggie Wayne for the 5th time. He's 5 for 5. He's been a finalist all 5 years on the ballot. Torrey Holt has been on the ballot 10 years. He's been a finalist the last 5 of those. So Torrey Holt's had kind of a late surge here during his eligibility. I think the bigger impediment to Andre getting in, Seth, this time is Wayne and Holt more so than it is the first-timers, Gates and Peppers. Last year, the first-timers were a big impediment because you had Joe Thomas and Darrell Revis who were no-brainers.
This one, the frustrating thing, correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, the frustrating thing about the NFL voting compared to the baseball voting is that you don't get the report of what percentage they received. Unless I've missed it all these years. Yeah, with baseball, you can kind of track it and see okay, he got more votes this year than he got last year, and if he just gets more votes next year, then he'll make it.
Yeah.
With football, it's kind of a black box of just nope, didn't make it, and you have no idea exactly how close Andre Johnson may have been last year and whether he was ahead of Torrey Holt or what have you.
Yeah, the process is very different. They'll narrow it down from 15 to 10. Yeah. And then they'll narrow it down to 5, and then people vote on those 5. And if they get 80% or more, if those 5 get 80% or more. But you're right, to get down to the 5, it's all just discussion and things like that.
Yeah, we have no idea if Andre got 78% last year or whatever. So you can't really, you have no feel for exactly if he's on the right track or the wrong track.
Yeah, it's way less public, no question.
3.
I don't trust it.
Real quick here. Talking to you, McClain.
John McClain and his counsel.
That's right. For the second time in 3 weeks, not only did the Texans lose and lose badly, they lost so badly defensively that the offensive player of the week for the AFC came from their opponent. Zach Wilson back in Week 14, and then Amari Cooper, his 11 catches for 265 yards, Seth, was enough to get AFC Offensive Player of the Week honors against the Texans.
265 yards, and honestly, Joe Flacco, just like Zach Wilson, except Joe Flacco has done this in other games already, but Joe Flacco made some incredible throws in that game. I mean, the connection he had with Amari Cooper on the sideline was astounding. Now, some of the throws were also that's odd that the Texans would have a cornerback who hasn't played all season long yet, one-on-one with no safety help over the top on Amari Cooper. Oh, look, Jalen Petry's out of the game after that play. Okay. Yeah, there's no. Did you notice nobody asked D'Amico, hey, D'Amico, did you guys really not have any safety help over the top on that play? No, everybody knows what it was. It was they've got to stop living up these chunk plays.
Yeah.
They've given up so many huge chunk plays of 20, 30, 50-plus yards over the second half of the season, especially in the pass game. And it's frustrating because this is a team that will play a good amount of zone. You know, they do a lot of stuff that's bend but don't break, and yet they have these curious gaffes. This is where I start to wonder if, man, one of the things you got to look at, too, in the offseason, it's 8-8. I'll shut up. Let's go.
Okay, yeah, we'll keep it moving here.
4.
But hold that thought, Seth, for when we bring this back up later. The Suns came into Toyota Center last night, beat the Houston Rockets, 129-113, the final score. This game was never really close. The Rockets, they've been doing this more and more lately. Very leaky on defense, especially in the first half of football games. And then the injury bug hit. Jabari Smith Jr. went out with an ankle injury. I'm guessing we'll learn more about that today. Ime Udoka had very little to say about it in the postgame. It was reported as a sprained left ankle. Eric Gordon, revenge game. I don't know if it was a revenge game or not, but it was a homecoming for him. 7 of 11 from 3. Kevin Durant with the triple-double. And the Rockets, who had been red hot at home, Seth, to start the season, now looking a little shaky at home over the last couple of days. Pacers and the Suns come in and do them.
Jalen Green, if you're looking for a silver lining in this, because I know you're a noted Jalen Green hater, he had 23 points in 25 and a half minutes. 6 of his 12 three-pointers.
Yep. Yeah.
Just generally more in command of his offensive game.
Yeah, he was in his ecosystem where he's very comfortable. Down 20 the whole time. He's
Blake Bortles? Damn
yes.
it.
Yeah. As I'm watching him knock down these threes, I'm like, great. I can't wait to see him hit like a big three, like to win, to take the lead late in the game or something like that.
5.
I kind of am a Jalen Green hater right now. I know you're being a little tongue-in-cheek, but I kind of am right now. Real quick, TaxAct Texas Bowl last night at NRG Stadium. Oklahoma State 31, A&M 23. And I've got no real big takeaways from this game because it's a lot of guys who just didn't go into the transfer portal for either of these teams. You know, it's being the Aggies were being coached by Elijah Robinson, who was an interim head coach, and Mike Elko is going to be the coach next year. My bigger takeaways about bowl games, I just haven't been able to get into bowl season this year at all. And I usually love bowl games.
You used to be such a huge college football guy, now are you? I know you still are in the regular season, but you just. You cut it off until the playoffs.
Yeah,
you're not.
Yeah. I mean, like my school's in a bowl game on Friday. They play in the Sun Bowl, or I think it's the Tony the Tiger Bowl now. So I'll watch that. But I don't know what to make of any of it. None of it are guys that I as you point out, I watch a ton of college football during the season. But most of these games are with the prominent players or guys who are just replacing dudes who are getting ready for the NFL draft now, or replacing guys who have left to go to other schools, a lot of them.
I'll give you, honestly, I'd read something in the Chronicle this morning that maybe gives it. This might sum up exactly how you feel, Sean. The fact that this paragraph can even be written about a college bowl game. 2 years ago, then A&M coach Jimbo Fisher bowed out of the Gator Bowl, citing COVID-19 injuries and opt-outs. The depleted Aggies likely would have lost to Wake Forest in 2021. But at least the current bunch got out on the field and competed in earning a bowl payout and valuable experience for young players.
Yeah.
Like, hey, they showed up. At least they showed up.
Well, look. On paper, if we forget about the era we're living in, on paper, the Georgia-Florida State game, number 5 versus number 6, should have a ton of juice to it because these are the two teams that got jilted, they feel, by the college football playoffs. So, in a perfect world, pre-transfer portal, both these teams would have been hot to make some sort of statement with this game. Florida State is missing like 20 guys that are either transferring or getting ready for the NFL draft. The spread is 15.5 points.
You know what the other thing, though, Sean, is because of a depleted secondary, when you get these depleted rosters and everything, you got the 12th man there, Sam Matthews, got to start at safety. There you go. Yeah, there you hate heartwarming stories.
I hate I hate feel-good stories. That's me. Yep.
6.
All right, Russell Wilson benched in Denver. in a decision that largely made over finances. If Russell Wilson were to get hurt between now and the end of the season, there's an additional $37 million of guaranteed money that would kick in for 2025. The Broncos already owe him $30+ million for next year. They're on the hook for dead money that they've already paid him. It's been pushed into future years of about another $50 million or so. There's $85 million in dead money waiting to hit the cap when they eventually cut Russell Wilson. Sean Payton acknowledged they were making a quarterback change yesterday, but he said the finances were not the primary reason.
Most of you know we made a change at quarterback, and I understand all the speculation and everything that surrounds a move like that. And I can tell you, look, we're desperately trying to win, and sure, in our game today, there are economics and all those other things, but the number one push behind this, and it's a decision I'm making, is to, get a spark offensively.
Okay. So he acknowledges, as you pointed out, Seth, that there's at least a list of reasons. Number one being the spark offensively.
On his power rankings, that was the reason. So I do think, because you can look at various rankings, and by the way, when you look at QBR and all that stuff and everything, I feel like more than ever now, it's gone backwards. Like, as stats have gotten more advanced in a lot of ways, it's really hard to find, catch-all stats to tell quarterback performance anymore. And I think that Russell Wilson's been managed very well this season. But 3 of the last 4 games they've lost. He's thrown 6 touchdowns to 4 interceptions. He fumbled the ball. He hasn't been good the last few weeks. So I think 2 things can be true. They realize, we definitely don't like this dude and we don't want to move forward with him, and we really don't want to risk having to pay an injury guarantee. But also, we do think that maybe we got to find out what we have in Jarrett Stidham, and he might give a spark because there's a good chance that, there's nothing about Russell Wilson that says spark these days.
No, that's a good way to put it. I think there's a perfectly good chance that Jarrett Stidham could wind up being better than Russell Wilson. I think that's firmly in play.
7.
All right, 2 quick ones here. There's an NFL gambler who purchased a Brock Purdy 20-1, or I'm sorry, I think it was was it 200-1? 200-1 ticket before the season, Brock Purdy MVP, that a better bet $1,000 on. So as of a week ago, Brock Purdy was the prohibitive favorite to be the MVP in the NFL. That ticket would have paid $200,000. A fellow gambler went to the guy holding that ticket and said, hey, I'll give you $125,000 for that ticket. Essentially saying, you know what, if Brock Purdy goes on to win, I'm going to make a $75,000 profit here. The Brock Purdy ticket holder gladly sold it to him, and then Brock Purdy proceeded to go out and throw 4 interceptions in a game against the now prohibitive favorite for MVP, Lamar Jackson.
Is that guy going to sue Mike Florio?
There you go.
The guy that bought the ticket? That's what he should do.
You know, the funny thing is the one person who would espouse for this guy suing Mike Florio would be Mike Florio, probably. Mike Florio loves to sue everybody. No, the guy, for those who hadn't seen this story, the bettor who bought the ticket for $125,000, he's doing okay. He's holding steady. He said, hey, man, I've still been making a ton of money gambling over the last few years, and I've taken some hits like this before. This is a very public one, though, because our guy Darren Ravel had tweeted out about this story. So this is a pretty public one, yeah. So this
bettor who declined to publicly reveal his name has identified himself to the Post as an Ivy League grad in his 30s, and his identity was privately confirmed by PropSwap founder Luke Pergandy. Okay.
Yep. So say a little prayer for degenerate $125,000 guy. But he said he's going to ride it out. He said he's hoping, hey, Brock Purdy still has 2 games to make up the difference here. We'll see.
Yeah, I generally feel like the larger a gambling loss that's reported, the less sympathy I feel, because it's obviously somebody who's got that much money to gamble.
Totally.
He's an Ivy League grad in his 30s who had $125,000 to bet. Yeah, I really feel for that investment banker. Those guys are all such sweethearts. Yeah,
that's what this guy is.
It's a real shame. Yeah.
This guy's like a big financier. Yeah.
Those hedge fund darlings. Okay. Yeah.
Real quick, I'll make this number 8. Did you see the story about the guy who bet $5 on a parlay and won $489,000 this past weekend?
No.
He picked 14. You seen it, Chris? He picked 14 different players to score a touchdown this past weekend. And if they all scored a touchdown, he would turn $5 into $489,000. The last one he needed was Christian McCaffrey to score a touchdown in the final game of the weekend. And he did. He scored a touchdown.
Wow.
And
wow.
There was a video. The guy had his iPhone pointed on him the whole game, and he's there with his buddies in his basement watching the game. This guy is a guy you'd like more than the $125,000 guy.
Right.
This guy felt like more of a, in my man cave watching games.
And the heartbreaking part would have been if McCaffrey hadn't scored that touchdown.
Right.
He came up just short.
Yeah.
Like in that Pollard near touchdown, if it was something like that from the last weekend.
Review it, the knee
so
hits
close.
the ground.
Yeah.
Like the ball lands like 2 inches short of the goal line. Yeah.
But that, or just equally triumphant if he did do that. $125,000? Wait,
no.
How much do you mean?
$5 paid him $489,000.
$489?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool.
You know what? There was also a parlay, not an actual bet, but it felt like a parlay. Going into last week's game for the Texans against the Browns, there was somebody had laid out how the Texans could end up with the number 1 seed in the AFC. And it's this is how they get you on parlays. It didn't seem that crazy. Right. It was one of those things where it was like, all you need is these 9 different things to happen, and each one of those 9 things could happen.
They all have to happen. They all have to have. Yeah, it's crazy. All right. Speaking of which, let's get into this here. The playoff, the scenarios. It's pretty simple for the Texans. Things, while we don't like them losing to the Browns, things have simplified greatly. And I have a question about the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are leading the division right now. I have a question that I want to bounce off you, Seth, about their quarterback position this weekend. Who would you rather have playing quarterback for the Jags this weekend? That is next.
Presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, so the Texans, there's two avenues to get to the postseason here, basically. Win and they're in. As bad as it's been the last couple weeks, or two of the last 3 weeks at least, blowout losses, they're still in a spot that I think I would have signed up for. They're definitely in a spot I would have signed up for at the beginning of the year. If the Texans beat the Titans this weekend, they're 5.5-point favorites. They're hopefully getting their quarterback back. And then go to Indianapolis next week and win. They're in the playoffs, plain and simple. Win and they're in. The division is still very much available, but the Jacksonville Jaguars need to lose a game. Now, they close the season with the Carolina Panthers and the Tennessee Titans, two teams that are already eliminated from the playoffs, but two teams that do have rookie quarterbacks. So on the scale of tankage or not trying, seemingly, the Panthers and the Titans should both be playing their best, the best they can. They're just not very good teams. I guess the question is, Seth, Trevor Lawrence, as I know you guys talked about yesterday, Trevor Lawrence is banged up. Like, he's been banged up to hell this year. He's been in the concussion protocol. He's had a high ankle sprain. He's now got a shoulder injury. He had a knee brace on during the first month of the season. I'm guessing there's nobody that's looking more forward to not having to play football once the playoffs are over than Trevor Lawrence, just so he can heal. So he didn't practice yesterday with this AC joint injury that he has. So C.J. Beathard got the snaps in practice for the Jags yesterday. I guess my question for you, as a Texan fan, as somebody who's rooting for the Jags to lose so that the Texans could possibly win the division with 2 wins here, who would you rather have start against Carolina on Sunday? C.J. Beathard, their backup, or banged up to all hell Trevor Lawrence, who really hasn't been that good this season so far?
I think that with C.J. Beathard, I mean, the number of games that he's started in the last, I don't know, man. He hasn't started a game since 2020.
Yeah.
The sample size is pretty damn small. He had a fourth quarter comeback not too long ago. I can't remember when it was. But I would still feel good about a banged up Trevor Lawrence and like the potential for upside with him, because I think some of it is his injuries have held him back this year. And he hasn't been nearly as impressive as what people would have predicted back when, he was a generational prospect and all of that other stuff. But he still is capable. He's still capable of doing some really good things if the circumstances are right. And I don't think C.J. Beathard has that upside. So when you're like, it's not enough. The Jaguars aren't at a point where they're just trying to make the playoffs. They probably feel like, we could make a push. They just have to get the absolute best out of Trevor Lawrence. So I would rather see C.J. Beathard as an opponent, and if I were a Jaguars fan, I think I'd rather see Trevor Lawrence.
Okay, so Trevor Lawrence missing practice yesterday is good news then, if you're a Texan fan. Yeah.
I just don't even know, with C.J. Beathard, has he ever been a darling as a player that's come in where you thought, he never had anything close to any kind of Gardner Minshew moment or a young Ryan Fitzpatrick, and it just didn't pan out.
Not that I can think of, but neither did Josh Dobbs, and you got the dead cat bounce off of him for a couple weeks. Neither did
so just Jake for a dead
Browning.
Cat bounce,
okay.
Jake
Browning. This has been the year of the random backup coming in, and they're playing the Panthers. It's not like they're playing, it's not like they're playing the 49ers or something.
If you take the 6 games, if you didn't know this was 6 games, Sean.
Yeah.
Tell me if this would be impressive or not. If you didn't know that this was the sum total of 6 games that he's played so far this year, C.J. Beathard.
Yep.
23 of 29 for 171 yards, 1 touchdown, 0 interceptions. That's not bad. I would take that. That's functional.
That is good enough to beat the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah,
right? That's the bar we're talking about clearing here. That's a good enough game to beat the Carolina Panthers.
Okay, so you know what? And I'm sorry, I probably wasn't looking at it in the right frame of mind, or at least in the way you were asking.
Yeah.
Is it a matter of just because you want to get Trevor Lawrence as healthy as possible? And that it's not about this one game. It's just that, can you beat the Panthers with C.J. Beathard while also Trevor Lawrence gets healthier over the course of the week?
I'll simplify it for you. I just need the Jags to lose this game to the Panthers on Sunday. Who do you think gives the Jags?
I think Beathard is the best chance for them to lose.
Okay. So as a Texan fan, we should be rooting for Trevor Lawrence's shoulder to heal very, very slowly these next few days. Okay, got it. That was a question. This is they're kind of panicking a little bit now in Jacksonville. They've lost 4 in a row. This is Seth, you spent time in Jacksonville. Is this a Dan Hicken character, a longtime TV guy up there?
Yeah, he's been around a long time.
Okay.
He was a young up-and-comer back when I was a young up-and-comer.
Right.
He was like, but relative to our industries, he was like maybe in his mid-30s, had just gotten the sports anchor job at, is it Channel 13?
It's a good question. I forget what channel he's on. I should have looked it up.
That was back when I used to flip to that channel and everything too.
Yeah.
Instead of just like scrolling or knowing whatever. Yeah.
So here is Dan Hicken. He does it looks to be a Sunday show. Kind of like all the Sunday shows we have here that cover the sports world and the Texans and things like that. He's on one in Jacksonville. This was his lead in to the show this weekend after the Jags lost a 4th straight game.
Playing for the number 1 seed in the AFC. Now they're 8-7 with absolutely no answers. And it stinks from the top all the way to the bottom. It stinks from the owner, the general manager, the head coach, the offense coordinator, the defense coordinator, the quarterback, the entire offense, the entire defense, the special teams, and anybody who is associated. If you're employed with the Jaguars, you stink. You're not doing your job. This is an absolute free fall by this football team, and it shouldn't be that way. Hi, everybody. Dan Hicken here. Merry Christmas. I'm working Christmas Eve for...
Was that the intro?
That was the intro, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so over the last 4 games, Trevor Lawrence has completed 61% of his passes, 7 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. It's not been. It's not. I would still say better than. He's still better than C.J. Beathard. Yeah.
Yeah. The fact that it's a question we need to think about, I think, says a lot about Trevor Lawrence and where he's at this year. Like he's. I know he's been banged up all year. He's been dealing with something pretty much every week from, like week 3 or 4 on.
Yeah. The thing about him too. Remember, even when he was healthy. And we've started to see him. It was really in Doug Peterson's offense where you could start to see, like, okay, now he's an actual NFL quarterback, and he had that nice stretch. The biggest thing I wonder about him still and always is, yes, he's athletic, but he's so long, and this is where you can start to see where he's a tall 6'6". He's somewhere between, I don't remember his combine measurement, but like taller than 6'6" as a quarterback, it gets really tough to have accuracy, but also be able to be compact with your delivery and release and everything. That's why there really haven't been that many 6'7" quarterbacks in NFL history. And there's a part of his game that it's almost like his athleticism isn't sudden enough. He's just not compact enough. And I think when you get injured, especially, all of those things get exaggerated. The levers are really long, like everything gets exaggerated that much more. If you got a little bit of an impurity or an imbalance in your throwing motion, you're just, the ball's swinging that further out away from your core, and everything just looks a little bit awkward with him, especially when he's injured like this.
How would you feel paying him after this season? Because after season 3 is when all the future franchise quarterbacks get paid. We saw Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, Joe Burrow this past year. We saw Kyler Murray a couple years, and I'm rattling off names that should actually scare the hell out of teams paying guys right now. But Trevor Lawrence is going to be the one guy from this draft class where there's a conversation to be had about, okay, is he the next $260 million quarterback? For $200 million guaranteed or whatever it is.
By the way, I'm wrong. He's 6'6". He's 6'6". Okay. He's like a. I can't read on this. It's like an eighth of an inch or two shorter than 6'6".
He's spindly, though.
Very tall.
Everything you're talking about applies. Just use your eyes.
So I think that I wouldn't pay him, but they're gonna pay him, and they're gonna have to figure out exactly like some kind of fail safe in there. If there's one thing, I do think that you had made a point earlier, or maybe it was on the show prep page, about whether. I don't know if you phrased it this way. Did the Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson trades kind of like, is that the tipping point to where now more teams are going to start to say, well, we can go the Philadelphia route or the Miami route where we've got a quarterback, and I know they paid Jalen Hurts, but we can if we surround a guy with awesome wide receivers, it's a lot easier to go out and find awesome skill players and pay them money that's not as extreme as a quarterback, and then see what we can do with them. But the problem is, like that in the instance of Trevor Lawrence, that would mean, okay, you're going to say goodbye to Trevor Lawrence and then bring in a rookie.
Yeah.
But like we're just not going to pay him. That's the tough thing. Like Miami's going to have to make that decision with Tua. Like, all right, wow, you're getting incredible play out of him you're getting incredible offense out of these guys when he's surrounded by all this talent, but how do we keep that rolling after we pay him?
Well, could we bring in, assuming his injury heals, could we bring in Kirk Cousins for a third of what we'd have to pay Tua, the going market rate? I think that's the conversation. In fact, let's stick with that because Russell Wilson was benched yesterday, and Russell Wilson and Deshaun Watson were traded and given massive contracts within just 48 hours of each other. I know the Wilson contract came later in the summer, but they were traded within 2 days of each other. Which trade is worse right now, the Russell Wilson trade or the Deshaun Watson trade? We will discuss next. Also want a quick reminder to join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley today. Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. It's Thirsty Thursday. So get some wings and a cool Bud Light. Enter to win some awesome prizes. Stick around. There is a game tonight. You can
WEEKDAY presents Payne and Pendergast.
Just to put a bow on the Trevor Lawrence conversation from the previous segment, Lamont texted in, isn't this the opposite of what they did last year? They won like 6 in a row. They won 5 in a row to close out last season in 6 out of 7. Me personally, Seth, you and I were talking about this during the break. I root for a team that goes against the Jags twice a year that's in the same division. I hope to God that they give Trevor Lawrence $200 million guaranteed. Like, he doesn't scare me. He's not a scary franchise quarterback.
That's exactly right. And it's a good point by Lamont where, a lot of times a team goes on a run at the end of the year and people just assume that you're just going to continue on doing that same thing the next year. The dangerous part in terms of teasing Jaguars fans last year, I suppose, was that Trevor Lawrence still hadn't moved beyond being a first-read quarterback, and it was a classic instance of, all right, when things finally started to click, they had a nice stretch, but it wasn't too long, and teams had an entire offseason to watch, and then Trevor Lawrence comes in and he's banged up. But like multiple opponents this year after games have talked about, well, yeah, we know that Trevor Lawrence is just a first-read guy, and we take away the first read. It's pretty easy to defend against them. This is teams that have beat them afterwards will just openly talk about it. And I think that you can't. That's just not that's not something you want to give a $200 million contract to. I don't think.
No, I agree.
I think some people. I saw one of our listeners said that they can just ride Travis Etienne to a victory over the Panthers. Right now, Jacksonville is 26th in rushing yards per game.
Yeah,
they're not. There's no part about him that screams doing leaning on anything offensively.
Yeah, and Carolina's been a little pluckier under the interim head coach. I mean, they're not winning games, but they almost beat the Green Bay Packers last week. It's Carolina still. It's. I think as a Texan fan, the one thing you can hope for is that, Carolina and Tennessee are both going to give real good effort the last 2 weeks because they've got rookie quarterbacks.
The most yards rushing Etienne has had in the last 7 games is 56. Before that I just cut it off. He had a magical 79 yards versus the Steelers. He's been over 100 yards once this season against the Bills on October 8th.
But I guess they'll control the ball with him, according to the texter. All right. So Russell Wilson benched yesterday. Here was Sean Payton announcing the quarterback change for the Denver Broncos.
Most of you know we made a change at quarterback. And I understand all the speculation and everything that surrounds a move like that. And I can tell you, look, we're desperately trying to win. And sure, in our game today, there are economics and all those other things, but the number one push behind this, and it's a decision I'm making, is to, get a spark offensively.
All right, so he's saying that's the number one reason.
Number one reason, baby.
Yeah, I mean,
that's right. Yeah, his power rankings are bogus.
They're bogus power rankings. Yes, for the reasons.
I think the closest you could say it's a combination of this injury guarantee that they threatened. What did they, Sean? They told when they originally brought it up to Russell Wilson, they told him that he was going to be inactive if he didn't void the injury guarantee next year.
He has an injury guarantee for 2025.
Yeah,
that would kick in. They already owe him $30+ million for next year in 2024, but he's got an injury guarantee that would kick in the right after the league year begins in March. He's got a guarantee that would kick in if he were injured on that date. Then that would kick in, and they'd owe him another $37 million on top of the $30+ they already owe him for next year, and the $50+ that he's already on the books for from his signing bonus that he signed 2 years ago.
I guess where I get a little confused was they approached him with that a few weeks ago after the Chiefs game.
Yeah, October 29th, Week 8.
So So what was it? Just an empty threat because he's been active since then? Obviously,
yeah.
Okay.
I guess, yeah. Apparently there were conversations like the NFLPA got involved in this.
Okay.
Yeah, there were some deep conversations. So I don't know what the overall tone of them were, other than that's a pretty ruthless maneuver by Sean Payton, who, by the way, owned the decision. He said this is his decision. Sean Payton's. This isn't the front office or ownership. He said this.
Well, this decision to start Stidham is,
Yeah.
We don't know. I mean, technically, he didn't admit to the injury guarantee maneuvers, but
Right.
Yeah.
But these immediate decisions being made with Russ are Payton's. Look, they have there is no perfect scenario for the Broncos. The best case, they get hit with about $85 million in cap money after they cut him. They get spread out over a couple of years in 24 and 25. That's the best case scenario. The draft picks are already gone. Like, they have their own draft picks moving forward, other than maybe the ones they traded for Sean Payton, ironically. But the draft picks from the Russell Wilson trade they're flushed. Seattle's used them all. 2 days after the Broncos traded for Russell Wilson in the spring of 2022, the Browns traded for Deshaun Watson in very similar deals. A bunch of high draft capital for a guy they thought was going to be the franchise quarterback. The Browns gave Deshaun his contract, which was way more expensive, immediately that day they made the trade. The Russell Wilson contract came a few months later. But the bottom line was both Seth went into 2022 as among the highest paid quarterbacks in football, guaranteed for several years, on the books for several years, and having those teams having given up major draft capital to get them. And I think it's fair to say that in a vacuum, those trades themselves have been failures. Now, the Browns are lucky enough to where they've got a great defense, and they've stumbled onto Joe Flacco to where they're a dangerous playoff team. The Broncos are going to be sitting home in January.
I guess, I mean, with the only thing you can say in defense of the Browns is that, look, Deshaun is still a young guy, and that there's time for it to not be a failure. With the Broncos, I mean, it seems all but certain that they're going to part ways with Russell Wilson. My friend who lives in Denver is so happy about all this. I think it's probably hilarious. Where you see some opinions about how cold-hearted the Broncos are for this, and I think there are a lot of people in Denver and elsewhere who are looking around and saying, cold-hearted? What the hell are you talking about? The Broncos gave him a contract when they didn't even need to give a contract. They traded for Russell Wilson and gave him a huge contract. Sean, you know what? The trade itself wasn't bad. It's the fact that they then doubled down by giving him that huge contract also, which I guess you could say technically the same thing about Deshaun, but that was more all part of a package deal. Yeah. I mean, Russell Wilson's lucky that Sean Payton gave him as much of a chance as he did. I wonder if, because I don't think Payton's ever I'd be surprised if Payton ever liked Russell Wilson, but when they went on that 5-game win stretch there, you got to look at it and you wonder, okay, well, let's see. They beat the Packers. Okay, good enough. Then they beat the Chiefs. At the time, that seemed like a bigger deal than it has since, because the Chiefs have, kind of fallen apart at the seams. But they beat the Chiefs. Then they beat the Bills. And then they beat the Vikings. And then they beat the Browns, which now in hindsight actually looks better than it did before. But it's like they were on a nice stretch there, and Russell Wilson was playing pretty good ball. Over the last 4 games, they've lost 3 of 4. Russell Wilson has not played nearly as well. And, then you factor in there's very, very minuscule chance of the Broncos making the playoffs. And I wonder if it's a combination of, I'm guessing that Payton would have liked to do this before, but the time wasn't right, especially when you're trying to sell your team on making the playoffs and, building that culture and everything, that this might have just been the best compromise of, all right, look, we can't go out there and have this dude break his ankle and all of a sudden we're on the hook for $37 million more when we just want to get rid of him.
Yep.
Plus, we need to find out what we haven't. Maybe we find a little bit more out about Jarrett Stidham so we can. If now we know for sure we're getting rid of Russell Wilson, we can be more informed in our decision making in the offseason.
Yeah, because they may have to roll with somebody who's only making $5 or $6 million a year next year, quarterback.
So I say all that to realize, he's pretty much full of crap when he says they're doing it to get a spark. They're doing it because they're curious about whether Stidham is spark-worthy or not.
Yeah. Now, here's a question. Who would you rather be right now, taking everything into account, where you're at this year, where you're at in the future? Would you rather be a Browns fan or a Broncos fan right now?
I would say Browns, yeah. I mean, it sucks to have those contracts on your books, but it's never as bad, as it feels. There's ways that it's not ideal. I'm not one of these people that thinks the cap is a myth or anything. It makes it very, very uncomfortable and awkward and hard to work. But I think with the Browns, you look at the season they're having, and even though it's a nice story with Flacco and everything, if I'm a Browns fan looking at it, I don't think I expect Joe Flacco to be the answer next year. I think there's still upside with Deshaun Watson. So if I'm a Browns fan, I'm thinking, wow, look at the roster they have to be going out and winning these games. And they've got Deshaun, who, whether it was too much in the trade or what have you, we have that quarterback. Right now, if you're the Broncos, you might be really, really happy to be losing Russell Wilson, but you're still going to be paying him like the cap. You're going to be taking the cap hit for a couple years now, and you got to go out and find somebody who's one of the better quarterbacks in the league somehow. And basically if you're a Broncos fan right now, you've basically gotten Sean Payton, traded for Russell Wilson, done all that so you can get to the point where you're the 2022 New Orleans Saints. You got we're paying the bill for a quarterback who's no longer playing football, and we've got I'm going to Sean Payton, 2021 Saints, and maybe we'll see what we can make do with Jameis Winston or somebody like that. Whereas the Browns have their guy at least, and maybe he ends up sucking, but for right now, you can hope for the upside.
So you'd rather be a Browns fan, you're saying, or a Broncos fan?
I'd rather be a Browns fan.
Browns fan. Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think to me, I think I would too. And now, if you want to be a Browns fan, you're banking on one of two things, if not both, that this year they could actually make a real run in a postseason that's going to probably be a little weird with all the quarterback injuries and everything. Like that this defense can actually, that they can Trent Dilfer their way maybe to a championship this year. And two, that Deshaun Watson actually can realize some of what he's lost the last couple of years, because they are on the hook for way more money to Deshaun Watson cap-wise than the Broncos are for cutting Russell Wilson. Because they shoved all this money for Deshaun into the next 3 years. They've hardly taken the cap hit for any of Deshaun so far. Yeah. They're on the hook for like $65 million a year over the next 3 years, and the whole thing's guaranteed or paid to Deshaun already.
And all of this just hinges on if it works out with Deshaun, that they can figure out a way to. They need him to work out because then they can extend him on to the future too,
and keep some guys,
further defray the cap cost.
Yeah.
So it needs to be next year. Next year for Deshaun is almost like it's like a quarterback entering his third year. Like you got to figure out this year whether this guy is worth it or not, because we need to extend him. Dude, if not,
they're the Saints. The Browns are the Saints.
Yeah. No. They're only the Saints if Deshaun Watson doesn't end up being good.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
If Deshaun Watson ends up being really good, that's where I think the chance of Deshaun Watson being really good again is still greater than the chance of any random quarterback that you draft in the draft or try to trade for via free agency or anything. That's where the hope would come for with the Browns.
All right. Let's get over the Texans and the Titans. The Texans did something historic in Week 15. Based on the injury report, this is against the Titans, obviously, in Week 15. Based on the injury report, how possible is it for the Texans to replicate that in Week 17? That is next.
Playoffs after a
Sports Radio 610. Let's get to you guys updates on injuries with the Texans, and I've got a big question for the game this Sunday. Here was D'Amico Ryans with his update on C.J. Stroud yesterday.
It's encouraging to have CJ back out at practice today. It's encouraging to see him. It just lifts everybody's spirits to see him back doing well and still progressing in the right direction. So happy about that. Right now he's in stage 4 of the concussion protocol. Still has one more phase.
Okay, yeah, D'Amico touched on it there. The one more phase is you're active and you're playing. So he's hopefully in the red zone here of concussion protocol, Seth.
Yeah. And, I mean, having him out there at practice is kind of the next step. Doing football activities and all of that is one of the steps towards full participation. So who knows? Maybe physiologically he would have been ready to play yesterday, but he's got to pass through all the stages,
Yep. So phase 5 is next, as D'Amico pointed out. Now, the other big injury for the Texans that we're keeping an eye on, there's a few, actually. Jonathan Grenard is definitely one we're keeping an eye on. He was not at practice yesterday, so we'll see what happens today. They practice today and tomorrow leading up to the game on Sunday. Blake Cashman was back at practice yesterday, so that was good to see. So it looks like they're going to get Cashman back this weekend. So the big variable now is Will Anderson. Will Anderson, who's missed the last couple games, sprained his ankle in the Jets loss, so he missed the Titans game in Week 15 and then obviously missed the game against the Browns this past week. What's the latest on Will Anderson, D'Amico?
Yeah, we'll see where Will is going. He's made some strides, right? He's definitely moving in the right direction. He's out working out, so we'll see, what he can tolerate as the week goes along. And, we're very hopeful to get Will back. He's been a very important piece to what we've done on defense, so it'll be great to have him back in some capacity.
It's going to be hard to replicate what the Texans did in Week 15, even with a fully healthy defense, because it was an historic performance against Derrick Henry. Derrick Henry became the first player to get 20 touches in an NFL game and get less than 15 yards from scrimmage. It was a vanquishing. It was a vanquishing that hopefully lasts more than 2 weeks, because I'm guessing Derrick Henry, now that he's hopefully gotten over how somber he was to be a Tennessee Titan, he's had 2 weeks to kind of process it. He looked like he wanted to crawl into a hole and retire after the game 2 weeks ago. He had a better game last week for the Titans against Seattle. How replicable, though, Seth, especially given the injuries, is the Texans' performance in Week 15?
Well, I think one thing you got to remember regarding that performance against Derrick Henry is that the Texans went out the next week versus the Cleveland Browns and had just as dominating a performance against the run. They held the Browns to 1.8 yards per carry. They held I'm blanking on the name of the running back there for the Browns.
Jerome Ford.
Yeah, Ford. Yeah, they held Ford to 1.7 or 1.8 yards per carry.
He's been good this year, yeah.
Yeah, so it wasn't he's not as good as Derrick Henry at his peak or anything, but it was an impressive performance, and still they got absolutely destroyed. They got bludgeoned out behind 8 woodsheds. It was really, really ugly. So I'm not one bit worried about the run defense at all. I'm worried about the fact that, if anything, the run defense, it scares me that they're good at defending the run, because it's just more opportunities for them to get burned by play action. It's more opportunities for them to let a tight end run behind the linebackers and for Jalen Petrie to come up and try to jump the tight end while a wide receiver runs free downfield. It's all about, at this point, it's all about limiting these huge plays in the passing game. It's got to be driving D'Amico Ryans insane, because ultimately that just looks like a poorly coached football team.
Yeah.
You got guys making mental errors all over the place. It's become a huge deal. It's the one thing that D'Amico gets sensitive about when asked. Remember when he was asked about these big games that quarterbacks have had versus D'Amico? It's the only time I've kind of heard D'Amico ever sound a little bit like almost like not the perfect sportsman up at the podium, because he just flat out said that it wasn't as much about Zach Wilson having a good game. It was about us making mistakes.
Yeah.
And whereas I'll say Zach Wilson made some great throws in that game too. It's bad. It's really, really bad. I think honestly, some of the coaching staff we talk about which players may or may not be gone based on the results of the last couple of games, who's cemented their status as a good player, who's in question. I think the coaching staff has to maybe being sure they got their houses in order, because all these mental errors, that reflects on coaching.
Yeah.
And I know D'Amico probably beats himself up over it too.
Yep. And even in that Titans game in Week 15, the only time the Titans were able to score in that game, were able to put the ball in the end zone, other than a pick six. The only time offensively they were able to put the ball in the end zone was on a drive where they had a 33-yard chunk play and a 39-yard chunk play. They had an 83-yard drive, and 72 of them came on 2 of the plays of an 11-play drive.
You know where this team plays like a dumb team too? You know what pisses me off? Like 2 weeks in a row, they got, versus the Titans. The Texans got lucky as hell that Hansen didn't get called for a late hit out of bounds.
Yep.
Because it was really bad. It was like obvious that he had that hit out of bounds late in the game. And then last week, Amari Cooper, I mean, the game's out of reach, but Amari Cooper catches that ball on the sideline on 4th down and gets blatantly hit out of bounds too. Like, just stupid stuff. And that drives me insane, that when you're a team that's already shown that you're more physically talented and capable than people gave you credit for, how are you hurting yourself with blown coverages, the hits out of bounds, late hits, all this? It drives me insane.
Do you think, I know you guys, you and Sean Bajani kind of went through the power rankings yesterday, and the Texans kind of average around like 13th. One of them, NFL.com has them 12th. CBS has them 14th. Everybody else has them 13th. So they're averaging around 13. Are you surprised that, given the fact that they've gotten blown out in 2 of their last 3 games, and their one win, albeit with a backup quarterback, was at the gun against a bad team in overtime? Do you think that are they getting more respect than you expected them to from the experts from that standpoint?
I think that it's a combination of, they're just, for one, if you look at like the ESPN rankings, so it's the Texans at 13, then it goes Jaguars, Bengals, Steelers. So the Jaguars have lost 4 games in a row. Mm-hmm. They're 1 behind the Texans. If anything, like, I'm insulted that they're that close. Texans beat the Bengals. They don't have their starting quarterback. Texans beat the Steelers. They're on their 3rd-string quarterback. You go back one further, it's the Colts at 8-7 in terms of trajectory and overall roster, blah, blah, blah. Then the Vikings at 7-8. So I'm not surprised, because yeah, the Texans, there's an easy explanation for the last couple games. They don't have their starting quarterback, early for last week's game at least. Looking at it from afar, if you're on the power ranking side of things, they're getting C.J. Stroud back, whereas, the Bengals aren't getting their quarterback back. The Jaguars have been losing with their starting quarterback, who's banged up. So I think it's more of a reflection of how mediocre the mediocre teams are.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. And I'm looking at the standings right now. Cleveland is 5th. So we got the 4 division leaders, and then Cleveland is the first wild card team seeded 5th. I think that's where they're going to wind up. Like, they've almost 100% clinched a playoff spot. Buffalo is 6th. They're at 9-6. I think there's a good chance they stick there. So then you've got the 7 seed sitting there, and it can be anybody from Indianapolis, who currently holds it, to the Texans, the Steelers, the Bengals are next. I would imagine if I were one of those division leaders that could be the 2 seed, the one team that's not getting a bye, the top team that's not getting a bye in the first round. If C.J. Stroud is healthy, are the Texans the most dangerous of those 8-7 teams? Like, are they the one? If you're the Dolphins and you're probably going to win your division and be the 2 seed, are the Colts, and some of them maybe matchups too. Like, if I'm the Dolphins, I might be salivating to play the Texans, because that's all the Dolphins do is hit 40-yard chunk plays on you.
Yeah.
Like, who's the most dangerous? If C.J. Stroud is healthy, are the Texans the most dangerous of all those teams in that wild card swamp?
Maybe. If I'm the Texans facing the Dolphins, or if I'm the Dolphins facing the Texans, I'm salivating.
Same.
I think I'm gonna just. I think McDaniel thinks he could score 78 points on them.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, these guys, they just make so many dumb errors. Like, and they're going to get exploited by Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle and all those guys. They have to, that's where I'm getting frustrated. I wasn't feeling this way until we really started talking about this, and I started thinking about the slew of huge plays the Texans have allowed. They got to figure out a way to stop being stupid. They play like a dumb defense, and that's frustrating. I feel like they're better than this, and I actually feel like they should be way smarter than this. That's disappointing to me. So yeah, I think the Dolphins would love to play the Texans in the playoffs.
I do too. I just know, and I've started to kind of look at that. Like, all right, chances are if the Texans make the playoffs, it'll be as the 7 seed. That's the because I I think Buffalo and Cleveland are going to remain ahead of the Texans the rest of the way. And, yeah, looking at those division winners, I'm like, oh, my God. Like, Miami might be, Miami compared to, say, Baltimore and Kansas City is the least intimidating place to go play of those places. Like, as far as road environment goes, I think the Texans can play and feel comfortable playing in Miami compared to having to go to Baltimore, where they've already lost this year, in Kansas City, which is just raucous. But, like, of those three teams, I'm terrified of Tua just bombing away, for 50-yard chunk plays. I think Tyreek Hill might have an Amari Cooper day against the Houston Texans.
I guess the other thing is, I'm just thinking about the last 4 games that CJ's played. It's been since Cincinnati that the Texans have scored more than 22 points in a football game. Yep. So the offense kind of got clogged up. That was 4 games that CJ played after the Cincinnati game. Remember, they scored 30 points in the Cincinnati game, so they haven't had like a huge flush game where they just really destroyed somebody offensively since the week before in Tampa. That part of it, which is a combination of CJ getting sacked a lot more, Tank Dell being injured, all of that. I think that Tank Dell, because of CJ's injury, we haven't really probably appreciated how much Tank Dell's injury has hurt.
I was just going to ask you that. That's the exact question I was just going to ask you as you're laying that all out. Is that Tank Dell went out in that Denver game on a touchdown drive, and they weren't great the rest of that game, and they were horrible against the Jets. And then CJ gets hurt, and they're horrible offensively, or mediocre offensively at best against the Titans. And then they were bad again last week with no Tank Dell.
Yeah, we haven't really genuinely gotten, other than, what we saw in the Jets game was a really, really bad offense. And through the first half of football, it was okay because you're like, all right, well, both these teams can't do anything offensively, and it sure is raining. It's raining hard when you can see it on the TV. Usually you can't see how hard it's raining on TV. You could see it in that Jets game. Yeah. So you're like, maybe. And then Zach Wilson goes out and has the best game of his career. Well, CJ, still played poorly, and then, or at least didn't produce, and then got injured. So we really haven't maybe seen exactly what it's like with CJ Stroud, but no Tank Dell yet.
How wild is that? 3rd-round rookie, undersized guy, and we're sitting here talking about, not having Tank Dell might be the keys to we might have thrown away the keys to the offense, and we can't unlock it anymore.
With Nico and Tank, there's very much a Hopkins and Fuller feel, where it's just something different when both those guys are out in the field. With Will Fuller could stretch the field, which opened things up for DeAndre Hopkins over the middle. Likewise, Tank Dell can get open immediately, or he can stretch the field, and that just opens things up for Nico Collins and vice versa. And they just don't have that 1-2 punch right now, obviously. Now I'm really okay. I gotta get de-agitated. I'm too agitated for a Thursday.
Who are you agitated at? The defense?
The Texans' defense and their mental errors. Yeah. I get so excited about some of the good things they're doing, and then I'm reminded of their mental errors, and it annoys me.
Does DeMeco still have a chance at Coach of the Year, or is that ship sailed with the loss to the Browns?
No.
Yeah.
Because for one, now I don't think. Let's see. What the best they could do is 10-7. Yeah. Stefanski's likely going to have a better record than that, and it's tough to get it without 11 wins. Usually, the Coach of the Year has 11 wins or more. So I think the Browns will end up being the Browns by way of being lucky enough and a little bit smarter than the Jets, end up with Joe Flacco as their backup quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, the
Jets had just signed Joe Flacco. Who knows where they'd be right now?
But they cannot give Andrew Berry Executive of the Year. They cannot do that.
No, you're right. Yeah, Andrew Berry got lucky that he had such a bad quarterbacks room that he had to sign Joe Flacco.
100%. Yeah, if they give Andrew Berry Executive of the Year, then just throw it in the ocean. It doesn't count anymore. Stefanski, I'm fine with getting Coach of the Year. I'm cool with that.
Okay. Likewise, how do you not fire Joe Douglas for not trying to sign Joe Flacco,
right?
Or wanting Joe Flacco? And if it was Aaron Rodgers, I believe, has denied that he said he didn't want Joe Flacco. Yeah. I can't remember whether that was a rumor or whether he said it or not. I would honestly have been surprised if Aaron Rodgers was against having Joe Flacco on the team. I mean, it was not like he had a torn Achilles tendon. I know he wanted to come back from it and everything. I don't think he ever thought that Joe Flacco was going to be a threat to his job. It would be driving me insane right now if I were Jets. Sean, why is Cleveland in the spot they're in? Because they have an awesome defense, and they were able to scrap some things together offensively. And now all of a sudden they've got Joe Flacco. The Jets have a better defense and could have had Joe Flacco the entire season. It's just not like, how is Joe Douglas not fired already?
Dude,
it's amazing.
Add to it, Flacco was on the Jets last year.
Yeah,
he was on the. He's been on the team.
I guess that's it. Yeah.
I mean,
maybe that's a thing.
That they watched a different version of Joe Flacco up close.
Well, I don't know. Like it's maybe it's just Joe Flacco and Amari Cooper have this relationship. Not to mention David Njoku. Maybe it's more about that than.
Could be.
It's a good blend. Like it's a good mixture of talent there with Cleveland.
The fact that we're sitting here talking about Joe Flacco, I think raises an important question that you brought up during the break that you and I were talking about. Business has never been better with the NFL. Quarterback injuries have never been higher than this season with the NFL. Are quarterbacks really that important to the fabric of the NFL?
Stupid rich kids.
That is next.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the
question to me during the break, a couple breaks ago, because we were looking. You brought up ratings in the NFL, and I'm looking at an article from Florio, which we can take this in a different direction in just a little bit. But the viewers on Christmas for the NFL were crazy, like damn near Thanksgiving level numbers. Like each of the games racked up 29, 30 million viewers somewhere in there on Christmas Day. So the NFL taking over Christmas Day from the NBA is already in play. So
well, they had some, and those were obviously the Ravens 49ers was that's a potential Super Bowl
the main
preview.
event anywhere in the country. Mean Gene,
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
And the 49ers are a huge draw as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
Giants,
but it was
Eagles.
also Giants Eagles. Yeah, big TV draw.
You had Mahomes in the early window.
But it's been a really good year in terms of ratings, attendance, all that stuff.
And yet the quarterback injuries, there have never been more of them. Like this is the lowest percentage of possible games played by like tier 1, tier 2 type quarterbacks. I'm using Mike Sando, the Athletic, like his tiers of quarterbacks that he does.
Yeah.
And this is the lowest percentage of games played by quarterbacks in his tiers 1 through 3 out of 5. There's 5 tiers. This is the lowest percentage of games that those quarterbacks have played out of the possible games they could play since he started doing that gimmick like 15 years ago.
Oh,
quarterback
really?
tiers. Yeah. I mean, just think about all the quarterbacks that have been either knocked out for a few games, like here, or think of the guys who've been knocked out for the season, like Aaron Rodgers 4 snaps into the season, Joe Burrow halfway through the season, Justin Herbert about halfway and change through the season. Like there's been a lot of backup quarterbacks playing, and yet to your point, the ratings have never been higher. So from a purely an entertainment standpoint, do we overrate the value of the quarterbacks?
I don't know, for entertainment, it's tough because it's just 1 year and you could draw conclusions based on a whole lot of stuff. Like you brought up a bunch of reasons between gambling, the expanded playoffs, everything else. It might be boosting ratings this year and making it more interesting. So if they had 5 stud quarterbacks who were genuine superstars, maybe then it would be even higher. So it's not, you can't say for certainty that it doesn't matter at all. But I think that what's going on in Miami right now, I think a lot of teams and maybe fans are looking at Miami and thinking, all right, aside from the fact that we don't actually know if they're genuinely a good team or not. They just beat the first good team they really beat was a team that also can't beat good teams in the Dallas Cowboys. So, but other than that, they're very prolific offensively. All right, they traded for Tyreek Hill. They've got Jalen Waddle. They've got speed and weaponry out there. Jalen Hurts really took off with A.J. Brown. I wonder if fans themselves are starting to look at it and think, okay, yeah, you definitely don't need the old school central casting quarterback to be competitive or to go to a Super Bowl. And there have always been exceptions, but things like it feels like it's a bit more standard now that teams are able to be competitive without a blue blood quarterback, partly just because there really aren't that many blue blood quarterbacks left anymore.
Yeah, for me personally, I mean, you kind of touched on the reasons I gave you while we were talking about it off air, but the first 2 things that popped into my head were gambling. There's a lot more above board gambling going on. I think there's a lot more people that gamble on football because it's legal now than there used to be. And 2, the parity, the fact that there's only, we're in week 17, there's only like 8 teams that have been eliminated from the postseason. So those are my first 2 answers, and maybe it was just subconsciously, but in kind of going back and looking, and I'm asking myself, like, all right, aside from the Texans, because I'll watch every one of their games because, A, I'm a fan, and B, I cover the team. But aside from those games, which are the games that I go out of my way to watch at other junctures during the week? What compels me to go out of my way to watch an NFL game in 2023? And the 2 things are this year, 1, if I have money on the game, and 2, if it somehow impacts the Texans. Like, that's what made it so much fun watching that one Saturday that we had a couple of weeks ago where you had, like, Colts Steelers in one game, you had Bengals Vikings in the early game, and then there was a late game that also somehow impacted the Texans. I don't recall off the top of my head what it was, but it was like the Saturday, like the 16th, like the Saturday before Christmas week. Those games all impacted the Texans' playoff chances, so I watched all 3 of those games with a keen rooting interest.
Well, it's funny because we were talking about something earlier. Oh, it was when we were talking about college football and how the bowl games are really getting convoluted because of the transfer portal and because of guys going pro, and it's become just it's 4 or 5 years ago it was a big deal when somebody decided not to play a game. Christian McCaffrey decided not to play a bowl game, whereas Myles Garrett is a big story that he decided to stay in and play. And now it's less and less of a story. You have your transfer portal, but the NFL now, in a lot of ways, feels almost like the way it used to be with college football in arguing, and still is, in arguing about the rankings. So I guess when it comes to the rankings in college football, right now, watching a team that's 8-7, it feels a lot like we're having the same discussions that you would have in college football rankings. I've never spent this much time thinking about quality wins around the NFL as I have this year, and part of that is because I'm trying to figure out, all right, well, how is this 8-7 team better than this 9-6 team? Or okay, well, they had head-to-head matchups. But the Cowboys don't have a quality win on the road.
Yeah.
The Dolphins haven't beaten a playoff caliber team.
It's a really interesting point, because I'll boil it down for me, Seth. The thing you're talking about, because you're right, like bringing up like, okay, who are the good teams so and so has beaten? I'll boil it down real simple for me. I just ask myself, how good are the Houston Texans? Like, how good are they really? Like, they're 8-7. They've lost to some teams that a lot of fans would say, you had no business losing that game. You had no business losing to the Panthers. You had no business losing to the Jets. I can be a little more practical about that, knowing like, hey, man, when you're one of those teams that's 8-7, you're going to beat some good teams, you're going to lose to some bad teams. That's the definition of being an 8-7 team for the most part in the NFL, is you're going to lose some games you're not supposed to. That's why I'm looking at it. Like, guys, I want to know, because I don't have any Super Bowl expectations for this year. I'm at a stage where if they make the playoffs, that's gravy to me. Like, they've already exceeded expectations for me. But I am curious, like, just how good are they? Like, what tweaks do need to get made so that they can be one of those teams that we're planning for a home playoff game with 2 weeks still left in the season? And that's kind of what I hang my hat on right now, is like, okay, they've actually beaten some good teams this year. They beat the Bengals in Cincinnati. They beat Jacksonville in Jacksonville early in the season. They blew out the Steelers, so I know they're not a great team, but they took the Steelers to the woodshed when it was still early in the season, and C.J. Stroud was not quite what he had become by the middle. Tampa Bay's turned out to be a pretty good team this year. The Texans beat them in the waning moments. They beat Denver when Denver was a hot team. So you got a lot of wins you can feel good about. That's the context that I'm thinking about quality wins, is real specific to the Texans.
Yeah, then I think that somebody had asked us earlier, just as far as like, okay, what does this team need to enter more of that realm, where like bona fide Super Bowl contenders, to where right now they're at very least they're a five. I still think with CJ they're a 500+ team. Yeah. Like they're somewhere right around 500, but like enough to push you over the top into a 10-win team or so.
Sure.
Or 9-8 team. So I think the run game needs to improve. But I don't want to take away from the fact that I think it actually has improved already. This last week wasn't a really good measuring stick for the run game, because there was almost never a point there where they weren't coming from behind. Even when it was 13-7, it felt like they were still coming from behind, or 14-7. Like it felt like a bigger deficit than what it was. So I think the run game is obvious. On defense, the secondary and the play at safety is the part where I guess I'm most disappointed, because I thought it was going to be a strength of the team, and now it's been a huge headache the last few games. A combination of Jimmy Ward being injured, and then Jalen Petrie just playing erratically. I'm encouraged by the linebackers. They need more overall depth on defense, and like at least one more stud player at some point.
Are you where I'm at with Jimmy Ward, which is I'm really, really concerned that you can count on him next year based on the nature of his injuries this year?
Yeah.
He had a hip that knocked him out of the first 2 games of the year. He had a hamstring that knocked him out of, I think, weeks 10, 11, and 12, something like that. And now he's got a quad injury that's ending his season. Like, these all feel like 32-year-old safety kind of injuries here.
Right, yeah. I think I would imagine.
Is he at the Ed Reed stage of his career is what I'm asking.
Well, yeah, do you keep him around as a guy that might only come in on like big dime or something, like in various packages because you like his leadership so much? It's a really tough one. I think with Jimmy Ward, some of it might just depend on them taking a look at what's out there and what's available, and that might be a decision that they're kind of tabling and they plan on talking about after they start doing some of the evaluations. But I get nervous thinking about Jalen Petrie back there next to a rookie. I don't think that's it. Like Jalen Petrie's going to be on this team. He's got too much upside, but he has all of a sudden entered the conversation of, he's got to earn his job next year.
Yeah.
He's very much got to earn his job. That's going to be a competitive situation.
Yeah, and he felt like a guy coming into this season that they were kind of, you get certain guys on the team that you're planning 2 or 3 years ahead for. Like, okay, we know we're going to pay this guy. We know we're going to, like, obviously C.J. Stroud's an extreme example, but I think there's other young guys on the team that they may already be planning for. Like, okay, we know we want this guy around for the long term. And I think Jalen Petrie was definitely one of those guys coming into this year, and I think he's probably kind of damaged that status for himself. Although Nick Caserio really likes him. He said like a month ago he'd have 1,000 of them on the team if he could. All right. There's a lot of this guy versus that guy going on in the NFL this week for some reason. We hit Florio versus Lamar Jackson a little bit earlier. Deebo Samuel versus Cam Newton. And Cam wasn't even really starting anything for real in this whole thing. This is a wild lesson, kids, on having a text relationship with somebody else. That is next.
It's tech.
I'm
wow.
talking.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I was in the other studio. Talking. How long was I gone for, Chris?
It was like 3 minutes.
It wasn't 3 minutes. I wouldn't even gone for 3 minutes.
I was just talking about the whatever. It was like 10 seconds.
Yeah. I was in the other studio. Landry Locker's back today, and Adam Spillane is doing the show with him. And Spo was at the Rockets game last night. I heard his voice asking questions on the post-game press conference last night of the Rockets broadcast because I was staying up late to watch that because I wanted a Jabari Smith update because Jabari Smith's been really good this year, and now he's got reportedly a sprained ankle, but I got nervous when I saw him kind of limping after the injury. I'm like, oh, no. That's the limp that people have where they rupture an Achilles, and so I was getting nervous. It's been reported as a sprained left ankle, but then my conversation with them just started going all kinds of Rocket directions, and I kind of gave my assessment of Jalen Green, who down 20 is an absolute monster, but in a close game can't be trusted to be in the game in the fourth quarter. So anyways, imagine you're going to get some of that on In the Loop today. Adam Spillane in for John Lopez. So Cam Newton and Deebo Samuel. We know Cam Newton had some quotes a week or two ago, about game managers. He said Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, these guys are legitimate. I'm paraphrasing. They're legitimate quarterbacks. Then he listed guys who he thought were game managers, including Dak Prescott, and Brock Purdy, who was the leader for the MVP award at the time when he said that. That got a lot of attention. So now Brock Purdy, Brock Purdy was the MVP favorite prior to that Ravens game. Brock's got a lot of his teammates trying to defend him, including Deebo Samuel, who was on Kay Adams' Up and Adams podcast this week following the loss to the Ravens. So there was a lot of react to Brock Purdy's performance against the Ravens. 4 interceptions. It was bad. He's not the MVP favorite anymore, including Cam Newton, who apparently was on social media with all sorts of laughing emojis at Brock Purdy and whatnot. And here's Deebo Samuel with Kay Adams about that.
Cam Newton also tweeted a couple ha ha ha, I told you so kind of emojis, I think.
First of all, Cam Newton stopped texting my phone, bro. He was a fan like 2 weeks ago. Like, that's mad crazy. Like, you wanted me on your podcast after talking about my quarterback, which is funny to me.
Okay, so that was, and then Deebo would go on to talk about Micah Parsons and other people coming after his quarterback. But specific to Cam Newton, he said to stop texting him, lose my number, bro.
Okay. I'm so glad, honestly, Sean, I'm so glad you're explaining this.
Yeah.
Thank you. I understand more already. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So Deebo had thought Cam had been texting him trying to get him on his podcast.
So Deebo thought Cam was texting him.
Right.
That's what he had disclosed to Kay Adams.
Right.
Okay, got it.
So Cam then went on his YouTube channel and was like, Deebo, I don't even have your number. What are you talking about?
You must stop the cap, bro. Now, my point is this. You said something like, Cam, stop calling my phone. I'm like, I don't got your number.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Cam's claiming he doesn't even have his number. Deebo then goes on social media to post the receipts, the text conversations he was having with, air quotes, Cam. And this was back maybe a week or two ago, where the text started coming into Deebo's phone from Cam Newton. And Deebo did not have this particular number that was texting him.
So he posted these text conversations. He said, there you go, Cam, and he showed screenshots of these text conversations.
Screenshots of text conversations he said were with Cam Newton. And somebody was texting Deebo a couple weeks ago like, hey, bro, and Deebo's like, I don't know who's this. And he says, it's Cam, and he's trying to get him on his podcast.
Yeah.
Okay. And then Deebo just kind of lets it die. He doesn't reply back. And then comes Monday Night Football, where Brock Purdy looks horrible, and the person who was supposedly Cam Newton just out of nowhere during the game types, bleep you, Deebo. Deebo texts back some laughing, crying emojis, and then Cam, air quotes, says, good game, bro. Y'all looked good. Going silent now. Yeah, all right, little bruh. Lose my number or we finna have a problem. That's okay. So that's which is funny. Lose my number. Like you were the one that reached out to him, right?
Yeah. Yeah. In these text exchanges, Deebo has never done anything except like had crying emojis and saying like, I don't know who this is. Yeah.
Okay, and then he says, then Cam, air quotes, says, going on Kay Adams' show and talking about me. Wouldn't expect less, little bruh. Focus on yourself, pup. And then comes this, which is, it looks like it's off of Reddit, and a contention from somebody on Reddit that says this. My friend's pledge brother knows a guy from South Carolina who was older and had Debo's number from when he was there, and he texted Debo pretending to be Cam Newton and shows the screen grabs of the text. So the bottom line in this is Debo's posting receipts from a fake Cam Newton texter.
This tracks mostly because the person who would be the fake Cam Newton is using that weird, crazy font that's almost impossible to read, like in the texts. The stuff that like Cam Newton uses for social media or whatever, or for his personal branding, like he actually uses it in the text, which would either be the dumbest thing ever or like the most baller thing ever. I can't figure it out, but like it's that's what makes it so funny. So basically Debo posted receipts, and the receipts turned out to be counterfeit receipts.
Yeah, they were counterfeit receipts, and he since has took them down. Supposedly, Debo has.
This is the hazardous world of believing anybody. You know what? It's a height of irony, Sean.
Yeah. As
we were during break, I was distracted. The reason I didn't realize that we were coming back and that you weren't even in here was that I had gotten a message from the USPS that the package had arrived at the warehouse but could not be delivered due to incomplete address information.
Oh, yeah.
Please confirm your address in the link.
Yeah.
Should I click on this link that doesn't have USPS in it anywhere on the link, or should I not?
I would say so, Seth. I mean, you want to make sure you get that package, right?
You know what happens though? Okay, that's a mail package where I don't think I'd ever fall for that. I'm nervous about when I get older because I'm a sucker for anything that says like IRS or credit card, like if it's fraud, something like that. There's that, you get that little spike in your brain stem where you're kind of like, oh crap, I better take care of this, and then you come back to earth. Like I'm a mini stroke away from just being like, okay, Mr. IRS agent.
Well, and all it takes is to click on the link. You know,
yeah,
most of the time.
No.
It's not like you even got to give them the information.
This one, it looks like they'd want me to give them the information.
Okay.
Well, Sean, okay, so this is the perilous world of social media and text messages and everything else. Remember those kids that pretended they were Brandon Beane, the Bills GM, and they were texting, or they called the Tampa GM?
Yeah. Mark Dominic, yeah.
Yeah, and Mark Dominic was none the wiser, talked to the kids and everything. This is Dave Chappelle on the Jimmy Kimmel Show talking about way back when he first started trying to get onto social media.
Look, okay, first I went on Facebook. I typed my name in. They were like, you cannot use celebrity names. I was like, word? So then I see a fake Dave Chappelle on Facebook. I go on Twitter, and the same thing. It's like, oh, it's a fake Dave Chappelle. My name, my picture was not me. No. So I started following the guy. And it turned out, Jimmy, the guy was like hilarious. Girls were tweeting him all these sexy messages. I'm like, hey, who is this guy? And then, like a week or two into it, he just turns evil and starts like a whole Twitter beef with this guy, Cat Williams. You know Cat? Absolutely. Cat Williams starts saying things to this fake Dave Chappelle that's hurting the real Dave Chappelle's feelings. So I go to the comedy show, I go over to Cat, and I'm like, yo, Cat, man, you know, I gotta talk to you. I don't have a Twitter page. And he's like, so what, Dave Chappelle? I don't have a Twitter page either.
So I've heard him tell that story where the language was more colorful. But like, yeah, he said he had this Twitter beef that he kind of watched but wasn't too engaged with. But Cat Williams was kind of insulting Dave Chappelle and didn't find out until I think it was actually a couple years later that he realized, oh, Cat Williams never insulted me at all, and didn't have a clue that fake Dave Chappelle was insulting him.
Dude, it is a treacherous world. You know,
it's all a sim.
Well, here's the thing that like a trend that factors into the whole Debo Cam misunderstanding is the complete lack of desire of anybody, and I include myself in this, to talk to somebody on the phone.
Yeah, no point did Debo like hold on a second, I gotta call this guy and see what's up.
Yeah. So
you know what though? I gotta get back on there. Is the 704 area code? Is that? I think that's Charlotte.
That's Charlotte. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yep. That is Charlotte.
What if it really was Cam? If it was Cam using a burner of that friend that used to know him or something?
Would Cam use that font on texts to individuals? do you think?
I feel like he would.
You do?
I think the way he dresses, like, that's not just what he dresses. He doesn't just dress that way for special occasions. Like, that's how he shows out. I think, like, he's got that natural peacocking in him that I don't think he'd think a second about not using that font.
Yeah.
I think he's just like, yes, this is the flair with which I live my life, and others will have to deal with it, whether they can or cannot read the writing.
Dude,
yes.
I think Cam's got a great look. I wish I could get away with wearing some of the stuff Cam wears.
He's like grandma chic, right?
Yeah.
Like he's kind of like grandma going to church in the 1950s.
Dude.
And it works for him. He figures it out.
Yeah, like in this, hey, Chris, can you cue up the Cam cut one more time here? Like in this cut that we're about to play from Cam going after Debo, he's got on like a super nice like black cowboy hat with cool glasses and like.
Oh, that's not his grandma chic look.
No,
though.
that's what I'm
'Cause
saying.
A lot of times, sometimes they'll have like a shawl and a big flowery hat on top of it with like that turquoise or that robin's egg blue.
Or like the Jackie
blazer.
Onassis kerchief around
Yeah,
his
yeah,
head.
yeah.
This one, he's got a black cowboy hat, glasses, and like some sort of kerchief around his neck. Like he just, there's no way I could pull this off.
You must stop the cap, bro. Now, my point is this. You said something like, Cam, stop calling my phone. I'm like, I don't got your number.
I like Cam so much more as a retired player than I did as an active player. I enjoy
You must
Cam.
stop the cap.
Yeah.
Should you and I start, like, how far can we go into being like old men desperately trying to sound young, like when we started saying like no cap and stuff? I don't think I could get away with no cap.
You know,
I might be able to get away with it online, but definitely not in like it verbally.
Let's bring in
audibly.
The one younger member of the crew today. Chris, how old are you? Chris is producing for Ben today. Chris, how old are you?
I'm 27.
27.
No cap.
No cap.
No cap. Well, you can get away with it, Chris. You're young and cool. Like, but can Seth get away? I'm out already, but like Seth is still like. Can Seth get away with saying no cap? Do you think?
It just depends on the scenario, honestly. I mean, yes and no, but
well, this is no help at all.
Yeah,
no.
Actually, yeah, he can.
You think he
can?
No,
I think he can.
I don't think not sober. I think if we were sitting around, it would have to be kind of ironically. It would have to be say like sitting around in a lounge or something, and everybody's kind of loose.
Be the right
and I'd
crew.
be like,
yeah.
No cap, because
Yeah.
I'm telling a crazy story. Yeah. No, I can't. You even say I can't get away with it at all.
Chris, you're off the hook. I made the determination.
Yeah, I hate the guy that just said that. Oh my God.
All right, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on the old injury report today. Landry Locker jumping in. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
How are
man.
you?
Happy Hanukkah, happy holidays, Feliz Navidad, all that.
You're back, and I'm back. Yeah, how are you?
I'm great, man.
Yeah.
It's an interesting week. The destiny's controlled. It's pretty well laid out what the Texans need to do. C.J. Stroud is back, so yeah, everything's good. We're in a good situation, I think. We'll get into that with Spo. We got Cody Stutes. He's going to come in
Cody
studio
in
for an
here.
hour. Yeah, he's going to go to practice.
Good.
Before
You guys gotta check out his Substack at www.houfootball.com. You have to put the www in front of it.
Yes.
You do. Yeah. I'm not being no cap. You have to put.
Good job, Seth.
Did that work, Landry? Did that work?
I guess. I don't know. I can't really say that. Really, I'm just kind of. I'm too old for that. Even my damn.
Okay, well then you're screwed.
You're
Seth.
a dad now.
If Landry's too old for it.
What about Landry? Now I'm visualizing this. I do think Landry could get away with some Cam Newton elements to his dress.
No.
Because you're tall and lanky. No, Landry. I think you could get away with wearing like kind of unique hats and stuff.
I don't know. The thing about the Cam Newton thing is I don't think it can be like a one-off type of thing. I think it's kind of a lifestyle. Like at one point, like it's not like you can just come in like a hoodie or something and then all of a sudden decide you're gonna pull that off.
That's Landry. You took the words right out of my mouth. I said you'd have to lean into it full time. You can't just do it like on Tuesdays or something.
It would be a lot of work.
Yeah.
It really would be.
It's like a closet thing. I am kind of concerned though. Something that came up the Andre Johnson Hall of Fame thing.
Yeah.
I don't think McClain's putting as much into this as he does for like an Oiler. And we actually talked to him about it, and it basically there's a we asked him. We said it would be a travesty for Torrey Holt or Reggie Wayne to get in before Andre Johnson, and McClain was basically, no, it wouldn't be a travesty. I was like, dude, you would have basically sold Robert Brazil over Lawrence Taylor, and now with Andre, you can't even sell him over Torrey Holt or Reggie Wayne. So I don't feel like McClain's putting as much into Andre, the first Texan, as he would like an Oiler.
Did you confronted him with this?
Yes.
You feel like McClain's spending all his off hours working on a package like promoting Ray Childress or something instead of like sinking all of his energy into Andre Johnson. Oh,
yes.
Man.
Yes. It doesn't feel the same as old Doom. Doom got the full PowerPoint presentation. I just feel like Andre is just like, Torrey Holt can go in ahead of him on Reggie Wayne.
We got to he's got to get his fastball back. Damn.
Do you think he's saving it all for
All right, here it is. Listen to this. Listen to this half-ass pitch right here. We did this in leg hiking. I brought it up to Andre too. We'll play it during the show. I brought it up to Andre. He kind of laughed about it. But listen to this. Listen to this pitch and tell me this would be the same case with Robert Brazil.
If Andre Johnson does not get into the Hall of Fame this time, it's a crime. It's criminal.
I get Figgy. It's not criminal.
What kind of sales pitch is that?
It's not criminal.
That's not how you sell it. You're going to be in charge of the sales pitch.
I am.
That's awful. He's not even riding and dying with
not
it, Figgy.
I hope they ain't listening to the show.
Criminals breaking the law.
Dump all that.
Don't
Hit the
dump
button.
it, Figgy.
No, dump all that. This guy's supposed to be getting Andre in the Hall of Fame, and he's accepting defeat already. I'm just telling you, man. If it were Warren Moon, or if we were talking about Warren Moon before Dan Marino or something, there would have been a little more to it.
He brought that up to Andre.
Yeah, we got it. We had Andre. I actually got a chunk to Andre. We'll play it. We'll play it today. He also said that Reggie Wayne tells him. He said this on our show. It kind of got buried. Reggie Wayne tells him that he should go in ahead of him.
Really?
Yeah. So they.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because they've known each other for a while.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, from Miami. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think Reggie even thinks that Andre's better, but McClain, he's got to kick it up. I think Andre's pitches are good.
Is Andre 1 year older than Reggie Wayne?
Yeah,
is he ahead of him at Miami?
Yeah, I think he was 1 year because but they were there at the same time. But
he might have that big brother strength over Reggie Wayne.
Yeah, I think they were drafted 2 years apart. Yeah. I think Andre was 03, and I think Reggie Wayne was 05. I think. Yeah.
I wonder, by the way, I don't want to bring this up until after. Now that I know that McClain's attentions might be divided, I wonder if there is a case for Ray Childress on the seniors committee at some point, moving on down the line. But that's another topic for after Andre gets in. I don't want to distract him at all.
All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. This has been Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Seth, Antibodies, Football Friday tomorrow, 6 a.m. Be there.
Antibodies and Andre Johnson forever to you.
Absolutely. All right, we're done. In the loop, Landry Locker, Spo in for John Lopez. And who's producing? Is that Jason there?
That's
producing?
Jace,
yes. Oh, Jace is in there producing. All right, you got them now.
Yeah, let's get it. Let's eat. So, Spo, I feel a little bit awkward because as magical as the C.J. Stroud ride has been this year, it's been great. I mean, I don't think anyone can argue that. Offensive Rookie of the Year, likely. Franchise quarterback, hopefully. And he has the Texans in control of their own destiny, looking for a playoff berth. But this 2 weeks apart, sometimes time apart makes you appreciate something more. Sometimes, you see things happen that wouldn't have happened had that person been there. I'm kind of in an awkward phase right now with this C.J. Stroud coming back to the Texans type of thing, because I don't know what type of football team we're looking at. Are we looking at a team that's not – are the Texans more C.J. dependent? Do you feel more dependent on C.J. or less dependent on C.J. or the same with his reemergence into the lineup compared to when he first went down?
I mean, have you seen the offense the last 2 weeks?
I have.
You're kind of more dependent on C.J. Stroud at this point. There's just not a lot. They don't have a lot of – they struggle to run the ball. The receivers are okay, but I think that I say they're okay because C.J. Stroud has probably made them look to be a lot better than they actually are.
Yeah, I don't know. This is an awkward week for me. We got the old Oilers coming to town, Tennessee Titans, whatever the hell you want to call them.
They can wear the jerseys?
I don't think so.
That's too bad.
Not this week.
They look great. They look really good.
Oh, you're gonna do this to me? You're gonna go McClain on me now? They look great.
Did they not?
Nah, they looked a little bit out of place. Wasn't as big of a fan of those jerseys that.
Well, you didn't grow up here, so it's different.
I mean, I just wasn't as big of a fan of those on Amy Adams' squad. So, if you were a betting man, can we look past the Titans? Can we look past?
No, I don't think you can.
Is this a hey, let's look to Indianapolis? You gonna bet the bet the house on them? Where were we at there?
No, because I think you look at what Tennessee has done recently. Like, they're competing, and there's really no reason that they should be competing, but they are. They won in Miami a couple of weeks ago. They took the Texans to overtime 2 weeks ago. They came down to the wire and probably should have beaten Seattle last week. So those are three good teams that they either beat or lost to, and they competed in all those games, especially the last two.
Are we to the point now, even given what expectations were, are we to the point now where if you lose to Tennessee, it just basically washes away the goodwill of a season?
No.
I don't think that you can lose this in this manner. With everything that's happened, losing to the Titans, having them ruin your season, for me, it would diminish what's been a really good season. We need a win or go home game against the Colts.
I
gotta have it.
No, I don't think you're wrong, but I think this season was about setting up the next 10. And I don't think that, like, if the Texans don't win this game Sunday, do you feel worse about the next 10 years?
No, I don't feel worse about the next 10 years, but I feel worse about this year.
Okay, that's fine to feel worse about this year, but this year is the first year of the CJ Stroud era. And I'm not going to put all my eggs in that one basket, because I think that what you've seen from CJ Stroud makes you think that the future is incredibly bright for the organization. And that won't change depending on what happens Sunday or what happens next week in Indianapolis, because I think this is a flawed team. And it's a team that there weren't a whole lot of expectations for before the season started. Their over-under before the season was 6.5 wins. They've already eclipsed that, so that's a win in one regard. But then you see that they've got some holes, and the good news is that they have a chance to really fill a lot of these holes in the offseason, just because they're in a position where they can go out and spend a lot of money in free agency and really improve the roster and put themselves in a position where they could be Super Bowl contenders next year.
Yeah, I think it's become a destiny. I have a dream scenario now, and I think it might sound crazy, but even more so than the division. I don't care about the division title. My dream is the Texans play the Chiefs in the first round. Why not? Big stage, Taylor Swift in the stands, CJ Stroud versus Patrick Mahomes, a team that's really just kind of dragging along. Would I bet on the Texans to beat the Chiefs? Probably not. I mean, definitely not. But for me, my dream, even more so than the division, if you told me that the Texans could just win out and then go on the road to Kansas City, F it. That's as big of a national stage as you can have. The team hasn't had a national game. I would love to see the Texans take on the Chiefs.
I'm telling you right now, if the Texans win these two games and they start to get a little healthier, like let's say Will Anderson comes back and Grenard comes back, I would take the Texans to win that game.
Against the Chiefs.
Have you seen the Chiefs?
Yeah. What do you think the line would be? 7? 7.5?
No, I don't think it would be that. It would depend on how the Texans, like, I think right now, maybe Chiefs -6.
If you look at the Texans, and I know we're talking about a flawed team, I don't think there's a team that isn't flawed in the AFC right now, and I think that's the beauty of this thing. I don't know, like who is name me a flawless team. Are you gonna say Baltimore?
What do you think Baltimore's flaw is?
I would say perhaps big time weapons for Lamar Jackson. Andrews is out, although the guys, he's done a nice job spreading it out.
He might be able to come back though.
We'll see.
This is an Aaron Rodgers thing.
We will see. Adam Spillane in for John Lopez. Cody Stute's going to join us before he goes to practice. The 713 on the text line says the Texans are not a really good team. They are an average team with a really good rookie quarterback. Yeah, I would say that, but I would say the Chiefs are an average team with a really, really good quarterback. I would say, like, you could say that about a lot of squads. The Jags are maybe an average team with a okay quarterback. That's really kind of the overall stated this thing. I also think there's been some luck with the Texans this year, and that's the other thing that I think needs to be taken into account is as much as we can say, well, they overachieved, and we expected them to have this many wins. We didn't expect Joe Burrow to be out for the season. We didn't expect all these other teams to have backup quarterbacks. So I don't know if that's going to be something that's going to be the norm for the NFL moving forward. But yeah, the Texans were a couple games without C.J. Stroud, but you had really good teams that had really, really big injuries. So I think that there's also been kind of a little bit of luck on the Texans side in that everyone else is banged up as well.
So are they. Like Texans have had no injury luck this year when you think about it. And whether it's Tank Dell or Nico Collins missed some time, Dalton Schultz, like you go up and down the list. Everyone seemingly on the roster has missed time. Like every important player that they have has missed time one way or another, and they've survived it. And so I think that gives you a good feeling about this team moving forward also, is that they've been able to overcome some of these lingering injuries, and they've been able to survive them.
713-572-4610. This kind of talk cracks me up. How do we know this organization has a super bright future? It's way too early to tell. How do we know that the Texans have a super bright future, Spo?
Because they have a rookie quarterback who appears to be really, really good and a whole lot of cap space, and I imagine they're going to use that cap space.
The 361, if we lose to the Titans, the season was a failure. Yes, we weren't supposed to be here, but we are here. You never know what can happen next season. I think that's a excellent point. I'm to the point where if they lose to Tennessee, I'm going to look at the season as a disappointment too. I don't go back to like the start of the season and say, well, they were supposed to do this. They got to put themselves in position to where they face Indianapolis. And against Indianapolis, I don't know how good of a position they're in against Indianapolis going to Indianapolis. Indianapolis, they've had their injuries as well, although I think that their backup quarterback might put them in better position to win than their starting quarterback.
Well, not might, he does.
Yeah, okay. Well, there you go. Yeah, I was trying to be nice. But yeah, I don't know, I don't would I be 100% confident in them going to Indianapolis and winning? No. But I think they at least need to put themselves in that position. You can't have your season ended by a Tennessee team that is just completely limping, completely banged up. We don't even know who the quarterback is going to be. Is it going to be Tannehill? Is it going to be Will Levis? I'm to the point right now where they gotta win this game, or else I'm going to look back on it, despite the previous expectations, and say, man, that was really disappointing. That was a missed opportunity by D'Amico and company.
It's a disappointing finish, but I don't think it's a disappointing season. Just a disappointing finish.
Well, that adds to the season.
I guess.
Can't lose like that. Adam Spillane and Jace holding it down for Figgy. We're going to have Cody Stutes in here in a second. He's heading to practice. C.J. Stroud is back. He's in phase 4 of the concussion protocol. How's your concussion protocol education? Have you really
not great?
Touched up
no,
on it?
I really haven't.
I haven't.
How many phases? There are 5 phases.
There's 5 phases. I can't follow.
Is it like the 12 steps?
Yeah, I don't know this concussion protocol thing. I think it's 5. They monitor you. You practice. You figure it out. They clear you. Sometimes when they say you're okay, then they say you're not. Like Michael Pittman, I'm not a concussion protocol expert.
Well, at least they actually have a protocol, as opposed to like probably 20 years ago where they would ask you what your name is, and if you got it right, they'd put you back out there.
Yeah, you just hold up a number of fingers and you just go out there.
If you're like, they would hold up the number of fingers, and if you were like within 2, they're like, okay, you're good.
I actually, that was pretty much middle school football back in the day as well. The Texans, though, they got the Titans, the Jags, Trevor Lawrence. If you were to, can we call the Jags a disappointment?
Yes.
Is it fair to call the Jags a disappointment?
Yes. You might be able to say they're the most disappointing team in the entire league. I don't think that's an unfair statement to put on them. I think that team is in real trouble, not just for the rest of this season, but they've kind of wasted the Trevor Lawrence rookie contract. And they've misspent so many of their resources.
Have they wasted? I mean, they've wasted. I get but let me put it this way: I think the Texans wasted Deshaun Watson's rookie contract because they didn't put the appropriate pieces around him. The Jags, they committed to Trevor Lawrence. They gave him some weapons. They improved the offensive weaponry big time. They got him a new coach. Has he just kind of single-handedly been? I think he's had a hand in it. Like I think Trevor Lawrence has kind of been a little bit of a disappointment himself. I don't look at him as like a organizational victim like I did Deshaun when Deshaun was here.
I mean, when your offense completely falls off a table because you lose Christian Kirk, I think that's an organizational thing. And I don't know if that's on the rest of the receivers, but they can't run the ball. Defensively, they're not. They went into Tampa Bay and were down 30-0. Like, that's not just Trevor Lawrence. That's an organizational thing.
So would you buy stock, like right now, you think the arrow is pointing up the most for the Texans?
In the division?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I would agree, although Indianapolis, if I had a Coach of the Year vote, it's going to either Stefanski or Steichen.
Not D'Amico?
No. I would give it to Stefanski would be my number 1. Steichen would be my number 2. Depending on what happens the final game of the season, D'Amico can go up there, and then D'Amico would be 3. I think D'Amico has the best quarterback situation. And I know that we can go back and say we didn't know what CJ was going to be, and we can blind ourselves and say D'Amico's expectations were lower than Cleveland's. Well, Cleveland lost one of the best running backs in the league. They lost Deshaun Watson. They've played 4 different quarterbacks. They've had an uncanny amount of injuries. Also, I don't think they factor this in. A lot of distractions for Kevin Stefanski. Say what you want about the Texans, and this wasn't the case in the past.
He brought him on.
Well, I mean, the Deshaun thing, I don't know if that was 100% him pounding on the table or not, but you had the Deshaun distractions, all that. I would give my Coach of the Year would go to Stefanski, and then I think Shane Steichen. And the case for Shane Steichen over D'Amico, and I wouldn't trade D'Amico for either one of these guys. So for this situation, like for the Houston Texans, there's not a coach in the NFL that I would trade D'Amico for. I think he's perfect for this situation. I think he's the right guy. I think he's going to get you to the promised land. But, like, if I'm just talking about this year Coach of the Year, for Shane Steichen, I look at what he's done with the Colts. I look at how they're playing, the way that they've been able to fill holes. And I also, this is again, I don't think this is something that they're going to take into account. San Francisco's defense, I know last time we saw them, they were pretty rough. Their defense hasn't quite fallen off without D'Amico Ryans. I think you can kind of see Steichen's value just based on what's going on in Philadelphia. And again, I don't think that's a factor. I just kind of, when you're talking about like impact schematically, and I also think Shane Steichen's done a better job on his side of the rock than D'Amico has his. Like their actual specialties.
That's an okay point.
But I make it clear that I would not trade D'Amico for any coach in the NFL.
I do give D'Amico, though, credit for the way that they've handled all the injuries that the Texans have had to deal with, where there's just been the constant revolving door of this guy's out for 2 weeks, then that guy's out for 2 weeks, and then another guy's out for 2 weeks, and they've just had to deal with that week in, week out.
Right. On the text line, but the Browns were supposed to be good. Texans and Colts were not. Yeah, the Browns lost their quarterback. They lost their running back.
Yeah, but they upgraded.
Yeah, well, that's another issue on itself. But yeah, I don't judge by, before the season what was going to happen, because if you were going to do that, then you would say Zach Taylor's done a bad job for the Bengals. I don't think that's the case. Without Burrow, like Bengals were supposed to be a Super Bowl contender. They haven't had Joe Burrow. They're right there, someone in the mix. Yeah, so I think he's done a good job.
Joe Burrow is elite.
Yeah, Joe Burrow is elite. Deshaun is not elite.
No,
that is
he's
a
not,
fact.
He's far from it.
On the text line, 713-572-4610. If you want to get in, people should just enjoy the fact that it's the end of the season and the Texans are still in the playoff conversation. It is definitely being enjoyed, whether it's being dissected or not. Coming up, let's talk to Cody Stutes. Cody Stutes covers the squad. Cody Stutes is about to head up to practice. He's going to talk to us about the C.J. Stroud, the current state of the Texans compared to what they were a couple of weeks ago, and where his dream scenario lies when it comes to the Texans. In the Loop continues next.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to talk about playoffs.
You have to earn those spots to get into the playoffs. So if we go and play better and earn a spot, then we can talk.
Let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
All right, Landry Locker, Adam Spillane, Cody Stutes of Houston Football hops in studio. CJ Stroud back on the practice field. We'll have the practice update a little bit later on. Stutes, you're coming in here taking exception to something that was said in the previous segment.
I am shocked at both of you. I'm shocked and almost appalled at both of you that you would welcome a matchup with the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs.
Oh, absolutely.
100%.
Oh, my goodness.
100%.
They are 6 out of 6 of the opposing teams in the playoffs that I want to play. There is no chance I want to see the Texans play the Kansas City Chiefs.
It's not about the easiest path.
Oh, for me, it's the easiest path.
I think it would just be. I think it would just be the perfect layout. Going on the road against a Kansas City team that's hobbled. Obviously, Travis Kelce. I'm assuming you're thinking about the Texans and the manner in which they defend tight ends. That would be an issue. No threat really on the outside. And I just think it would be. I think it would be an opportunity, and I think it would be symbolic to go take down the Kansas City Chiefs.
Look, for everything you're talking about, yeah, it'd be great. It's not going to erase the bad feelings everybody has about the last time the Texans had a franchise quarterback play the Kansas City Chiefs in the playoffs. Okay,
that was 4 years ago.
I still got bad vibes about that. That's one of the worst moments in the history of this franchise.
Actually, it's one of the best.
Okay,
because if it hadn't happened, then we would probably still be at the mercy of Bill O'Brien. So it's actually one of the best.
Sure, okay, you can hindsight it that way, but in the moment, it felt horrific. Okay, and this Kansas City Chiefs team is a nightmare matchup for this Texans team. They get run off the field. Mahomes and Andy Reid would dominate DeMeco Ryans' defense, and Chris Jones. Look at the losses the Texans have had. Almost every team has a big-time presence at defensive tackle, or they've got an elite pass rusher. Just so happens Chris Jones is both of them. They would eat that offensive line alive. C.J. Stroud be running for his life. That's a horrific matchup. I can't wait. I'd rather play the Ravens in Baltimore as the 7th seed that advanced than play the Kansas City Chiefs.
Well, they have a better chance of advancing to play the Ravens if they were playing the Chiefs.
Terrible.
So what's your dream?
Yeah, who would you rather
play? What's your dream layout for the Texans? We're obviously getting ahead of ourselves.
You want to go to Buffalo when it's 15 degrees?
They got to beat the old Oilers on.
Hell yeah, Josh Allen will make a ton of mistakes.
They got to beat the old Oilers on Sunday, and then we got to figure some stuff out. If we're just looking at playoff matchups, first of all, I don't know that they win any of these.
They probably would not.
Miami would be a nightmare. They'd be dead.
They could not cover Tyreek Hill.
He'd have
or Waddle. We don't know. Waddle might be out for the year.
And they couldn't stop Raheem Mostert. I understand that they've stopped some somewhat decent rushing attacks over the course of the season. They wouldn't stop Raheem Mostert.
I don't think they can handle Baltimore.
I like Baltimore as a matchup a little bit better because they have a chance to ugly the game up against Baltimore, and Baltimore's had some moments where they just can't score.
I don't think they'd be able to score on that defense. You see what Baltimore just did to San Francisco's offense? I think the Texans would have a ton of trouble moving the football.
C.J. Stroud's better than Brock Purdy, so I'm not worried about that.
The Chiefs thing is not about like ideal matchup. It's just about a vulnerable football team, an opportunity. People have been complaining and whining about not being on the national stage. How about Taylor Swift in the stands, playoff matchup, Jim Nantz and Tony Romo, C.J. Stroud going on the road. Maybe you'd be a touchdown underdog. If you win, I think there would be Chiefs fans and NFL fans who would say, "Well, this Chiefs team sucked anyways. They were very flawed. They're actually beneficiaries of being in the AFC West, which is actually kind of wild if you look at what we thought this division was going to be for a long time." And Mahomes versus C.J. Stroud, I just think it would be. I think it would be more valuable experience for the Texans to go to Arrowhead in a playoff game against Mahomes and company than anything else.
Do you want that more than maybe Cleveland coming to town again and you hosting Cleveland?
Yeah, I want no part of Cleveland. I want no part of Cleveland.
See what happens? I don't want to see the Browns again.
Yeah, I want no part of Cleveland.
He's at home.
I do think, though, and Cody Stutes in Houston football before he goes to practice, Adam Spillane in for John Lopez, Jace holding it down for Figgy. I do think that the division is in play because I could easily see a situation where Carolina kind of catches Jacksonville slipping this week. And I know that sounds asinine. I know that sounds crazy, but
it's not.
The way Carolina's actually playing a lot better than they have been. They pushed Green Bay the other day. Jacksonville's in a really, really weird spot. They're kind of stale. Trevor Lawrence, I think, is going to return to practice. This is like his 5th straight week of, uncertainty.
Fake
and
injuries.
Returning to practice.
He's tough.
But, yeah, I could see the division being in play. But for me, a matchup against Kansas City in first round of the playoffs is my dream scenario.
Your dream is my nightmare. Your dream is my nightmare.
I mean, the best case scenario would be to win the division and somehow play an AFC South team.
Yeah,
which is not possible.
That seems unlikely based on the way that Cleveland has taken care of business and a lot of the tiebreaker scenarios. Like the AFC North is almost locked into that 5 spot.
And Buffalo could wind up getting into that 5 spot.
Nobody wants Buffalo right now.
No.
Nobody wants Buffalo. Landry Locker in with Cody Stutz, Adam Spillane here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. So we've talked about C.J. Stroud. How do you look at this? Because you're there every day, Cody. How do you look at this team with C.J. Stroud now moving forward as opposed to when he got hurt? Do you look at this team any differently? Because if they had been able to pull off the game against Cleveland and the game against Tennessee, I think that was an opportunity to say this team's resilient. They're not 100% dependent on C.J. Stroud, and it's a football team that can find other ways to win without him. They did win the Tennessee game. Cleveland game, obviously there was an issue, although I think Davis Mills, if you would have inserted Davis Mills earlier, it could have been maybe a little bit different. Not 100% different, maybe a little bit different. How do you look at this squad right now with C.J. Stroud moving forward as opposed to, and let's pretend Tank Dell was out too. Let's pretend post-Tank Dell, all that. How do you look at them? Do you look at them any different? Do you look at them worse, better?
They're C.J. Stroud dependent, but they've been C.J. Stroud dependent the entire season. Nico Collins had barely 1,000 yards in a couple of seasons before this season. Now he's a 1,000-yard receiver. You think that's because all of a sudden Bobby Slowick's an offensive genius, or you think that's because the quarterback situation is a whole heck of a lot better? You look at, how many rookies have a ton of success? Most of the time they have success because they have a really good quarterback with them. That's Tank Dell's success this season. This team was always C.J. Stroud dependent. What I want to know is, have they got any sort of hesitancy to operate as a C.J. Stroud dependent team with him coming back off of the concussion? They shouldn't. That's how they win football games. That's how they're going to win football games. They should operate as business as usual because that's how they've operated and won over the course of the season. How many games has the defense won for the Texans?
What does that look like? Like, what is being hesitant to be C.J. Stroud dependent? What are they going to do, run the ball with Devin Singletary 30 times? Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, run the ball too much or not see some of the same stuff that we saw from a concept standpoint, from getting the ball out to wide receivers, a lot more sideways stuff as opposed to down the field stuff, trying to get the ball out quick because you're worried about the offensive line. No. Take the same drops, run the same plays, all the same stuff. All the same stuff. None of this adjusting or doing stuff that you're not good at because you need to protect C.J. Stroud or you're worried about this. Business as usual now that he's back.
I think he's right. And I think the one thing that has stood out to me is that there's an expectation that Bobby Slowick is going to be a head coach at some point. Maybe not this year, but maybe in the next couple of years. And I think that for the Texans, that's okay. I think that you've seen that this whole, what we've seen from the offense, it's been more C.J. Stroud than it's been play calling. And so I think you feel really good about what happens moving forward if you have to make a change at offensive coordinator.
It's going to be interesting to see C.J. Too bad we couldn't hear from him, man. I really want to. We want to hear from C.J. When are we going to get to hear from him? We're going to get to hear from him today? Is that going to be a thing?
It's the rumor.
They've gotten away with not bringing a quarterback in the room the last couple of weeks.
Well, you haven't known who the QB is going to be.
I mean, they do.
2 weeks ago, Davis Mills was available at his locker room and everybody thought Davis Mills was starting. And then last week, Davis Mills was available at his locker, as was Case Keenum.
They have not announced. They did not announce a starting quarterback officially, did they?
No, they did not.
Do you think they do the same thing this week? You think we go into Saturday and we still don't know who the starting quarterback is?
Maybe. D'Amico likes to play those games, likes to keep it until he famously said when CJ's ready to go, he'll let everybody know. So we'll hopefully find that out this week.
I'd love to hear from CJ. By the way, big news. We got someone special joining us today. Well, tomorrow we'll tell you who that is coming up. And speaking of D'Amico Ryans, I want to ask this question. Cody Stutz in with Landry Locker and Adam Spillane. Has CJ Stroud masked potential concern when it comes to what is supposed to be the strength of D'Amico Ryans? We'll cuss and discuss next.
The Texans may have lost an important match.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Landry Locker, Cody Stutes, Adam Spillane in here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We're waiting for that practice report. Thursday practice report is always the one that gives us the most information. Has C.J. Stroud's success blinded us from concerns about D'Amico's defense? I want to ask you this, Stutes, because D'Amico's supposed to be a defensive guy, and he is. Maybe it's because of personnel. Maybe it's because of injuries. But how would you assess, if I were to ask you to grade it A to F, how would you assess the job D'Amico Ryan's defense has done with everything taken into consideration?
A to F, D'Amico Ryan's grade running the defense, C+.
Okay.
C+.
Okay.
The pass rush is not as consistent as you would like. They stop the run really well, which is something that has been impossible to do in this city for the past few seasons. And so that's a big plus for them. And sometimes the coverage is pretty good, and sometimes the coverage is just downright awful. The tough part is you've had some unexpectedly poor quarterbacks having big days, or expectedly poor quarterbacks having big days against you. Like Joe Flacco, yes, he's playing really well right now. He should not have had basically a perfect day against you. Zach Wilson should never light you up for a half of football. Like Desmond Ridder was about to get benched, saved his job for a couple of weeks against the Texans. And yeah, I understand that Bryce Young and the Panthers the defense played pretty well that day. The offense was the problem that day. But there's just been too many moments where somebody has just lit up the Texans. Like, it's okay to have a quarterback have a somewhat big day and have some big moments, but there have just been times where guys have had start to finish, from kickoff to the final whistle, have not had as much trouble with a D'Amico Ryan's defense as you would have hoped they would have had.
I think that might be a little low, just because I do think that you mentioned the pass rush. I think it's been hard because it's been hard for them to keep guys healthy. Will Anderson is missing time. Jonathan Grenard has kind of been in and out. So I think that's hurt the pass rush. And so you have guys that you don't expect to produce are having to produce, and I think that's been difficult. I think the areas of concern with the defense with D'Amico have been, I think there's two things that kind of stand out. First of all, Jalen Petrie seemingly regressing this season. I don't know if that's on
seemingly.
Petrie. Well, he has. I'm trying to be nice.
Putting that on D'Amico?
I don't know. That's my question. Is that on D'Amico or is that on the player?
So that's one of the interesting aspects of D'Amico Ryan's at the podium, because he's never gone out there and just crushed a player.
But he has benched a player. And there are some times where he will tell you, we've got to execute better. That feels like a player-centric aspect. And then there's sometimes where he'll say, we need to execute better, and it starts with me. I've got to coach better. And then there's a little bit of taking blame on what he did as well as the players. Because ultimately, and he said this a bunch of times, the coaches are just a conduit to how the players play on Sunday. They call the play. The players got to go out there and execute the play, make the tackle. Like, the coaches have, you stop blaming them at one point, you start to blame the player at another. The most alarming thing for me with D'Amico Ryan's, Landry Locker, Cody Stutes, Adam Spillane here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610, Texans, Titans in 3 days. I didn't like on Sunday when he said, and maybe I'm putting too much into this, but I didn't like when he was asked, why not have Derek Stingley follow Amari Cooper, and he said that's not what we do. Because for me, I think there's a lot of factors that have come into D'Amico Ryan's on defense. I think a lot of them are not his fault. Like, some people will say he played too conservative against Atlanta. Well, his entire secondary was out, so I had no problem with that. Other times, they haven't gotten to the quarterback. Well, the players haven't been able to win their matchups. But when I hear a coach say that makes me a little bit concerned, because you're telling me that if 5 corners are hurt, you're just going to let Amari Cooper line up against a practice squad guy and not put a guy who's one of the best corners in football out there? That was the thing for me where I was just kind of like, it wasn't like a B.O.B., like stubborn, hard-headed type of reaction, but I did not like hearing that. Well, it's something that
we criticized Bobby Slowick with how malleable are you? How much can you change within a game? How much can you change week to week when stuff's not working? Like, I understand that that's not what that defense does. You don't travel cornerbacks with wide receivers. D'Amico Ryans doesn't do it. Robert Saleh doesn't do it. They didn't do it when those two were together in San Francisco. I understand you don't do that. There should be circumstances where you do stuff that you don't do.
Exactly.
And one of those would be Amari Cooper lighting you up with Joe Flacco at quarterback.
And having Derek Stingley playing the way he's playing.
And Steven Nelson
hurt.
And Steven Nelson's hurt. Like, that should be one of those moments. Like, I get that they don't like to double-team wide receivers. They don't like to travel corners. Well, if you're not going to travel a guy, like, at least double that guy if you're going to put someone who is not as good as your starter or even your regular backups out there. Like, there's got to be moments where you are willing to do something that you don't do and change what you do to make sure, like, if it's in the best interest of winning, which is what so many of these coaches have said, like, the best interest in trying to win that game was to make sure Amari Cooper doesn't have a record-setting day against you.
One other concern. Their defense in crunch time. You brought it up with Atlanta. They blew the game against Carolina. They got incredibly lucky that C.J. Stroud brought them back after they let Baker Mayfield drive down the field and score against them. Russell Wilson got to the 8-yard line before Jimmy Ward made a play.
Carr was close to at the end of the game.
So the fact that their defense, when the game is on the line, tends to struggle, like, they got to figure out a way, because that's what these games come down to a lot.
And I think we can also, I think that can be connected to Spo, to they're dependent on guys that can't stay healthy. And like Blake Cashman, you can say at times Blake Cashman's been one of your best defensive players, but in different stretches of the year he's been banged up, and in different stretches of the year he hasn't been on the field. Jimmy Ward was really important to this squad. I think he missed a game each month of the season.
He's going to check in with pretty much close to same amount of football played as missed.
So I do think it can all go back to personnel. The other thing about the Jalen Petrie thing, I think, is very, very concerning, because Jalen Petrie, I don't want to say he needs a babysitter, but you're going to need a safety back there that can overcome his flaws. And at some point you ask yourself, is that really worth? Is it worth it? Jalen Petrie needs a bounce back year next year, like significant. He might be
He's
competing
for sure on
to
the
be a
team
starter.
next year?
I don't know.
Okay.
Not if he plays like this.
Well,
I mean, you can keep him around.
Yeah, well,
make him like a nickel linebacker, corner, or something, or safety type. I mean, he's damn sure not a nickel safety. Maybe a nickel linebacker. I don't know. But yeah, I think he's on the team. But I do think that the safety linebacker area, you're gonna have to really, really address that.
Well, that's what those 49ers defenses really are known for, is the middle of the field. Like, they need to find their Fred Warner, basically, whether it's in free agency or in the draft or something like that. But guys like Fred Warner are what make that 49ers defense really go.
The amount of guys guaranteed, no questions asked, that are for sure going to be back at linebacker and safety is pretty small. Henry To'oTo'o is going to be on the team next year. Christian Harris is going to be on the team next year. Denzel Perryman, he's not guaranteed to be back. Cashman's a free agent. Jimmy Ward, I would tell you he's going to be back. That's just my hunch based on what he means to the team on the field and off the field.
I think he has to be back. You just can't be dependent on him.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it. But the other good thing about him is that the Texans have done a good job at finding guys for a year, and I think the quality of player that's going to want to play here and be willing to play here is only increasing. I think the most important thing for them, don't fall in love with your players. Because, immediately you hear, well, they got to bring back Dalton Schultz. Well, they got to bring back Noah Brown. Well, they got to bring back. No, they can find those guys. They found those guys this year. You can find guys like that.
Some of the sturdy depth, too, that some teams have. I mean, you might have a little bit more depth if Bill O'Brien hadn't thrown away the 2020 draft, and Casario's first draft had shaken out a little bit different. Like, you had different guys in the building that you felt better about and were more dependent on. And then maybe you could have done some different things in the past couple of drafts to backfill some of that talent. Because a lot of teams, like this team's key backups are a bunch of street free agents. Like, a lot of teams' key backups are guys that have been around, been in the building for 3-4 years, and are on either their, into their rookie deal or, familiar with the team, familiar with the system. Like, you got to start building some of that depth long term as well, too.
Well, I think that's what the end of the, they drafted for need, because basically the whole roster was need. I think good teams, they draft for depth.
Yeah.
And so I think that now this team will be in a position moving forward where they will be drafting for depth instead of drafting for need.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be an interesting offseason. It's going to be a fun into the season. And Week 17 begins tonight. Browns could clinch a playoff spot. How about that? How about the Browns? And I don't know how many teams really actually want to see them. Coming up, D'Amico Ryan says that the Texans like to tell the truth. They like to tell the truth regardless of how harsh it is. We're going to talk about the truth and reality of the Texans as well as some other things with Landry Locker, Adam Spillane, and Cody Stutes next.
It's Texans Game Week. D'Amico's crew closes out the
yesterday to Cody Stutes. He's in studio with me and Adam Spillane, about to go to practice. Probably going to see a little C.J. Stroud action. Might actually hear from him. Word on the street. You're going to hear from Kareem Jackson. Kareem Jackson going to join the show at perhaps 1:40-ish. So stay tuned here. We'll talk to Kareem. But this is what D'Amico Ryans said to Cody Stutes yesterday or Monday, talking about teams being accountable.
We get in the room, we talk about it, and we teach it. We have thick skin, and we just go through it, right? Tell the truth about what happened to make sure everybody understands so it doesn't happen again.
All right, so tell the truth. That's what D'Amico Ryan says. What are the truths about this Texans team? Let's just kind of go around the room. As harsh as it may or may not be, what are the truths about this Texans team that controls its own destiny with matchups against division rivals ahead? What are the truths?
Can I start?
Start.
Coming out of this Cleveland game, Jalen Petrie can't be trusted. That's the truth. You can't trust Jalen Petrie in the form of a football player that he is now. You just can't trust him.
The truth will set you free.
Okay.
Wait, did you guys talk to him yesterday by any chance?
Jalen Petrie?
Yeah. Has he talked to the media since? Because I know he didn't on Sunday. Nobody did on Sunday.
No, didn't talk to him yesterday.
I'd be curious to see how he took what was a benching, because he had played every snap.
Yeah, because he came in on special teams too and was in on the onside kick.
There's something, and
he played every snap since the Pittsburgh game.
I got to do a little bit more, especially at these home games. Got to do a little bit more sideline observation. Just make sure when something like that happens, catching all the interactions between, I don't know, sometimes coaches and players.
He doesn't seem like someone who would take it too bad.
Well,
but it's never happened though.
Rumors may say different.
So Jalen Petrie has an issue being benched?
He didn't like it.
Okay.
Didn't like it.
That's good. Competitive.
Nobody likes being benched, though.
Yeah.
Nobody likes being benched.
All right, so there's one truth. Spo, give us a truth about the Houston Texans.
This offensive line, I don't know if they're ever going to have a good offensive line. If they can't have a good offensive line right now.
Ever?
If they can't, they spend all these resources, and I understand that some guys have gotten hurt, whatever. But if you spend all these resources year after year after year after year, and it's still below average, it just might be one of those cursed things.
I mean, you would have had to have literally worn a Notre Dame helmet to work every day to say, yeah, they're really going to miss Jared Patterson if he gets hurt. They miss Jared Patterson. Like, come on. How does this offensive line get into this spot?
I don't know. And my thing with how is Titus Howard really going to be a good right tackle? That's really my thing. Like, if Titus Howard is what they're paying him to be, like if Titus Howard is a top 5 right tackle, which is what he's going to be paid, then maybe I would be able to sit here and say, okay, there's some hope, because you do actually have a lot of depth in the interior with guys coming back next year. Mm-hmm. You're going to have a lot to work with.
You have options.
Options, yes, but there's a lot of bodies, and there's guys who've done okay things. Kenyon Green's going to be comeback season. Kendrick Green, you saw his best ball. Patterson, Scruggs. Like, you're going to have some stuff to work with. My thing is, I just don't know if Titus Howard's a really, really good right tackle. Because if he were a really, really good right tackle, why would he not have played right tackle this year? They say put your best 5 out there, but then you see him, he sucks at guard. So that's my problem, like, with the offensive line. I'm kind of with you, Spo. Like, I don't know. And it's also about the ROI, like the return on investment, especially when CJ's on his rookie deal. Like, I think there's potentially going to be a time 3 months from now, 4 months from now, whenever it is, when we say, damn, they had to let Jonathan Grenard go because they're paying Titus Howard.
He's the new Whitney Merciless? You had to let a premier defensive lineman go because Whitney Merciless got paid? So
DJ Reader going to the yeah. I mean, maybe, perhaps.
Why is the first instinct with Titus always to just move him to guard? Why has that always been the case?
Look, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Michael Dieter's been amazing at center, but you can't convince me that Michael Dieter would have been that bad at left guard that the Texans felt like we have to play Titus Howard at left guard and we have to play George Fant at right tackle. And I get it. Fant had played fine. You don't want to bench that guy, but George Fant signed up knowing he was likely going to be a backup. So, yeah, it's tough that he played well when he had the opportunity, but if he's got to go to the bench, go to the bench. Put Titus Howard at the position that you paid him to play. And I know, Landry, you don't love him at right tackle. He plays right tackle better than he plays left guard. Like, put him there where he can succeed.
Telling the truth about the Texans here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. I'm going to give a positive one. If C.J. Stroud plays like he did at the start of the season and the Texans start to get healthy, this team can win a playoff game.
The truth will set you free.
I very much agree with this.
I think this team can win a playoff game. I want to face the Chiefs. Cody Stutes apparently thinks that it is last year or the year before, and he hasn't been watching the Chiefs and paying much attention. I want the Texans to go on the road and take on the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, because the Texans have had so much success against premier defensive tackles and tight ends over the course of the season.
No, they haven't, but they've also struggled against explosive offenses and perhaps like teams that actually have good receivers. And the Kansas City Chiefs might have the worst receiving core in the NFL. And I'm including the Texans without Tank Dell. The Chiefs might have the worst receiving core in the NFL.
So we're leaving Kelsey out of the conversation?
Yes.
Basically he's a wide receiver. I understand tight end's the position.
Yes.
Okay.
You seen him recently?
Yeah.
If you don't think that he'd go out there and put 6 and 100 up on the Texans without even blinking.
But if that's all you have to worry about,
I'll take the under. I'll take the under.
You don't think Mahomes and Andy Reid could get something? If Zach Wilson and Nate Hackett can light up D'Amico Ryans for a half of football, you want Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes?
They had Garrett Wilson.
And Randall Cobb and all those other schmucks that were catching the ball.
Telling the truth here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610 about the Texans.
Bobby Slowick is more likely to be fired than he is to be a head coach.
Whoa. The truth will set you free.
All right, elaborate on that. I got to hear this.
Now, that's not necessarily
this year.
That's not this offseason.
Okay.
But people who are talking about Bobby Slowick, the potential for him to be a head coach, the potential down the road, he's more likely to be fired than he is to be a head coach. Because if the offense looks this way this year, if it doesn't look good next year and significantly better, because there's going to be some investment, there's hopefully going to be a better offensive line. If it doesn't look better and maybe even way better, then he goes into a make or break year in year 3. And if it doesn't improve, he's more likely to be fired than to be a head coach. Like, if I could bet on that somewhere, I'd bet on Bobby Slowick to get fired more than I would bet on him being a head coach.
I'll book it for you.
You'll book it for me?
Oh my God.
What are my odds? Can I get odds on this?
No, we'll do even.
Even?
Yeah.
All right.
Just because I think CJ Stroud is kind of idiot-proof when it comes to offensive coordinators. I think he's that good to where he's going to.
Well, Slowick ain't an idiot.
No, he's not. But I'm just saying that he will get a bad offensive coordinator, a head coach job at some point during his career.
But here's the thing: if the offense doesn't look good, you're not blaming D'Amico. You're not blaming CJ Stroud. You're not blaming the wide receivers. You're not blaming the offensive line. You're not blaming the tight end. And you can't change a ton of that stuff.
No, I agree with you.
Change the OC.
I agree with you, but I don't think it's going to look bad.
I don't either. I'm just telling you, I believe that's more likely than him going and being some big time head coach candidate.
No, he's already a head coach candidate.
Well, some team hiring him is going to hire somebody else 3 years later. He's just not there yet. Okay. I'm not there yet with them.
Telling the truth about the Texans here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. Spo?
The 2022 draft, not great.
The truth will set you free.
Stingley's good, but after Stingley, it looks really bad right now. When you have Kenyon Green, you have Petrie, you have Mechie. Christian Harris has looked okay, I guess.
Solid.
But the Kenyon Green pick, and if Petrie doesn't get it together, and it almost looks like John Mechie's a sunk cost at this point. That's a rough draft.
Which brings me to my truth. John Mechie should not be active again this season.
The truth will set you free.
Steven Sims is better than John Mechie right now. I've talked to him multiple times. I know what he's been through. He's told me multiple times on this show, he's over the feel-good story. He wants to be treated like a football player. So let's treat him like a football player. John Mechie is not better than Steven Sims. I don't know that he's better than Bachman at this point. It's not as big of a deal when you have Tank Dell and Nico Collins and you have your top end of your wide receiver group where he can just come in and make like a play that kind of hypes the crowd up. But when you are down Tank Dell and Nico Collins is nicked up, you're more dependent on John Mechie. He gets pushed up that depth chart. The drops against the Browns, the inability to get open. I mean, I'm not going to say it was a rough circumstance when you drafted him. By the way, he did have a torn ACL when you drafted him too, so let's keep that in mind. John Mechie should not be active again this season.
Man, So we'd promote Steven Sims to the active roster?
Steven Sims, yes.
Okay.
They thought enough of him to run like 8 reverses with them against the Titans. He's the Titans crypto, isn't he?
They ran a screen to Steven Sims earlier this year on 3rd and 22, and he went for 23 yards. And I was like, okay, all right. If that's a guy that could do that, I'd like to see a little bit more. And then they ran these goofy goofy reverses instead of throwing him a screen.
There was the one where he went in front when it was supposed to be behind. But I think the reality is John Mechie, he's going to be playing for his gig next year.
Yes, he is.
So
yes.
we will see. Like, he's going to be – it's not a matter of, where is he going to be? It's a matter of, is he going to be on this team next year?
There's a strong argument to be made, Spo, that you could add somebody via free agency or the draft that could push him out come training camp.
No, easily.
You're right, but I do think – more time removed from cancer, more time removed from the ACL. Let's see how it looks. But but for the rest of this season, I don't see it getting a whole lot better. But let's give him the offseason.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm not saying get rid of him. Next year's a bigger. I look at him like a kid who in 8th grade you knew he was going to be on varsity and he tore his ACL and he missed his first year and now he's like a sophomore on varsity and he's in over his head and you want to see how he comes back junior year like in high school. That's how I look at John Mechie. Telling the truth here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, Adam Spillane, Cody Stutz.
The Texans have to keep Devin Singletary.
The truth will set you free.
They could find another Devin Singletary.
I understand that.
Have you seen this running back?
I understand that.
Free agent? They need to get 3 Devin Singletaries is what they need to do. They need to commit to the running back position.
But he's not going to be super expensive. He's familiar with what you do.
Okay, when you say keep, though, you can still try to upgrade, though.
Sure.
You don't want him to be your lead back.
I want Devin Singletary in the building next year.
Okay, but not as your lead back. If he's your lead back next year, that is a massive failure.
He doesn't have to be the lead back, but I want him in the building next year because he clearly serviced himself well as the backup running back that turned into the starter. And I want a guy there. Carlos Hyde, when he rushed for 1,000 yards for this team, and then Bill O'Brien got all upset with the contract negotiation, let Hyde walk. Like, I'm not saying Carlos Hyde should have just been handed the starting job the next year.
Their backup plan was trading Nuke Hopkins for David Johnson.
Exactly. Like, Carlos Hyde.
Did that not work? Don't forget about the 2nd round pick, Landry.
Carlos Hyde with, I don't know, Jonathan Taylor would have been a better option than what they ended up doing. Devin Singletary with, I don't know, a draft pick and a free agent is better than no Devin Singletary.
They have to have multiple running backs that can make plays. They got to take it serious.
I'll throw a name out at you.
Saquon Barkley.
Yes.
Yes, that's my guy. Yes. All-purpose back in this offense. Saquon, Singletary, get another running back. Hell, Dameon Pierce. Although I do think it's kind of fool's gold, the kickoff return thing, because they really didn't have a kicker or a punter, so it's kind of squibby. But, hey, Dameon Pierce.
Well, the kickoff return was the kicker?
Yeah, and he got hurt. But then the ones after that I'm talking about. But yeah.
Well, I don't care about the ones after that. I care about the one that went for a touchdown.
But yeah, Dameon Pierce is your 3rd guy. Saquon, Singletary, sign me up for it. But the running back position needs to be taken serious. Telling the truth here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
They need to sign T. Higgins.
The truth will set you free.
Oh, my gosh.
Ow. Do everything possible to bring in T. Higgins. Whether if they have to trade the Cleveland pick, if the Bengals franchise him and you have to give up the Cleveland pick to get him, you got to make that happen.
Okay, so you think this is kind of, and I think this is interesting, Spo, and I think this is an offseason discussion that's going to be really interesting with the Texans. Like, last year, if you would have talked to, I don't want to generalize, but I would say if you talk to 75% of Texans fans, I talk to a lot. I'm on the stream all the time and all that. I would say a lot of them thought Dameon Pierce, man, we saw what he did his rookie year. The best is yet to come. You're saying that right now this receiving core with Nico and Tank, you don't want to overreact to it? You still need a top-end guy?
I think it's fine, but the more weapons, the better. And when you have your quarterback on a rookie contract, you might as well go out there and surround him with as great with as many good weapons as you possibly can. That makes your offense just so good.
You can't.
This is a deep wide receiver group in the draft too.
You can't assume that you've ever got enough at the wide receiver spot.
And plus, guys get hurt all the time. We've seen it with this wide receiver group. Collins has missed time. Dell's out for the year. Like, you can't count. You have not been able to count on all these guys to be healthy at the same time.
Tough part about T is he misses a lot of time too.
That's true. But as long as they're not all out at the same time, you're okay.
Wouldn't mind a little Mike Evans action myself.
Yeah, that's kind of a bargain right there.
I saw
talking about free agent wide receivers.
I went through this with John Harris the other day. Do you know what the contract projection for Mike Evans is? It's over $20 million a year.
Really?
At this age, yeah.
Get that one last bag. I
mean,
guess.
he's still really good. Would you rather do that? Would you rather?
I'd rather do that than like commit 6 years to T. Higgins.
Okay.
I mean,
I'd rather have the younger guy.
If you get him for a couple years, I think he's ageless.
Mike Evans is automatic 1,000 when he walks on the field,
and he's gonna play too.
Doesn't matter who the quarterback is. And oh, by the way, the better the quarterback, the better the season.
Telling the truth here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Can't rely on Blake Cashman. I love Blake Cashman. I like what he brings, but I don't even hold it against Will Anderson or Tank Dell or anything like that because it's been one stretch.
It's the first year.
Yeah,
in the NFL.
it's been one stretch of injuries. Cashman could not stay healthy against or when he was with the Jets. This year, there's been he's out this week.
Started the season late.
Then he's out this week. Then he's back. Then he's out this week. Then he's back. I think they need to sign Blake Cashman, but much like we talk about the running back position where you need to make Devin Singletary like your second or third best back, I think you got to make Blake Cashman like your second best linebacker. Feels like we're piling up a lot of needs here, though.
Man, as far as when he's healthy this year, you just got to trust him and run him out there as much as you can.
Do you play chess this week with Will Anderson and Blake Cashman? In other words, you got to win this game. I don't want to say you look past it, but
you can't save them. If they can go, they go.
Yep.
Okay.
You can't save them. If they can go, they go.
Then they might not be ready against Indianapolis. At this point,
Indianapolis might not matter.
If you don't beat the Titans, Indianapolis doesn't matter.
That's what I'm saying. Do you say, hey, Will, okay, you're 70% rest up, ice up. We'll see you in Indianapolis.
Okay, well, answer me this then. I don't believe Grenard's playing. So no Will Anderson, no Jonathan Grenard? We saw what that looked like against a beat-up Cleveland tackle situation. And look, the Titans got a worse tackle situation than that, so it might be easier to get Jerry Hughes and Derek Barnett and...
Shout out to Derek Barnett, by the way.
Those guys to rush the passer.
Shout out to Derek Barnett.
But, yeah, man, you can't hold anything back. If they can go, they go.
No tomorrow.
I would play chess with Cashman and Will.
Wow.
Yeah, playoff. You gotta play playoff. Think long term. Hey, if they're 70%, let's chill.
I know you're the king of the Wednesday injury report is fake.
Yeah, it's fake. It's fake news.
The entire starting
Today's
defensive
injury
line.
report matters.
The entire starting defensive line missed yesterday. No Grenard, no Anderson, no Rankins, no Collins.
Yeah, but we won't take that serious till today.
Okay,
then we'll know.
But
Tennessee's entire D-line and secondary missed this month. They literally had a game where they didn't have a single D lineman or a single member of the secondary out there.
Okay.
Can't wait for the 18-game schedule when nobody plays.
I don't want to be sitting here on Sunday in the third quarter in the middle of a dogfight because Will Anderson and Blake Cashman are in sweatshirts and sweatpants on the sideline because you wanted to hold them out and get them ready for Indianapolis.
Coming up next, the best form of pigskin. We are on the eve of perhaps one of the best stretches of football of the year. Let's have the debate. College pigskin versus pro pigskin next.
Playoffs?
All right, so this is going to be one of the most significant stretches of pigskin of 2023, and it's fitting that it's the last weekend of 2023. Saturday we're going to have bowl games, however you feel about that, and a very nice NFL game, Lions versus Cowboys, the Play on Thanksgiving Bowl, if you will. Sunday, teams are going to be solidifying their spot in the playoffs, and then on Monday, you're going to have a college football playoff doubleheader starting at 4 o'clock with Michigan versus Alabama and taking you late into the night. God, that's a late night. Late into the night with Texas versus Washington.
Yeah, Texas will have that done at halftime.
We'll see. We shall see. What is the best form of pigskin? Because look, for me, this is like asking me, do you like Italian food? Do you like Mexican food? Like, I can go either way. But for the sake of discussion, what is the best form of pigskin? We'll start with Adam Spillane.
Wait, what do you mean by best form?
Like, what do you like better?
Weekend?
If you had to live with one form of pigskin for the rest of your life, with how things are right now, would you take college.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Or pro.
Pro, easily.
This surprises me from you.
I went to a school where we don't have a football program, so why do I care?
Y'all do have a football program. You're just hired a coach who said Michigan sucked. So
and Ohio State.
Yeah,
we haven't beaten in 40 years.
He said, "Google me. All I do is win."
So you would go. You would go with pro. You're not hesitating.
No, I love the NFL. I really do love the NFL.
Yes.
I like the way the game is played. I like the pacing of the NFL game. So I take NFL all the
Stutes.
This time of year, right now, as we're talking, it's pro. And I love college football. I vote on the Heisman Trophy. But you talked about Monday. There's 3 scrimmages before the college football playoff games happen. LSU plays Wisconsin. Oregon plays Liberty. And Iowa and Tennessee are going to play something resembling football, I hope. Like, those games don't have as much ramifications or matter as much as, the New Year's 6 used to. The bowl game, the college football playoff are the 2 games that I care the most about. And then, there's some unique gambling opportunities with some of these bowl games, but pros where almost every game matters, like you can make the argument 2 college games matter. For the rest of this year, going into next year, 2. There's a ton of NFL games.
What's happened to college football, I think, recently, the last 15 years, is the NFL has taken the best regular season from college football. It used to be undisputed. College football is the best regular season. With the expansion of the playoffs, I feel like it's not going to be as significant. Some people would argue that it's more significant because there's more teams. But I feel like the NFL, when you factor in fantasy, when you factor in, as Spo said, time, it's not hey, maybe this takes 3 hours, maybe it takes 4.5. When you factor in playoffs, all that, the knowledge of the whole league, I think NFL is better than college. But I do think, when you have a 2-piece combo like you have on Monday, I don't think there's much better than that.
The problem is that the college football playoff, it tends to fall flat so often. Like the games just tend to not be very good.
They did have a good mindset this year, though. They left Florida State out of it.
It helps, but they also brought in Michigan.
The average margin of victory has been 19.
It's not great.
It's been 19 in the first round.
And a lot of those games, like you had Notre Dame against Alabama a few years ago. And I think that game, I know Bama didn't cover that game, but that game that should have been a 40-point game. And I think it wound up being like 20. And so you just don't get enough competitive games just because the Bamas and the Georgias and the Clemsons, when they were good, they're just so much better than everybody else.
Why has the national championship kind of fallen off? Because I feel like...
Don't forget last year's national championship game, too.
Well, it doesn't even, it's just so buried. And I know it's going to be in Houston, so we'll be all over it. And if they get Texas in that game, I'm sure the city's going to be...
when they get Texas, Bama?
Well, we'll see. If that happens, that's going to be really good for them. But, why is it that the Super Bowl has a certain feel in the national? Is it just a matter of being on Monday?
Yes.
Is it the fact that the NFL
probably
can't
is.
share? At this point, the NFL just doesn't have to share. They took over Christmas.
Yes, they did.
They took Christmas from the NBA and they took it in a big way.
Anybody seen those NBA ratings yet?
No, I saw the.
They have not posted them. The league has not put them out.
Yeah,
they put out the in-season tournament stuff. They did not put out the Christmas ratings on the.
The NFL just. I don't know what college could do. Some people say don't put it on Monday. Why is the kickoff always at 8 p.m. too?
I literally don't care what time the game kicks off. It could kick off at midnight. I'd watch it.
Yeah, I'm watching it too.
But the problem is the amount of games that have a ton of significance or a ton of interest is just so much lower. Like the NFL, you can go through the schedule this weekend. There's a ton of games that matter to playoff standings, the teams getting in, and there's the 2 playoff games and the national championship that matter a ton. And then you can go through and cherry pick a game here or there that's interesting. A lot of things too, like 15 years ago, guys played through the bowl game. And now guys are leaving for other schools. Well, they can't play right away, or they leave for the draft.
The bowls are a non-factor.
So now we're arguing 16-game slate versus 3 games. I'm going to take the 16 every time.
The other assumption that I think that's being made, I don't know if this is actually going to happen or not, but it's almost being assumed that, say, the seeds 8 through 12 or 6 through 12, they're still not going to have opt-outs in the college football playoff.
You think they will?
I think it's possible.
You think starters? starters on those teams?
I think it's possible. I mean, I'm not saying it's like 100%, but I mean like let's say Oklahoma got in this year. You think everyone's going to play?
We're going to find out. We're going to find out in a year.
I think they're in for a rude awakening. I think we're going to see some opt-outs of playoff games.
That would be really bad for college football, I'll tell you that.
I won't care until it's a quarterback. I don't care if some schmuck wide receiver wants to opt out. Good. That'll hurt your draft standing.
Does Tate Rodemaker transfer?
Who?
The Florida State guy.
Who? Oh, the backup?
Yeah, the Florida State backup. If they'd have made the playoff, does he transfer? Does he enter the portal?
I don't know.
No.
They're like an 18-point dog now against Georgia. I would have been anyways.
Georgia can play their third string and run them off the field.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be a good week.
I think the other issue that the college football playoff has, it's going up against the NFL.
Yeah.
Like the NFL has everything to itself once it gets into the postseason. College football's done. Nobody's worried about the NBA. Baseball hasn't started. It has everything. And college football playoff has to contend with the NFL, and you just can't compete with the NFL.
The crunch time of the NFL.
The NFL takes up all the oxygen in the room, and they took Christmas away from the NBA, and not only did they take Christmas away from the NBA, they did it with help of their television partner. Like ESPN had the biggest game of the week on Christmas was on ESPN ABC.
Well, ESPN's done a lot for the NBA, and they just haven't gotten they haven't quite reaped the rewards of it. Stoots, you're about to go to practice. What are we looking for there?
7 to be back on the field again, obviously. That's super important. And you got to get some of these defenders back. You got to get Rankins or Collins. Maybe Will Anderson. He was watching yesterday.
He has the boot off, right?
Usually they watch. The boot's off. Usually they watch before they get back out there, so pretty close.
What number is Kareem?
He's 22 now.
Yeah.
He's 22.
Does King can't come off it?
Well, you can't change in the middle of the year.
Okay.
Now, I understand King was 0 in the preseason, but then he got cut.
Okay.
So when he came back, 25 was available. Adrian Amos is 0.
Yeah, Amos is 0. I saw that.
Cut him again.
Yeah, just cut King just to give Kareem. cut King just to give Kareem number 25.
Then you'd have to cut Kareem again.
Yeah.
To then get him back on, then get King back on.
Yeah, do that.
That's all right. You got
time. You know what? Just let him switch jerseys. Just let King play with Jackson's
It's a minor league baseball thing. You just give somebody a jersey. You don't say anything.
Kareem in 22 doesn't seem right.
Well,
talk to him about it in 2 hours.
Let's see if one of those Titans wide receivers going over the middle alligator arms that when 22's out there.
Yeah, I'm gonna talk to Kareem about this. He's gonna join the show coming up at about probably about 1:35, 1:40 here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, the hits. They are lit. Adam Spo, he's on the scene when it comes to the Rockets. Is a guy breaking out of a slump or not? We'll talk about that next.
The Texans may have.
presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, the hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, C.J. Stroud is back. Here's D'Amico Ryans on C.J. Stroud's status.
It's encouraging to have CJ back out. It's encouraging to see him. Lifts everybody's spirits to see him back doing well and still progressing in the right direction. So happy about that.
Can you tell us more about his status and where he's at right now?
Yeah, right now he's in stage 4 of the concussion protocol. Still has one more phase.
All right, so he still has one more phase. I guess this is just kind of a monitoring situation. So this is me being dumb. I'm not like the biggest concussion protocol guy. But so does the NFL just like assign someone, like when Michael Pittman failed, like do they just have him right on the plane with them and then they decide like how? I'm assuming the guys, is there like someone just watching CJ Stroud with binoculars during practice? Like how is this working?
I think you have to pass certain tests. I think you have a neurologist and you got to pass benchmarks with that neurologist, I guess. I don't know.
So you got to pass tests?
Basically, yeah.
All right.
I've never been in the protocols. I don't know.
CJ did say he wasn't a test taker, though.
It's true.
So we got
it's a different kind of test.
We got to factor that in when it comes to the concussion. If it's all about passing tests, we got to factor that in. Have the Texans in 2 weeks, have they made you feel better or worse since CJ Stroud was gone? In other words, let's say heading into the game against the Jets, and now heading into this game against the Titans with C.J. Stroud, and let's pretend that Tank Dell's not a factor. Do you feel better or worse about the Texans?
Probably a little bit worse because of the defense, though. Just seeing what the defense did last week and making Joe Flacco and Amari Cooper look like Tom Brady and Randy Moss, that wasn't great. So I think that for me, I feel a little bit worse about them, but I think in the future, I feel better about the team overall because I think the last 2 weeks have shown just how good C.J. Stroud has been this season, and it shows you how bright the future is for him.
So we'll get this injury report. The Wednesday injury report is fake news. Like, don't even pay attention to it. Did have Blake Cashman back on the field yesterday. Will Anderson was observing. But keep an eye on the injury report. We'll keep an eye on it for you. We'll give it to you as it comes down, which should happen in the next 15 to 30 minutes. Andre Johnson. We'll hear from Andre Johnson in the noon hour. Andre Johnson has been named a Pro Football Hall of Fame finalist for the class of 2024. John McClain's in charge of the pitch. I'm a little concerned about McClain's passion. This was McClain a couple of weeks ago when we were playing a little leg hiking, talking about Andre Johnson as a Hall of Famer.
If Andre Johnson does not get into the Hall of Fame this time, it's a crime. It's criminal.
I get Figgy. It's not criminal.
What kind of sales pitch is that?
It's not criminal.
That's not how you sell it. You're going to be in charge of the sales pitch.
I am.
That's awful. He's not even riding and dying with it, Figgy.
I hope they ain't listening to the show. Criminals breaking the law.
Dump all that. Dump all that.
Don't
Hit the
dump it,
dump all that. This guy's supposed to be getting Andre in the Hall of Fame, and he's accepting defeat already. Telling you, John McClain would make a case for Billy White Shoes Johnson against Gale Sayers. I don't like his lack of passion for the Texan candidate as opposed to the Robert Brazil. Robert Brazil had a parade for, courtesy of McClain. Got to make the case. But let's just be serious, and we'll hear Andre talk about this in the noon hour. He's better than Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt. I'm not just saying, like, he's better than those guys.
Well, it helps those guys, and I don't know how the numbers stack up, but Andre Johnson played with David Carr. He played with Matt Schaub all those years.
But shouldn't that be shouldn't that work in his favor?
It should. It absolutely should. I mean, how many of Reggie Wayne's pass receptions came from Peyton Manning? Like, Peyton Manning made a lot of guys a lot of money, and that's not to say that Reggie Wayne would not have been a great player if you would have switched places. He still probably would have been a great player, but he certainly benefited from having Peyton Manning.
What do you think about this, like, Hall of Fame thing where these guys sit around for 10 years and then all of a sudden they're in the Hall of Fame?
I'm fine with that, actually.
Sometimes I think it pays off. Like, Darren Woodson's a finalist. Darren Woodson should be a Hall of Famer. Like, he's 100 times better than Leroy Butler was with Green Bay. Like, he's a better football player But sometimes it's like, man, I mean, if you don't know by now, then if you don't know at a certain point, then what are we doing?
Well, it's hard in the NFL because you have so many limits on how many guys that you can bring in every year. Like in baseball, there's a max, but you can still vote for 10 guys. You know, you can have a 10-guy ballot in baseball. In the NFL, the max that you're getting in is, 7 a year? And there are just so many more deserving candidates that probably deserve to get in. So I think, if anything, a lot of these guys get hampered by the maximum number of guys that can be inducted every single year.
I think there's a few factors that should come into this. And I'm not usually like the most passionate Hall of Fame talker. Number one, common sense. Andre Johnson's better than Reggie Wayne and Torrey Holt. I'm sorry, he's better. Number two, you mentioned the quarterbacks that he played with. I think that should be taken into account. And number three, and maybe they don't care about this, the Texans need to get someone in the Hall of Fame. Like, they're going to get J.J. Watt. Like, I do think that it being the first Texan, I think you got to get a Houston Texan in the Hall of Fame.
It took the Astros 50 years, so.
Yeah, it took the Astros a while, but
it takes time.
The Baseball Hall of Fame's a joke, though. That whole process sucks. Are you going to stand up for the baseball?
I don't care about the Baseball Hall of Fame at all.
Oh,
Doesn't
wow.
matter to me.
That's a surprise here. It's a shocker right there.
Doesn't matter.
Adam Spillane in for John Lopez. So, Jarrett Stidham, the son-in-law of former Rockets president Tad Brown.
Yes.
He will be starting for the Denver Broncos this weekend, which means Russell Wilson has been benched. Diana Rossini says Russell Wilson expects to be cut in March. Here was Sean Payton trying to explain himself.
Well, I get that. And yet I can't replace the entire offensive line. I can't bring in 5 new receivers. And if it continues over a period of time, then there'll be another guy here talking to you as well. This is something that, these are difficult decisions. And obviously there's more attention when it's the quarterback who's under contract, but different than maybe, earlier decisions we've made. I can just assure you one thing. I'm just interested in winning. And it doesn't matter how. When you do this, for this long, it's all you're interested in. There's nothing like it. That's kind of what it is.
So you kind of buy in time if you're Sean Payton. I don't think he's buying. I don't think he's on some sort of hot seat. But you get rid of Russell Wilson. You have the dead cap. You try to figure stuff out. Other thing about it is, it wasn't too long ago we were looking at the AFC West and saying, "Man, that's going to be a murderer's row." It was probably before we saw Russell Wilson actually play for the Broncos. It's not really a very good division right now. Now, depending on what the Chargers could make a lot of noise if they hire the right coach. I think they could take a significant leap, but
maybe
the Sean Payton thing I thought was a joke when we were talking about him as a candidate. I hate Sean Payton. I don't like Sean Payton. I think he's a turd. I think that he's an overrated coach. I think that if you're going to trade 3 draft picks for Sean Payton, I think that's silly. I wouldn't even hire him if you had to trade draft picks for him, but to think that he was going to come here and fix Russell Wilson, some would say, he did a decent job this year with him. That was an impossible task, and I don't think that was why Denver didn't bring Sean Payton in willing to bet that he was going to be able to save Russell Wilson. I think Russell Wilson's just kind of broken right now.
No, there was no reason to think that, and just because Sean Payton has not really had success with a quarterback like Russell Wilson before. That's not the type of quarterback that he has succeeded with. Their offense was very different from what the offense was like in New Orleans, where in New Orleans it was a lot of short stuff. In Denver, they were either throwing behind the line of scrimmage or they were throwing the ball deep. So they got what they could out of Russell Wilson, but I do think you're right that they knew all along that this wasn't going to be a long-term thing. And I think that they understood that they probably needed to move on for the sake of the organization to give themselves a chance moving forward. And they're going to take a big cap hit next season. They'll probably be one of the worst teams in the league next season, and they'll kind of start over from there.
Now the question is what's next for Russell Wilson? I mean, he's not going to go be a backup, right? He's kind of in that mix of, you're not going to bring in Russell Wilson to be a backup, right? And I don't think he wants to be. Right?
He might not have a choice. I mean, there are going to be teams that need quarterbacks next year.
I mean, let's just look at the teams that will need quarterbacks. Patriots, perhaps the Giants, maybe Washington.
They might be able to draft one.
Yeah, Washington. And some of these teams are in position.
But also don't forget
Green Bay,
Justin Fields.
Maybe.
No, Jordan Love's fine.
Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah.
Justin Fields will be out there possibly
Minnesota.
as a guy that people trade for. Kyler Murray could wind up getting traded also. So I think you're going to see a lot of quarterback movement over the course of the offseason.
See Pittsburgh?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I could see Russell Wilson in Pittsburgh.
Yeah. No, there will certainly be some options out there for him. But here's the other question. Does he significantly help those teams? Like, are the Steelers that much better with Russell Wilson based off of what you've seen from him the last 2 years?
Yeah, and what you've heard about him, like the separate, just the separation from the squad. Who knows? Rockets, they fall to the Suns yesterday, 129-113. No Dylan Brooks. Jalen Green, 23 points in 26 minutes. They host the Sixers tomorrow night. How are we assessing this Rockets squad right now? Where are we sitting right now? How are we feeling? Jalen Green, how are we feeling about Jalen Green? How are we feeling about where this Rockets squad is?
So they're 15-14 now after last night.
Which is great.
They have some good wins. They've gotten a little lucky schedule-wise where they played Memphis 3 times without Morant. They played Dallas without Luka and Kyrie last week. They played Denver a couple of times without Jamal Murray. They're probably going to play Philly on Friday without Joel Embiid. So they've gotten lucky there.
Good for them, but they also are a team that plays hard every night.
They do.
I felt like the Rockets were going to have a chance to take advantage of a league where not everyone's going to play hard every night, and I feel like this Rockets team, people might roll their eyes at it, but they're going to play hard every night.
I think the veterans that they brought in have been great additions, whether it's Fred VanVleet or Dylan Brooks or Jeff Green, especially with Brooks and VanVleet, because you have this group of young guys, and all of these guys were drafted high. They were highly touted coming out of high school, and you put them next to a couple of guys like VanVleet wasn't drafted. VanVleet went to Wichita State, wasn't drafted. He had to earn every single thing that he got in the NBA. Dylan Brooks was a second-round pick, not a highly touted guy when he went to Oregon. He went to college both those guys went to college for 4 years. Like, they had to earn everything they got in the NBA. And I think
it's amazing how we talk about that almost like they were born with 2 left feet or something.
Like, now nobody does that anymore.
Yeah, I guess.
Now you're old, but I think that putting the young guys around guys like that, I think has really helped them. You mentioned Jalen Green. The start of the season was pretty good. Started the first 16 games of the year, 19 a game, 43% shooting, which isn't great, but he's 36% from 3, getting to the line 5.5 times a game. And then all of a sudden this month, it's taken a pretty big dip where he's down to 12.8 points again before last night, 12.8 points, and he's shooting 33.6% from the field and 25.4% from 3. Like, these are like he has taken steps back, but the way that he started the season makes you feel like he can still be a quality NBA player. Maybe not the all-star that some people thought when he got drafted, but he can still be. He can do things on the floor that nobody else can do.
Yeah, I just think right now with Jalen Green, like, just take a step back and realize he's not. Yeah, he's probably not going to be Jason Tatum. He's probably not going to be Devin Booker, but he's a good NBA player that on any given night can give you 30 points, and on any given night he can go 3 for 18 from the field and give you 6, which that's fine. Just adjust the expectations.
He's one of these guys.
Seems like there's a lot of arguing about him online.
I try to avoid all that as much as I can. He's a guy who he's probably not going to make $1 billion in the league, but you know what? He's still going to make a lot of money in the league.
Yeah, he's an NBA caliber ball player.
You know who he kind of? You look at the career that Jeff Green has had, where Jeff Green is now in year 16, year 17 in the NBA. He was a top 5 pick. I bet Jeff Green figured when he came into the league, I'm going to be a 10-time All-Star. He's probably not going to be. That's probably what Jalen Green thought he was going to be.
Yeah, but they're built a little different. I think if Jeff Green had Jalen Green's talents and God-given abilities, he would have been a 10-time All-Star.
Maybe.
I can't believe Jeff Green's still playing.
Playing well, too.
Incredible.
Playing against Kevin Durant last night, which was, those were guys drafted at the same time in Seattle of all places.
Seattle. Yeah. God, last guys to put on those uniforms. Coming up with a loss to Tennessee. We know that the Texans are better off than we thought they'd be, but would a loss to Tennessee erase it all? We'll discuss next.
It's Texas.
Adam Spillane in for John Lopez, Landry Locker here. We'll talk to Kareem Jackson coming up. I know that it's been a good season. I know that they being the Texans, have surpassed a lot of expectations. We'll give you the update on who's on the practice field shortly, but there are a lot of acceptable ways for this thing to go down for the Texans. Like losing to the Indianapolis Colts wouldn't be the end of the world, but for the Texans to lose to the Tennessee Titans and have this season ended with C.J. Stroud on the field, with the Titans kind of limping, it would kind of ruin everything that I've seen this year. Would it ruin my optimism for the future? No, but I almost look at this as you've got to beat this Tennessee squad in order to solidify no disappointment no matter what. You got to win this game against the Titans. You can't lose this. Can't lose to this squad in that building. Cannot happen.
I agree with that, but I don't think it would change the way that I view this season. Just because
you think you're playing with house money.
I do.
You think you're playing with house money. You haven't adjusted your expectations.
I have not. Just because so many things have gone against them this season with the injuries. The expectations were so low when the season started. And then the guys that you needed to see perform well, C.J. Stroud, Will Anderson, Derek Stingley Jr., those guys have performed well. So for me, that right there, those three guys having successful seasons, I think for me that overshadows anything else that happens.
So we have C.J. Stroud back on the practice field. That's some good news. Cody Stutes, who was just here, putting that out. No Sheldon Rankins and no Will Anderson or Malik Collins at the moment. You do have Laramie Tunsil. That is a very thin D-line. Those are perhaps your three best defensive linemen, and this is coming off a performance in which a couple weeks ago you kept Derrick Henry in check. So I don't think Derrick Henry's going to go for 300 like the old days, but the Texans, assuming that there's no Rankins and assuming that there's no Malik Collins, the Texans are going to – the next man up is going to have to be on steroids when they take on the Tennessee Titans on Sunday.
And that's why I say it wouldn't be all that disappointing if they were to lose this game because of what you just said. They are so beaten up right now, and they have had just a revolving door of guys in and out. It's tough to really have some consistency, especially at this point of the year.
Do you think this is like a flukish year, or do you think this is just the new norm? Not with the Texans. I'm talking about with all the quarterbacks that we're seeing. Like we're going to see Trevor Siemian, Joe Flacco, Bailey Zappi, Taylor Heineke, Gardner Minshew, Mason Rudolph, Easton Stick, Jake Browning, Jacoby Brissett, Tyrod Taylor, Jarrett Stidham, and there could be more to that list. Like, is this like the new norm, or is this just kind of one of those like flukish years where all these quarterbacks are getting hurt?
I think it's the new norm. I think you have a longer season. Offensive line play has really taken a hit, and I think a lot of people will tell you it's because teams don't practice the way that they used to. So yeah, I think you're just going to see this more often, which is unfortunate, and it kind of shows you that teams better start taking the backup quarterback position a whole lot more seriously than they have.
It's insurance, man. It's insurance. I don't know why anyone wouldn't at this point. And it's like you don't need insurance till you need it.
Teams for a long time felt like they could get away with having a backup quarterback on a minimum contract, but that's not going to work, and you don't want it to where if one guy gets hurt, I guess because there was the thinking that you could keep quarterbacks healthy, but with the way the league is now, it's a lot harder to keep the quarterback healthy especially for 17 games, and you don't want your season to completely dissipate based on one guy getting hurt. So I would hope that teams have learned that lesson.
C.J. Stroud, I don't want if it's an out of sight, out of mind thing, but I just can't. I can't really explain like how I feel right now about C.J. Stroud. It's not that I feel worse because he's done nothing to make me feel worse, but it almost feels like I'm not expecting him to go in and be what he was before he got hurt. And I don't know why. I don't know if it's just because I went 2 weeks without it. I don't know if it's because he doesn't have Tank Dell. I don't know if it's because I don't trust this offensive line. I'm not. It's not that I'm not as confident in C.J. Stroud because I feel good about C.J. Stroud, especially long term. My expectations just aren't where they were as recent as 3 weeks ago, where I felt like C.J. Stroud could just go out there and single-handedly win you a game.
Was it because the last time you saw him, he was getting shut out against the Jets?
Perhaps. Which natural. But I mean, that was crappy weather. There was
it's a good defense.
No Nico, no Tank. But that was kind of an unacceptable type of performance.
I know what you're saying. Plus, it's a couple weeks off. You said it. That there are some injuries, but when you see the way that the offense has been run the last couple of weeks, it kind of shows you that the offensive success was mostly due to C.J. Stroud. And I think that having him back and being able to basically run your offense, I think that that's only going to help them. And I think that right there gives them a much better chance to win this game on Sunday, regardless of who plays defense.
Do you trust Bobby Slowick? 713-572-4610. Text line 361 says, I'm worried about the play calling. Will they just be conservative, trying to keep Stroud out of harm's way and not let him move the ball? And is that going to come back to bite us? Do you trust Bobby Slowick in this situation?
I trust him a whole lot more with C.J. Stroud than I do with Case Keenum and Davis Mills. I think that C.J. Stroud will make any play caller look good. I think you and I could call the plays for C.J. Stroud and we'd look really good. We'd be head coaches within a couple years. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I might get a little too conservative.
Oh, no, I wouldn't.
Nah, you would just do analytic crap. You'd analytic your way out of the league. You'd Brandon Staley your way out of the league. All this analytic crap.
There would be no running on first and second down if it were me calling the plays.
I do wonder what they're going to do there, and how Bobby Slowick is going to adjust, because there's been times where Bobby Slowick is, I don't want to say overthought, but there's been times where he's trusted C.J. Stroud too much. CJ on third down, or up 13, 3rd and 3, throw the ball, interception, 3rd and 1, 4th and 1 throw. I do wonder what the balance is like. Or do you just go out there and play and just say whatever happens, happens? I would like to hear from C.J. Stroud too, by the way. It's been about 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks since we've heard from C.J. Stroud. Need to hear from him, man.
I would like to know who's going to be the starting quarterback. It'd be nice if they just made an announcement. Who's going to start?
Well, once he's cleared, he's going to be the starter for sure. 713, I trust Slowick with CJ and Singletary, forcing Pierce up the middle over and over. Almost had me out on him. I don't think that might be kind of a thing of the past.
But remember, he's a first-year play caller. So
that is another thing. So D'Amico's a first-year coach. Yeah, CJ's a first-year quarterback.
So you have all these guys basically learning these jobs on the fly, and it's not easy. So I think that the fact that they are getting through this season and they've got a chance to make the playoffs, they should win this game on Sunday. I think that it's all positive.
No, it's not positive if they lose this game. If they lose this game, all hell is breaking out on Monday.
Probably.
It's been pretty tough. Yeah, if they lose, you can't lose to the look. Let's put it this way, from every angle. From a competitive standpoint, you're having your playoff dreams crushed by a team that is not even I don't even know how much they're trying to win. They're trying to win. They're battling, but they're erring on the side of caution when it comes to rest. That team also happens to be the team that left this city and wore Houston Oilers uniforms this year. And there's also
they look good.
Some vibes.
They look good.
There's also some vibes at the stadium to where I think they're probably, I don't know if it's going to be a full house, but I think it's going to be close to a full house because there's a lot of passion that comes out when the Titans are in town. And the people that might be returning to the stadium for the first time are going to have their season ended by the Tennessee Titans. Yeah. I would still perhaps buy stock in the Texans long term, but in this year, I don't care what the expectations were at the start. I don't give a damn if the win-loss total was 6. I don't give a damn if it was 5.5, 6.5. I don't care. You cannot have your season ended that way. And I don't think it will. I don't anticipate that happening, although the one thing, if we want to go perhaps over-romanticized and combine that with the stuff that's going on right now, Derrick Henry coming off the historically embarrassing performance that he had against the Texans the last time these teams played. 20 touches, less than 15 scrimmage yards. First player in NFL history to do that, combined with no Rankins, no Malik Collins, no Will Anderson. You do got to wonder where things go there.
Don't forget, and correct me if I'm wrong, This will be DeAndre Hopkins' first game at NRG Stadium since he was traded?
Correct.
There'll be some revenge on his mind, too, I'm sure.
Well, Derek Stingley might have a little something to say about that.
Not if he's lined up on the other side.
Yeah, D'Amico doesn't necessarily follow him. Who would you rather have at quarterback? Like, if your goal is a Texans win, who would you rather have at quarterback, Ryan Tannehill or Will Levis?
If you're thinking about it from the Texans
If you
point
want
of
the
view,
Texans to win, who would you rather have?
Levis.
Me too.
They just beat Levis.
Yeah, they just beat Levis. He's beat up. I think he's a quarterback that'll keep you in games. I would much rather, like I want the Texans to win. I would much rather see Will Levis than Ryan Tannehill. Not even close.
Although Levis will test you deep a little bit more. And that's where an area where the Texans have really struggled.
But the receivers on their squad are a little Although he did have on the first drive, he had I think he had like 61 yards on the first drive, and then he kind of toned down the last time they played. But yeah, they don't really have a lot of talent at receiver either.
Again, they just made Amari Cooper look like Randy Moss last week.
Well, Amari Cooper's not some scrub.
He's not, but he's also not Randy Moss. He's not a guy who should have 265 receiving yards against you.
Yeah. How do you do on your fantasy team? You have him. Congratulations. How many points did you get?
I don't remember. I'm getting ready for a championship game.
No, I'm
right
asking
now.
like how many?
0. I benched him.
For who?
Cortland Sutton.
Okay.
And you know what? Still won. That's right. Still won.
That must be a rough league. That must be a rough league.
Or I just drafted a gret team. Josh Allen, Rashad White.
I don't need the lineup. I don't need the lineup. Adam Spillane in for John Lopez here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Devontae Smith, Justin Tucker.
We'll talk to if you're mentioning your kicker, you know you got a crappy squad.
Hall of Famer.
Yeah, okay. It's a kicker. If you're listing a kicker on your fantasy squad as something, man, who are you in a league with?
16 points on Monday. 16.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know about this league that Adam Spillane's in. Kareem Jackson going to join us in about an hour and a half. First interview he's done since coming back. He was at his locker yesterday. We'll hear from Andre Johnson as well in this noon hour. Confessions coming up. We talked about the Jags and where the Jags are right now. Trevor Lawrence returning to the practice field. Indianapolis going to face the Raiders. I think Indianapolis is in the same situation that Tennessee was last year before the winter go-home game, where now if you're talking about winning the division, they probably need to win this. But as far as getting into the tournament, as Bill Parcells would call it, getting into the dance, Indianapolis can actually lose to the Raiders this week and then just beat the Texans. Because remember last year when the Jags and Titans were facing, and it was like the Titans rested all their guys in week 17 because it didn't matter whether they won or lost? That's kind of the situation that the Colts are in as well, which I don't know. I don't know how much it matters because I think they're going to play to win no matter what against the Raiders. But that is kind of what, like, if we're going to play chess right now, the checker, just the immediate move is beat the Titans and then keep control of your own destiny. But the Colts can actually treat this like a preseason game and just put all their chips on the table against the Texans.
Are you sure though? Because you have Pittsburgh still at 8-7. Like in terms of Texans, in terms of their matchup with the Texans, yeah, that would be the case because they'd win the tiebreaker with the Texans. So if both teams are 9-8, they would get it because of the tiebreaker. But Pittsburgh can still get to 10 wins. Cincinnati can still get to 10 wins. So I don't know if that's totally true.
But the final spot with man, let's just not get into scenarios right now. You're putting a lot on me. Yeah, Pittsburgh and Cincinnati. Maybe I'm assuming that those teams are going to lose, but it does.
Which by the way they could. Yeah. Cincinnati plays Kansas City.
Yeah, Cincinnati's in Kansas City.
Pittsburgh I think has a tougher. Pittsburgh has Seattle this week.
Yeah, so Pittsburgh's at Seattle. So maybe I'm just kind of assuming there, but the reality is there could be a scenario where the Colts lose and then it does. Like the Texans can't clinch a playoff spot this week.
Yes, correct.
There's nothing that they can do in regards to that. So that's kind of where we're at. But
kind of like the Raiders though against Indianapolis.
They're one of those like gimmicky ass interim coach type of squads that are playing well.
Zamir White's good. I don't know where he came from, but he's good.
Yeah, he did his thing. He filled in for Jacobs the other day.
Not a great look for Josh Jacobs. He's had a bad year after last year.
Yeah,
holding out
after all the drama. Hasn't been good. Could be on the market. Could be a Texan next year.
That's why running backs don't get paid.
Could be a Texan next year.
Free agent.
Texans need to sign a running back. I think you and I are both on the Saquon thing. I think Saquon would be, assuming he's going to hit the market, and with what the Texans need, I think Saquon would be a really, really, really good addition for this squad. They need a running back who can do it all.
And those guys aren't going to cost you that much anymore. It's just the way that running back contracts are going. And if you are going to maybe overpay a little bit, now's the time to do it when C.J. Stroud is still on the rookie deal.
Or you could overpay Titus Howard.
Why not overpay them all? You got $60 million in cap space.
The lack of appreciation for the running back position is like one of the most frustrating things that has happened to me. And that was one of the things that I was looking forward to with Caserio. I thought, New England likes running backs. They draft them in the first round. They use all types of them, and I'll be damned. Texans, no depth at running back. Worst depth at the position in the entire NFL. Is what it is. Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playoffs after a tough loss to the
during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I want the Texans to play the Kansas City Chiefs in the first round of the playoffs. That is my dream scenario. Division titles, meh. I want the biggest stage, Taylor Swift in the stands, the ghost of the Kansas City Chiefs, Patrick Mahomes, James Toney, Travis Kelce might be a little bit of a problem, but he ain't what he once was. Chiefs defense is good. They ain't Cleveland Browns good. Texans versus Kansas City Chiefs. I confess, that is my dream matchup in the playoffs. Never thought I'd be saying that, but I am saying it with my chest out.
Do you think that, let's say it's on NBC, does NBC bring in new Patriots head coach Bill O'Brien for some studio analyst work for that game?
I do not think Bill O'Brien is getting the New England Patriots job.
Have some fun with me here. Come on.
Yeah, I do not think that Bill O'Brien is getting the head coaching job. And you're going back to that 24-0 game, which, by the way, ended up being one of the best days. A lot of people say, oh, man, that was awful. No, it was good. It ended Bill O'Brien. Should have been fired right after the game because he was so scared. That was one of the most gutless performances. He peed his pants on the sidelines. They did not show it. The camera did not show it. He peed his pants on the sidelines, didn't have a play on fourth down. That was a low point for B.O.B.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So I have a 3-year-old niece.
Okay.
She told me to go away a couple of weeks ago.
Okay.
I still haven't recovered.
What were you doing?
She was in a mood, and I had come by, and she said, go away. I still just like, man, broke my heart. I thought me and this kid were cool.
So what did you say to the kid?
I said nothing. I said, okay.
So you actually went away?
I did.
Well, that's bad. You should have taught her a lesson.
I mean, she said it multiple times to go away. Has Avery told you to go away yet?
Not
or
yet.
To F off?
Maybe with her face, but not with her words. So I am still, I'm still okay with that. Still doing okay.
It's only a matter of time.
For sure.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I've gotten to the point where I look forward. Like back in the day, it used to be you get to Tuesday, you get to Wednesday, and you're looking forward to whatever you got going Friday night, whatever you got going Saturday. I've now gotten to the point where I just look forward to the Friday sleep-in. Whether it's 9:30, 10, 10:30, who knows? Maybe things get crazy and you get to flukishly sleep till noon. I've gotten to where I get to like Wednesday, I'm looking forward to just the Friday sleep-in. I don't know what's happened in my life, but that's just kind of where I'm at.
That's what happened.
It's just kind of where I'm at, man.
No, I'm the same way. It's nice on days where you don't have to do anything. Like, I'm looking forward to tomorrow.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't care about New Year's Eve at all.
No,
not one bit.
No, it's nice to kind of flip the page, but like as far as going out on New Year's Eve, it's always been for like the amateurs. Like the real fun is like just a random Tuesday going out. But New Year's Eve, you're going to the bars that you always go to, except they're packed. They're charging. Sometimes they're charging you like $20, a $50 cover at like at a dive bar. There's people that don't know how to drink or handle their alcohol that are out. It's crowded. A lot of times you're trying to make, just an average spot into something big. I'm with you. New Year's Eve is it's not what that is.
This will be what my Sunday is. We'll go to the Texans game. I'll come home from the Texans game, and that'll be it. I will not leave once I get home from the Texans game. I'll watch the Sunday night game. What is it? Green Bay and Minnesota. I need Green Bay to win that game, and then that's it.
What is it, Survivor pool?
No, I have Green Bay's win total. 7.5. They're at 7 wins. I need them to win one of these last two.
How heavy did you bet on that?
Not that. Normal amount. It's not going to cripple me. I won't be bankrupt.
Watch this.
Good to know.
These are my confessions.
I kind of feel like Texas is going to easily handle Washington. And I don't know how to feel about this. There's times where I've been confident that Texas is going to win. And there's times where I felt like, not confident heading into games that you think they should. I kind of feel like Texas is going to handle Washington, and it's going to be relatively easy. Not like some sort of blowout. I think it's going to be a relatively easy win for Texas. Now, when they play Alabama or Michigan, can't say the same. Not confident in that. But I kind of feel like Texas is going to handle Washington somewhat easy.
First of all, you're correct. Like, you sandbag like crazy when it comes to Texas football. And you don't give them credit for anything. You are worried about every single opponent.
I wasn't worried about Bama as much as, probably should have been.
But, like, you were worried about Texas Tech.
Ish.
Kansas State.
Kansas State, yes. They probably should have lost that if Kansas State hadn't decided to
Iowa State
go for it. That was a close game. U of H was a close game. I'm telling you. A lot of times,
Dana Holgerson's team showed some fight that day.
What is he up to right now? What is in Dana Holgerson's hand right now? Probably something cold or warm, depending on
maybe some casino chips.
Perhaps.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I don't want Texas to be in that national championship game. I don't want to have to hear that fight song at that game. I don't want to have to see all that burnt orange in the stands.
Well, don't you think it's a better atmosphere if Texas is in the game?
No, I'd rather have the Big Ten. No,
lose?
I want to see the Big Ten.
So you're counting Washington. You're already considering. So is Texas?
As long as they're good, yeah.
So is the SEC rooting for Texas?
I think so, yeah. I want to see the Big Ten versus Big Ten matchup.
This is pretty much two SEC. This is an SEC.
This is what we're going to have from now until the end of time.
This is an SEC. Texas is going to be in the SEC. Washington's going to be in the Big Ten. So this is an SEC Big Ten combo.
That's what college football is going to be because Florida State's going to leave the ACC. Clemson will probably leave the ACC too. So it's just the two conferences at this point. That's what we've become.
You like that?
No, but it's just
Pac-12 has never meant anything to me.
I've always liked the tradition of having the West Coast schools and having the Rose Bowl and having that be. I think the BCS kind of killed the Pac-12. It was the Pac-10 back then because they kind of got lumped in with everybody else. Like, they used to just go play in their Rose Bowl and that was it.
Watch this. My confessions.
I bet on an over and under during the show.
Yes.
And you are in on it as well. Little Boston College versus SMU over under. It's in the fourth quarter right now.
It's got a big play.
Got to confess, may have jinxed it. Said it was
touchdown Boston College.
Said it was a lock. And then I'll be damned if they kind of slowed down a little bit, Spo.
Not just slowed down, they threw an interception in the red zone. Like you said it, and then they threw an interception in the red zone.
Kind of happens. I don't believe in the jinx, except when it comes to gambling, I think the jinx might be alive and well.
Yes, it is. The gods are always listening. That's just how this is.
The gambling gods. What's the heaviest bet you made this year?
I did a teaser to try and keep myself from having to pay up.
Mm-hmm.
It hit. It was only like $300.
Okay.
It was Did
you have to sweat it at all, or was it?
No, it was easy. I should have just taken. It was Buffalo. It was Buffalo and the Broncos. So pushing them up to like +7, +7.5, and both of them won straight up.
Do you ever feel like you're kind of cheating when you do a teaser? Like I know they pay, but teasers are just kind of. What are we doing here?
It's business.
Yeah, I get it's business.
It's just business.
But some people just like the sweat of the like business.
I'm here to make money. I'm here for this is business. It's not about a sweat. It's about making money.
It's lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We'll hear from Andre Johnson in a sec. I want to touch on the state of the Astros. I would not be doing my job correctly if I didn't ask you about this Astros situation with Jim Crane, with money, with trade. Are we going to see any big trades? And when I say big trades, Framber Valdez, Alex Bregman from the Astros, or you think they're just going to kind of come back with the same squad?
I think it's very possible they trade Framber Valdez. I really
this offseason.
Yes, I think that is very much a possibility. Like, if you told me they went out and signed a veteran starting pitcher to give them a little bit more depth to trade Framber Valdez, it wouldn't shock me at all.
Do you think that would be the right move? I don't think you pay Framber Valdez at this point. You still have the club control. Do you think that, but would you support that move?
I'd have to see what they get back. But I don't think it's a bad idea, because I do think they need to do something to rebuild that farm system, because it's empty. Like, there's just nothing left in there, just based off of some poor drafting in the past. The Verlander trade got rid of basically anything that they had in there. So if you have a chance to rebuild that farm system a little bit, I think that they need to. But at the same time, they also need to maintain the major league roster. That's why I say if they're able to go out and sign another starting pitcher, then it wouldn't shock me if Framber Valdez goes.
What's Fromber's trade value? I mean, because everybody saw how up and down he was last year, obviously. Like, what is the trade value for Fromber?
I would still think it's high just because the ups are so high. You know what I mean? Like, I thought he was probably the favorite to win the Cy Young at the All-Star break. And he threw a no-hitter in August. So, I mean, he's still really good. It's just a matter of, can you keep him focused? Can you keep him engaged? He will be pitching for a contract. I mean, this is a guy who's 2 years away from free agency. That is certainly going to be in his mind. They certainly aren't going to be, I can't imagine they're the team that will wind up signing him. So if you can get a haul, maybe not a haul, but if you can maybe get 2 good prospects back for him, I think that helps you moving forward, because the way that they've gone about things where they'll take guys to free agency and just take the comp pick, that's not going to work anymore.
Adam Spillane in for John Lopez. Coming up, Andre Johnson. He had some interesting things to say when he joined us a couple of weeks ago about the Hall of Fame. Those things are more topical than ever now. You're going to hear Andre as candid as you've ever heard him making his case for being a Hall of Famer next.
The Texans may have lost an important match.
and Landry Locker.
All right, we'll hear from Andre Johnson in a second. Bill O'Brien right now trending. Jalen Milroe, local guy. Great kid, by the way. It's been nice seeing him bounce back this year. Has Alabama in position to come to his hometown and perhaps win a national championship for Nick Saban. Apparently there was a coach once upon a time who told him he sucked and he shouldn't be a quarterback. The coach was Bill O'Brien. So Bill O'Brien with the national championship, 10 days away from being in H-Town. Bill O'Brien is trending. The spirit lives on.
He likes telling people that they suck. It's kind of his thing.
Unbelievable. That is like, I mean, I guess it shouldn't shock me, but goodness gracious, that is just kind of wild right there.
Not really when you know the guy.
Yeah, I mean, but damn. Told the dude he sucked, huh? That's wild.
They shouldn't play quarterback.
There was once upon a time, Andre Johnson, he was only going to be able to catch 50 balls in Bill O'Brien's offense, which is why he ended up leaving Houston. Andre Johnson is a finalist for the Pro Football Hall of Fame. He joined us right here on this program not too long ago, and we got into some of this Hall of Fame stuff. Here is a candid version of Andre Johnson breaking down the Hall of Fame process, where he thinks he sits in it, and a lot more here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hall of Fame, we have John McClain on every Tuesday. He's the one that's going to make the case. How you feeling about this whole process? Is it something that stresses you out? How do you feel about the whole Hall of Fame process that you're going through?
Man, it's funny you asking me this. So me and Owen Daniels we work out at the same gym, and he asked me the same question yesterday. To be honest, I really don't worry about it. Because it's out of my control. So I was a finalist my first 2 years. I mean, just being a finalist my first 2 years says a lot. I think at some point I'll get in. It's just a matter of the time of when it happens. So it's nothing I stress about. It's funny because when I talk to the Hall of Fame, when they call you, give you the call to let you know if you made it or not. Mm-hmm. They be like, you're the most calmest guy out of everybody.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah, because I'm just like, hey, man, I appreciate it. Thanks a lot, and we'll see what happens next year. So
I think you're gonna get in, but it bothers me because I don't think Torrey Holt, and I don't think you should have to wait for Torrey Holt and Reggie Wayne. I'm just saying. I know you're not going to say that. I don't like the thought that he's got to wait for these guys before he gets in. That seems like a weird process for me.
I tell people. So when people ask me, I always tell them, I was like, if you look at the finalists or the semifinalists, or just look at the receivers, everybody has played with a Hall of Fame quarterback, a Hall of Fame receiver, and a Hall of Fame running back.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I haven't played with any of that.
Yeah, and there's no way Reggie Wayne thinks he's better than you. Like, yeah, I'll go back to Miami. He doesn't think he's better than you. Come on, let's be serious. He knows the deal.
No, Reggie's always said that he think I would get in before he would.
There you go. And we got on McClain the other day because we told him on the air to do the Andre Johnson pitch, and I was like, man, if that's what you're bringing, good God, man, what is that? If he wore, I guarantee if you wore an Oilers uniform, McClain would be willing to die for you with this pitch. He's got to step his game up too.
No, he's been doing a good job. He's been in touch with me, through the whole process. So, hopefully we can get in this year. We'll see what happens.
You got to get him in, man. This is the first. It would be the first Texan. It would be. He's better than Torrey Holt. He's better than Reggie Wayne. I'm not just saying that. They know that. You heard him say Reggie Wayne knows that too. We got to get a little bit of. We got to get a little bit of passion from John McClain, man. We got to get some of that love you blue passion from McClain to get him in there.
Do you like the Football Hall of Fame process? Do you like that voting process?
It's fine. I don't. I feel like they get it right more than the baseball, so I'm okay with that. My childhood heroes at least get in. They're not being held back because of steroids or anything like that.
I don't like that there are just so few people that do get in, though. Because I think there are just many, 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 many more deserving guys that should probably be in. And that's why you wind up having this backlog to where, I think what the max is 5 modern candidates can only get in every single year. I think that should probably be increased to 6, 7, maybe even more than that.
So Julius Peppers, could have been the first Houston Texan Hall of Famer. They decided to go with David Carr instead. He and Antonio Gates are in there. I think Peppers is a lock.
I would put Andre in over Antonio Gates.
Yeah, but I think Peppers.
Who are the other
is in.
finalists? Are you going to run through them?
Patrick Willis.
I would put Andre in above Patrick Willis.
Dwight Freeney.
Maybe not.
Jared Allen.
I would put Andre Johnson in ahead of Jared Allen.
Willie Anderson.
That's a tough one.
And then Darren Woodson and Devin Hester. They're all back.
Okay, Andre Johnson should definitely go in ahead of Devin Hester.
And then you have Fred Taylor.
No.
Eric Allen and Rodney Harrison. So,
Are there 5 guys on that list that you would say are more deserving than Andre Johnson?
I don't think so.
Okay, so let's go, McClain.
Yeah,
on you.
I don't know if that's a good thing, to be honest with you. After hearing that pitch, it's gracious.
I do think, though, it would be significant for the organization to have that done, because I remember when Craig Biggio was voted into the Baseball Hall of Fame, that was a big moment for the Astros, because the Astros had gone 50 years without having a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, especially at the NFL level, I almost think that you just got to get it, man.
Oh, we got a touchdown Boston College here.
Oh, there you go. I'm not sure the audience cared about that, but
Can we go for 2 real quick?
It's the Adams Spillane gambling is in full effect here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So there you go. Squirrel from Adam Spillane. Practice report for the Texans. C.J. Stroud, he's back on the field. Laramie Tunsil, he's on the field. Sheldon Rankins, not on the field. Steven Nelson out there, looks limited. That's been kind of the case for him a lot this year. He actually deserves a lot of credit for playing hurt. Shaq Mason back on the field. And then we get to that defensive line. No Jonathan Grenard. No Malik Collins. No Will Anderson Jr. So offense might have to carry him this week. Might have to have a C.J. Stroud dependent game, assuming that we get to see C.J. Stroud. There's been word on the street that we might get to hear from C.J. Stroud today. Not on this show, but at the podium, locker, whatever, in some way, shape, or form. I need to hear the voice to know that he exists.
Proof of life?
Yeah, I need to see the proof of life for C.J. Stroud. It's been too long, man.
I mean, it would be a cool moment Sunday if they introduce the offense and he's the last guy after the last couple of weeks.
You know the worst thing that happened that the Patriots did? We just mentioned
the team thing.
Introducing the team through the tunnel is one of the corniest things ever. It's all about like the Ray Lewis dance or like the quarterback coming through the tunnel. That whole like introduced as a team thing.
And they did that at the Super Bowl.
They did it against the Rams.
Boston College missed the extra point, by the way. They should have gone for 2.
Focus up. Goodness gracious. The hell is wrong with you? This effing.
Problem Gambling Helpline.
Thank you. Goodness gracious. But I hate the like team introduction thing. If the Texans get to the Super Bowl, they do the team introduction, I'm going to be livid.
I think that's all they do now. I don't think they do.
Well, that's because they're obligated. You know, like when you see
Patriots
someone
ruin it for everybody else.
like you see someone do something and then you're like, oh, well, that's supposed to be a representation of the team. Now all of a sudden everyone feels obligated to get introduced as a team.
That's why the Rams lost that Super Bowl. Is because the Patriots were introduced as a team and the Rams were introduced as individuals.
And that's
and
the
team
narrative
won.
now, and that's why everyone's doing the team thing now. Go back to the individuals. That's the best thing when they come out the tunnel.
The Patriot way just ruins it for everybody else.
It's an absolute joke. It's a disaster. Can't be having that. Kareem Jackson as a starting safety for the Texans, we think, unless they're going to go with Amos or something like that. Jimmy Ward, he's out for the year. Can you rely on Jimmy? I mean, do you bring back Jimmy Ward? I heard Sean talking about. I think you absolutely bring him back. I think he's making like $5 million next year. There's still value. Do you want to be 100% dependent? No, but I do think you bring back Jimmy Ward if he wants to still play.
Yeah, that's the exact way to put it. I think that guys like that are invaluable to have in your building, and you just don't want to have to rely on them. You don't want them to have to start games or be on the field 80% of the time because they're just not going to be able to hold up once you get into your 30s. So, no, Jimmy Ward in a limited role is perfect.
Yeah, I would bring back Jimmy Ward. Cashman, I would bring back. Try to figure out what the value is there. But there's a lot of guys that they've been dependent on that you just can't really depend on, whether it's Cashman, whether it's Jimmy Ward. You can't necessarily depend on those guys, but you want them on your team.
But a lot of that is just because of the state that the roster has been in, where there just wasn't a whole lot of talent on the roster, and you were just kind of trying to piece it together. Now I think they're in a position where they've had a couple of full drafts under Nick Caserio. They will actually have some money to spend in free agency, so that I think will only enhance just the overall talent on the roster from top to bottom.
And there's going to be a lot of options for the Texans to add to the roster. These guys that you brought in on one-year deals, find the next version of those guys. Don't fall in love with them. I think Bill O'Brien did that a little bit, where you these core pieces, you fall in love with them instead of looking to upgrade. Texans are going to have to. I like the churning of the roster, especially when the quality of player, the higher level of player is available. And I think the Texans have actually done a good job of in-season additions and all that type of stuff. There's a lot of elements to this organization that I think are nice. The one thing that Nick Caserio has said this year, like, for all his glory, and he's probably got to be up for exec of the year. Like, I don't even know who's competing with him. The one thing that he said on these airwaves that I thought was the worst thing that he said was, man, if we had 500 Jalen Petries, we'd be fine. Now, you'd probably have the first pick in the draft. Like, that's the over-romanticizing of, like, intangibles and hardo football guy. Like, it's one thing if you want to say Jalen Petry's a good football. By the way, he's been benched and burned multiple times since Caserio said that. But when he said, if we had 500 Jalen Petries, we'd be okay, probably not.
But if you'd have said that a year ago,
I probably wouldn't have either. It was a misleading good year. There was a lot of missed tackles, the interceptions. It was
a rookie.
500 Jalen Petries. He said this like 3 weeks ago with Sean and Seth.
I do think what happened to Jalen Petrie, that's probably not a story for now.
It's honestly the most surprising thing. Like, it's not necessarily that he didn't, like, take the next step. It's the fact that he took like three steps back.
And that, I think, is something that they're going to have to address and figure out why that happened. Because they need him. That's a guy that they picked at the top of the second round. You need guys like that to succeed. Like, this isn't a 4th or 5th round pick. This is a guy that you had major expectations for and you invested a lot in.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys that, I mean, I looked at it. I didn't think he was like some Pro Bowl player last year or something, but I looked at Jalen Petrie and said, okay, D'Amico, in this system, like Jalen Petrie, they're going to be able to get the most out of him, and it hasn't been the case. He's been the most disappointing guy. I do wonder, too, how's he going to handle being benched? Word on the streets is he hadn't handled it too well. So we will see. We still haven't heard from Jalen Petrie, which is unbelievable. Like, you don't hear from Laramie Tunsil ever, even after like the Josh Allen game, and we haven't heard from Jalen Petrie now. It's kind of strange to me. I almost feel like they need to start the Texans when they get good. If they're just going to have like water being carried in Costco bulk in the locker room to where there's not going to be like they might need to just start sending guys to the podium like Petrie and like Tunsil and all that.
The problem on Sunday, they kept the locker room closed for a long time after that game.
After losses?
It was 26 minutes after the game.
The one thing, like, after losses, that place is a ghost town.
And it was even more so.
But after wins, it's like a crowded bar.
But it was even more so a ghost. 26 minutes after the game was when they opened the locker room.
They get out of there.
And so by the time that they opened the locker room, that's when Keenum went to the podium. So they're trying to make sure, they're trying to clear it out even more by getting as much media out of there as possible. So there was nobody left in there.
Yeah, I do wonder where Petrie's mind's at. Who knows? Maybe he'll come through and make a play Sunday. Kareem Jackson, he's going to be lining up next to Jalen Petrie. We'll hear from him in the 1 o'clock hour. Also, the internet going nuts. Some fake news. Well, another one of these young kids falling for the fake news. But coming up next, the Texans practice reports and the injury report that matters most, plus suspensions and benchings as Week 17 begins. Round the league next.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Kareem Jackson, he's going to join the show coming up probably in about 35 minutes. Here's D'Amico Ryans. Played with Kareem for a couple of years. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about Kareem Jackson being back in H-Town.
Veteran safety there who lost Jimmy. He won't be able to be back with us, so just looking to add more depth to our safety position there. And at this time of year, it's hard to find a guy who has the type of experience that Kareem has and the type of playmaking ability that he has. So we're able to add a guy. Looking forward to working with him.
I don't think he ever should have gotten away. I thought he would have been a bargain signing, especially when you look at what he signed with the Broncos. I remember we interviewed him, myself and John Lopez, at the Super Bowl in, I think it might have been 19, and he said they didn't even hit him up. And this was the same year where he and Tyrann Mathieu were free agents. They didn't even hit him up, didn't even talk to him. So it's good to get Kareem Jackson back. I also think it's good for overall vibes, like former Texans players kind of getting a taste of the organization that they were in before. You see JJ, he's kind of feeling it, and now Kareem comes into the mix. So I think it's a good thing overall. It's familiarity with fans. It's really weird though that he's rocking number 22. That's not going to look right. But I'm happy to have Kareem back. I think it's a good in-season addition, and he should fit in nicely to what they're trying to do. Just go see ball, hit ball.
That duo in the secondary with him and Jonathan Joseph, that was a really good duo for a long time. And I'm with you. I was a little surprised that they broke those two up, and I'm surprised that they didn't, like you said, even try to bring Kareem Jackson back. Yeah, they finally moved him to safety, and then they had to move him back to corner. His last year here, the first 4 games, he was the best defensive player on the squad. And then he had to do other stuff. Let's hear from Kareem Jackson again. We'll hear him on the show as well, talking about being back and perhaps being misunderstood with all of the talk about dirty play, etc.
A lot of energy, a lot of playmakers, and I just want to be a piece of the puzzle. I don't know if I'm misunderstood or it's just being singled out or what the case may be. The same style of football has been played all around the league. You watch Thursdays, Mondays, Sundays. I'm not the only guy playing the physical style of play. It's happening all around the league. Am I being the one, that's being crucified for it? Yeah, don't know why. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. For me, it's just all about putting that behind me and, kind of getting back in the ball.
All right, we'll see what that looks like. Hopefully he can overcome some of. Who knows? Maybe we see Kareem Jackson and Amos at safety. Who knows what's going to happen with Jalen Petrie? That's another thing, another underrated storyline with this Titans game on Sunday. Like, what's going to be with? Is it just go back to as you were, Jalen Petrie? Is Jalen Petrie going to be on, for lack of a better term, like a short leash with D'Amico Ryans? Like, what are we going to see from Jalen Petrie? Dude doesn't have an interception this year. Not a single interception. It's been a lack of playmaking from him in a position where you need guys to make plays. Sean Payton. Some would say Russell Wilson's the scapegoat. He has been benched. Russell Wilson. Jarrett Stidham will start at quarterback going around the NFL. Diana Rossini of The Athletic says she expects Russell Wilson to be cut in March. Here's what Sean Payton had to say about the move.
Well, I get that. And yet I can't replace the entire offensive line. I can't bring in 5 new receivers. And if it continues over a period of time, then there'll be another guy here talking to you as well. This is something that, these are difficult decisions. And obviously there's more attention when it's the quarterback who's under contract, but different than maybe, earlier decisions we've made. I can just assure you one thing. I'm just interested in winning. And it doesn't matter how. When you do this, for this long, it's all you're interested in. There's nothing like it. That's kind of what it is.
There's going to be a conversation 5 years from now, 10 years from now, maybe a year from now about, which trade was worse. Was it the Deshaun Watson trade or was it the Russell Wilson trade? I get that the Russell Wilson trade right now, we look at it, and when you line up the names that Seattle got, it looks terrible. But Russell Wilson didn't have 35 sexual assault charges. He wasn't handed a $230 million, although it was a pretty hefty contract, but fully guaranteed contract. You didn't bring in all the distractions, and there was really no reason to believe that he was going to be this bad. If things continue the way that they're going, I think it's going to be the Deshaun Watson trade. And I don't even know that it's necessarily going to be close.
I don't know. I think it's too early to say at this point. The Broncos one right now to me looks worse just because the Browns are at least winning games. And the Browns are going to be in the playoffs this year. And the Browns are set up pretty well for next year. Denver had an awful year. They win 5 games last year. They're going to miss the playoffs again this year. They're going to have to take the big cap hit with Russell Wilson, so they're going to probably be really bad again next year. So they basically just killed off 3 years plus everything that they gave up. So I would still say that the Denver trade for Russell Wilson is worse.
You look at what Denver did, like coach and quarterback are the 2 most important things that you can have in the NFL. Like there's nothing even else even in the discussion. All the draft equity they traded for Russell Wilson, complete flop. And then you trade 3 draft picks for Sean Payton. Like, that is a lot of draft equity with little return.
Oh, there's no return. It's a negative return, really. Like, it's awful what they got back for what they got in return for what they gave up.
And you got to wonder, Sean Payton, like, does he sit there and say, man, maybe I should just sat in the booth one more year with all these other jobs opening up.
You know how much money he's getting paid? He's good.
He's good with the bread, but he was going to be good with the bread no matter what. But that Los Angeles job opening up, I kind of got a sense that was the one that he wanted last year. Now here he is having to bench Russell Wilson. Jair Alexander of the Green Bay Packers, the cornerback. He's been suspended 1 game by Green Bay. I guess when they faced the Carolina Panthers, he just decided he wanted to run onto the field and call the toss. Let's hear from the man himself. This is Jair Alexander of the Green Bay Packers.
Yeah, I mean, it's only suiting, I don't think Coach knew I was from Charlotte, so.
So you just did that on your own?
I mean, it was like the guys backed me up, so they knew I was from here.
Did you realize you almost made a big mistake on the call, though?
What'd I do?
Well, you said we want to go on defense.
Yeah.
Which, in theory, they could have said, then you're electing to kick off, which you would have lost the opportunity then to receive in the second half.
Yeah, no, I told them that. I said I want our defense to be out there, and they all looked at me like I was crazy. I'm like, it's pretty simple what I said. Like, I want the defense to be out there. They're like, you mean defer? I'm like, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. I guess that's funny too.
Is it Charlotte? He's from Charlotte.
Yeah, just ran out there, wanted to call the toss. I don't even.
Have you ever seen that before? Is that something that?
I doubt it's happened. I bet this is a first. Quarterbacks this week in the NFL starting: Trevor Siemian, Joe Flacco, Bailey Zappi, Taylor Heineke, Gardner Minshew, Mason Rudolph, Easton Stick, Jake Browning, Jacoby Brissett, Tyrod Taylor, and Jared Stidham.
It's not great. Not a great group.
Where would you put Case Keenum on this list? Like, how many of these guys would you rather have Case Keenum than?
I would probably rather have Case Keenum over Easton Stick. That might be it.
He was rough, man.
It wasn't great.
He was rough.
Nice guy, great guy by all accounts, but no, he's not an NFL quarterback.
I thought the one mistake that the Texans made against the Browns, and I don't think they could have done anything to avoid the loss. I thought they should have gone to Case Keenum at the start of the...
You mean Davis Mills?
Gone to Davis Mills at the start of the second half.
It's fair.
And I also thought that they should have been going for it on 4th down every time, given the fact that Cleveland didn't have a kicker. Like when they got to midfield and it was 3rd and 4 and 3rd and 5 or whatever, and they decided to punt, I didn't understand that. Given the fact that they don't have a kicker, you've been in that situation, you know what that's like. What exactly are we doing there?
Yeah.
That was, and again, I don't know that it would have mattered. I also wonder, like, did Cleveland get helped by not having a kicker? Because they converted a couple 4th downs. They ended up getting touchdowns a couple times. Now, at the end of the first half,
it helped them waste time.
Yeah, it helped them waste time, and at times it helped them get more points. So I don't know whether they benefited or not. At the end of the first half, yeah, give him. You could have had a 3-possession lead. You had to take the shot at the end zone. Ended up getting intercepted by Derek Stingley. But you also were a little bit more aggressive, ended up stealing more points.
I think it wound up costing them 3 points, but first of all, the 3 points didn't really matter. But they wound up going for it on, 2 or 3 fourth downs on one of those fourth quarter drives. And so that allowed them to take, another 4 or 5 minutes off the clock in doing so. So that helped them win the game.
Bill O'Brien right now, the number one trending topic. Internet going nuts at 120. Bill O'Brien telling Jalen Milroe that he sucked and that he should not be a quarterback is the number one trending topic right here on the internet right now. Louis Riddick has weighed in on it. It is getting completely passed down. Boy, oh, Bill O'Brien, man. What's Bill O'Brien? What's next for Bill O'Brien? What's Bill O'Brien's next job going to be?
Does he follow Bill Belichick wherever he goes? If Bill Belichick stays in New England...
Belichick's got to be over it too, right? I mean, he sees what it looks like right now.
Maybe. I mean, he did have Matt Patricia as his offensive coordinator.
Where do you think Bill Belichick goes?
I think he might stay. I think he might stay in New England. They're finishing the year out okay. And maybe that's enough for Bob Kraft to say, you know what? He's the best coach in the history
What
of
would
the
you
sport.
do if you were Kraft?
I would move on.
To who?
I would look outside the organization. I don't think that's what they'll do, but that's what I would do.
The death of the Patriot way?
I think it's time to move on from the Patriot way. It worked for 20-something years, but it's time to move on.
I feel like Casario's kind of moved on from it. That's the one thing that I do kind of give him credit for. You know, there was and I actually thought that, and I've gotten into it with Lopez and McLean about this before. By the way, Adam Spillane in for J-Lo, Jason for Figgy. I thought there was times where it was kind of unfair, acting as if Nick Caserio was like married to or copying the Patriot way. Now, in fairness, when you have a POS that has no business being within 100 feet of an NFL stadium, when you have him running your organization, it's hard to kind of dismiss that. But I don't think Nick Caserio has done anything to make me feel, outside of, a few things here or there, make me feel like he's stubbornly committed to the Patriot way.
No, there were a couple bad signings, and you remember, a year or 2 years before they hired him, that's who everybody wanted to run Texans football operations once Brian Gain was let go. So the Easterby thing is what really poisoned things for Caserio, because it kind of felt like it was Easterby who brought him in. So I think getting rid of Easterby probably turned out to be the best thing that Caserio could have done.
Yeah, and I wonder if that was the plan from the beginning. I know that it seemed like as soon as Nick got here, there was it was a slow weeding out of Jack Easterby. Maybe you kind of got to see how things were so that you can fix them. I don't know. Maybe Nick came here thinking him and Jack were going to take over the world, but I'm just glad he's gone. To be honest with you, and I know that's a surprise to no one. Going around the NFL here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Week 17 begins tonight. The Cleveland Browns taking on the Jets. The Browns, uncertainty at the punter and kicker position. They are a 7.5-point favorite against the Jets. If they win, they're in the playoffs. Kevin Stefanski, Coach of the Year. Do you agree or disagree?
He's up there for me. I don't know if I would give it to him, though.
Who would you give it to?
I would have to think about John Harbaugh. I know that's easy, but they've had a really good year. That offense has taken steps forward. The defense is elite, and I don't know. It's just something about them. They're just everything is solid for them.
Yeah, maybe sometimes we tend to overthink this. And
I think that people want to give it to the best story. But sometimes it's just.
But I think Stefanski's a pretty good story, and he's gotten Flacco. And do you think Flacco should be comeback player of the year?
No.
You can give it to Damar Hamlin?
Yes.
Come on. He hadn't done anything.
He came back from the dead.
Yeah, but he already got an award for that. Like, Joe Flacco's at least producing on the field.
ESPY?
I mean, he's been inactive. Like, Damar Hamlin's been inactive. You're going to give him the comeback player of the year?
The man died and came back. Sorry.
That's the award. Life.
Sorry, man.
You got life. Let's comeback player of the year, Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco was on his couch. He's in the playoffs. Damar Hamlin's not even going to play a playoff game.
It's a little bit easier to come back from being on your couch than coming back from death.
I'm happy he's alive. But
Yeah, I guess.
I would give it to Joe Flacco. That would be my vote. Good job, Damar Hamlin. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Comeback player of the year? I don't know.
The man died.
He's alive, though.
He came back to play football after dying.
But sometimes he doesn't play football. He's not even active sometimes.
Sometimes he is. Sometimes he isn't.
Yeah.
Again, he died.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd give it to Flacco. 713-572-46.
How much would you give Flacco this offseason?
I mean, he's going to get, he's going
to be somewhere.
I think Joe Flacco's worth like 7, 8, 9, 10 million, like as a starter/backup.
Do you think that someone will sign him to be their starter, or do you think that it's a backup thing for him?
I think he's going to be a backup.
Cleveland?
I don't think they can keep him there. I think it's too much. I think it would be too much of a sensitive situation for their starter, which is what the people there are saying as well, which is unfortunate that there's that certain level of thought, insecurity that goes into it. But, yeah, that's just where we're at. Coming up, internet goes nuts, fake news. One of the best players in the NFL falls victim to it. Next.
Playoffs after.
610.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Fake news. Another youngster falls victim to fake news. This was Deebo Samuel. He was on Up and Adams with Kay Adams. And he had this message for Cam Newton, who's recently been critical of Brock Purdy, called him a game manager, and put out an emoji when Brock Purdy was en route to throw him 4 interceptions against the Cowboys. Here was Deebo Samuel with Kay Adams.
First of all, Cam Newton stopped texting my
that?
phone, bro. He was a fan like 2 weeks ago. Like, that's mad crazy. Like, you wanted me on your podcast after talking about my quarterback, which is funny to me. Back to this Michael Parsons story. Like, bro, we beat you 42 to, like, whatever the score may be. Like, a long time ago, like, I don't get why he's so bothered about what we got going on over here, whatever the case may be. You saying, like, you can be a quarterback in this offense. Like, I don't understand where you going with that.
Okay, so he told Cam Newton to stop hitting him on his phone. Cam Newton then replied. Cam Newton went to Twitter. This is what the Heisman Trophy winner, former NFL MVP, Carolina Panthers, this is what Cam Newton had to say in response to what Deebo Samuel had to say.
I love this day and age that we're in because it gives so many people opportunities to kind of speak on things in real time, right? Something that just hit my desk in regards to Kay Adams. I love her, by the way. Need to get her on 4th and 1. But she kind of stretched the truth when talking to Deebo Samuels in regards to the ha, or Cam said ha. I used the monocle emoji, basically saying, like, what's going on here? Not to retract my statement. I said what I said. Now, Deebo, my guy, been a fan, still a fan. You must stop the cap, bro. You said something like, Cam, stop calling my phone. Well, I don't got your number. Whoever calling you, that ain't my phone calling you. And it was so believable that I had to go back on I said, hold on, did I reach out to Deebo? That was believable. I already got your number to call you or reach out to you. And if I do, put it out there for the people to see. I want the receipt because maybe somebody reaching out to you that I don't necessarily know, but it wasn't me, homeboy. Nah, I don't like that. So whoever the calling you, Deebo, it ain't me, bit, bro. But I still with you. And I know, emotional about, the loss, and you defended your teammate, as you should. So I'm not going to sit up here and be like, no, bro, go see. No, I'm still a fan, bro. You feel me? One love, bro.
There you go. So Deebo Samuel put up the screenshot. Here's the problem. It wasn't Cam Newton. Apparently some kids were pranking Deebo Samuel as Cam Newton. They even have a video of them prank calling him. So Deebo Samuel called out Cam Newton, said, stop hitting me up on the phone and all that. And Cam Newton basically said, hey, that wasn't me, man. I don't know what the hell you're thinking. My thing is this. Number one, these kids, and I'm talking about like the 20-somethings. If you can't respect Cam Newton as an OG, I don't know who you're going to respect. I don't know who you look up to. If Cam Newton just breaking down the quarterback position and who's a playmaker and all that is going to lead to these young bucks getting in their feels and stuff, then I'm worried about you because I feel like Cam Newton's like the perfect guy to at least look up to and realize that there's a lot of times where he'll spit some wisdom, whether he's talking about ladies or whatever. I like Cam Newton. The other thing is this. You should know if someone's pranking you or not, or at least like pick up the phone and talk to them.
Don't these guys FaceTime?
Like, where's the next step for Deebo Samuel here? What's he going to say about this?
Has he said anything? Has he made any sort of response?
I haven't seen anything from Deebo Samuel.
It looks like he's deleted all the stuff that has to do with like the screenshot of the number. It's not up there anymore.
Yeah, he said the fact that y'all take this so serious, not in my feelings. I actually think it's funny if you know me. Okay, so now it's funny. You tried to get Cam Newton, put him against the wall, and now it's funny. Crazy kids these days.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Mikel Bridges, he has a favorite meal. Apparently, he has eaten Chipotle every day-ish. Not every day, but pretty much on the reg for the last 10 years. Here's Bridges talking about that.
I can eat this every day, and it's been about how many years since I've been eating Chipotle? Since 2013, 14, so about 10 years. I have friends and family that teases me a little bit about it. It's too fire to not have it every single time, so they don't disappoint. I'd love to take a bite. I'm quite fire. So my bowl order, I get white rice, no beans, double chicken, medium and mild salsa, corn and lettuce.
All right, there you go. Chipotle on the reg.
I get behind that.
You can get behind the Chipotle?
I can.
Okay, you didn't strike me as like a Chipotle guy.
I like the bowl. I'm not a beans person. I'll get the white rice and the chicken, double chicken. A little spicy for me, but it's okay.
Yeah, he was talking about how
It's not like he's
spicy
getting
the hot
burritos all the
sauce
time.
is. I don't think the hot sauce is that spicy. I mean, at his age, he could get burritos and be just fine. Chipotle is the one option that you have if you want to eat fast, you want to eat fresh, you want to eat relatively healthy. You can get it done. You can even eliminate the rice and
it's not too
go in that
pricey.
direction.
It's not too pricey.
Yeah, it's not cheap, but it's not pricey. Yeah, it's a good option for
Probably a little more expensive in Brooklyn, but whatever.
A lot more expensive, probably
double.
Yeah, the double. He's probably paying like $25. Internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Bill O'Brien's getting absolutely killed. All the aggregators have picked it up. NFL media types have picked it up. Bill O'Brien apparently told Jalen Milroe, Alabama quarterback, that he sucked and he didn't need to be playing quarterback. Milroe went to the press conference, brought that up. Bill O'Brien's been trending. Bill O'Brien is getting absolutely killed right now. And it seems like it's like 3 or 4 times a year where Bill O'Brien trends for whatever reason. I don't know if it's DeAndre Hopkins trade day, whatever, but Bill O'Brien right now, this might end up being the worst for him, though, with Milroe, because Milroe is a very likable guy, and Bill O'Brien's an easy target at this point, and he's a deserving target, too. Usually when you say easy target, it's, you don't deserve. Yeah, he's a deserving target.
And he has been for a long time now. I don't think anyone's stock has dropped more in the last 5 years than Bill O'Brien's.
Yeah, and his stock never should have been as high as it was. I think there was a gray area that the Texans ignored, and there was also the obvious inability to work with others, at least not the right guys.
Treat people well.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien was a disaster. I think he's kind of got what he's got, what he deserves coming his way.
I got the internet going nuts.
So there's a controversy around Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift. Swifties have become very, very observant when it comes to Travis Kelce. They've dug up old tweets, which he hadn't really said anything bad. They've looked at like old reality shows, old quotes, etc. And apparently on Sunday, or Saturday, I should say, as the Chiefs were losing Monday, yes, God, this is a weird week. But as the Chiefs were losing to the Raiders, there was a mark on Travis Kelce's neck, and a lot of the Swifties believe it might be a Taylor Swift hickey on the neck of Travis Kelce. Now they're not upset about it, but if you're a Chiefs fan right now and you're a little bit upset with the way things are going, and you see Travis Kelce looking a little bit older, and then you see an old Taylor Swift hickey on that neck, I got a sense that our friends out there at 610 KC got to be somewhat in their feelings when it comes to Travis Kelce and the hickey controversy.
What a weird season that's been. Do you think Travis Kelce has any regrets over this whole thing?
No. Although Mark Cuban the other day, I was watching the TMZ Christmas special. Mark Cuban said he thinks that Taylor Swift is a rental for Travis Kelce.
For who?
That Travis Kelce is going to move on.
I don't know. How do you do better?
How do you move on from Taylor Swift, though? Like, no,
she moves on from him.
You can do a lot better than Taylor Swift.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, that's a nightmare. All the attention, no privacy, the high maintenance. She's always got something going on. Like, I'm not a believer in that, relationships can be, I don't always equate struggles to the relationships the players are in. But I do think that if you're Travis Kelce You're getting older. Father Time is undefeated. So naturally, it's going to be more difficult for you to get ready week to week in the NFL. Dating Taylor Swift when her birthday and Christmas are during season, that has to take a lot out of you. Like, that has to be a lot of stress. Like, it's not like Travis Kelce just said, oh, you know what? I'm going to go on Amazon and get Taylor Swift like a birthday present. Like, can you imagine what he did? Like, who knows what he did? Like, we have no idea. But he obviously had to be at work. It has to, so much thought has to go into Taylor Swift on Christmas, Taylor Swift on birthday, to where it's got to be a distraction for Travis Kelce. It's got to be. Dating Taylor Swift has to be exhausting. Then she's always on tour, so you have to pick up the phone and hear the same story all the time. There's no way she's fun to talk to on the phone. Like, Travis Kelce has to be worn out right now.
I mean,
by dating Taylor Swift.
He went on one of the tours. Didn't he go to Argentina? Or
yeah,
Brazil?
during the bye, he went overseas and went to that, which, by the way, would suck. You imagine having to watch Taylor Swift like 3 nights in a row, the same concert?
Sounds great.
That'd be terrible. Same concert.
Come after you.
Nothing new, all that. No, I'm just saying, like, that's a lot of stress.
They're gonna come after
It's
you.
way too much. They can do whatever they want to do.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's done after the season.
Like, just retires?
Yeah.
Just moves on? Well, then that would be the end of the Chiefs.
They still have 15.
Yeah, but they don't have Kelce. Like, that's a big thing to replace.
Mahomes makes up for a lot of that. I know it necessarily.
He's making up for a poor receiving core, but he still does have Kelce. Like, say what you want about Kelce.
Kelce hasn't been very good, though.
That's the end of the Chiefs, then. If Kelce retires after this, that's the end.
I think they'll figure it out. But I would not be surprised at all if Kelce is done after the season. Okay. Him and his brother might both be done.
Man, I feel like Jason Kelce's going to play till he's like 80. Who knows? Be interesting to see. 2 weeks left in the NFL. Kareem Jackson, we think we're going to hear from him straight off of the practice field here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Matter of fact, just confirmed, you'll hear from Kareem Jackson coming up next.
The Texans may have lost an important...
from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we'll hear from Kareem Jackson in a second. Texans practice report. CJ Stroud, he's back on the field. Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason. Offensively, things looking pretty good. Defensively, not so much. Steven Nelson, he's watching practice. He's not practicing. He's tough as nails. He's going to battle it out. That's one thing that I think Steven Nelson deserves a lot of credit for. Will Anderson, he's not on the practice field. And then you have Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins also not on the practice field. So the D-line could be very thin. They did a really, really admirable job last time they faced Derrick Henry. But it could be a really tough task, which fortunately you're going to have 7 back. So you feel a little bit better about the ability to put up points because it's not going to be Case Keenum, local hero Case Keenum.
Just drop 8, make them dink and dunk. No, just don't give up 50-yard pass plays and you might be okay.
Man, it wasn't too long ago. I'm old enough to remember when around here we were rooting for losses. What a difference less than a year makes. You hire the right coach, you find the quarterback. Yeah. Make some good signings, and here you are.
Just think, Week 18, Indianapolis, 1 year apart, how different the stakes are.
Yeah, and how different they will be. Now the Texans got to do their part. Indianapolis, there's a chance they could lose and still have a crack at it. Week 17 begins today. Cleveland Browns versus the Jets right here on Sports Radio 610. We're about to talk to Kareem Jackson. He left us not too long ago. He has reappeared, older, wiser, and in the number 22. Who would you say are the Houston athletes? The ones that got away, Spo. Recent history. If you were to talk about, man, they should have never let this guy go, who comes to mind?
Carlos Correa. Garrett Cole.
Garrett Cole,
I knew he was never coming back, but man, he's good. He's really good.
The Correa thing's interesting because there's almost like a delayed reaction where Jeremy Pena flips the switch in October and all of a sudden you just kind of forget it, and then there you go.
Justin Verlander.
Well,
then they had to clean up that mistake.
He's back. Let's talk to Kareem Jackson here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Another exclusive interview with the Houston Texan, a familiar voice, used to frequent this show quite often. He joins us right now. He's back. Better than ever. Kareem Jackson. Kareem,
hello.
How you doing, my friend?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
Man, I'm good. I'm not going to lie. I feel a little bit weird. How you feeling in number 22? It seems like seeing you in a Texans 22, it has me feeling weird. It's got to feel a little bit weird for you to look down and see 22.
It feels a little bit weird. I guess, at the same time, I'm kind of used to wearing 22 for the last 5 years. So, it's weird seeing somebody else in the 25, even, before coming back. But, hey, we're gonna roll with it. We're gonna roll with it.
The last time we talked to you, it was about 5 years ago. It was at the Super Bowl. You were talking about how the Texans didn't even hit you up before you ended up signing with Denver. What's it like, the organization that you left and the organization you're walking into? Can you already kind of feel the difference in the vibes? Because it was apparent that it was heading in an interesting direction when you left. What's it been like walking in that building that you used to walk into on the reg now compared to then?
It's a night and day difference, totally different. The energy's different. Obviously, the leadership's different. With D'Amico, being the number one guy and leading everybody. I know what type of leader he is. I've been able to watch him all this year. His energy on the sideline, his energy that he's coaching with, his energy, that stuff is infectious. So to be able to be here and to be a part of it, and coming back here, and playing with D'Amico. So like I said, I know what type of leader he is, but just coming back here, everything is totally different. Like I said, the energy's different. Got a lot of young talent here. Starting with CJ under center, so I'm just excited about everything.
We talked to Andre about a week and a half ago, Andre Johnson, and he said, and I think this is kind of unique and it kind of speaks to what D'Amico is. he hasn't really changed. Like usually when you talk about someone that, from their 20s to where D'Amico is, there's some sort of change. I know, at least I can speak for myself and say that, but Andre Johnson said there's really just not much of a change. He was always just, I guess, beyond his years.
Yeah, definitely. And, being drafted in 2010 and him being, our leader at that time, he hasn't changed. And being around him now, it's the same. It's the energy. It's the knowledge behind the game. It's the way he's coaching guys and, and loving on guys and just being, very detailed in his approach, on a day-to-day basis. I've only been here 2 days and watching from afar, and the way these guys have been playing, but to be here and be a part of the preparation and to see the way he's getting guys prepared to go to practice and to ultimately play at the end of the week, he hasn't changed not one bit.
Talking to Kareem Jackson here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So did you keep a home in Houston? Like what's it been like for you? Did you have to find somewhere to live? What was it like returning?
No, Houston's home for me.
Okay.
Every season all seasons I'm always here. Just home for me. It's just a great city,
so you
and
just
I
got
tell
to pull
people
in a little bit and get more comfortable.
Yeah,
then, huh?
yeah. And it's funny because I actually came home for Christmas. To do Christmas with the babies, and I ended up leaving the next morning, going back to Denver, and within like an hour or two of me being there, I had to turn around and come right back because, they claimed me. So, but no, Houston's home for me. I love it here. I tell people all the time I'm never leaving Houston. So this is my home in the off season.
How many babies do you have?
2.
Okay.
8 and 5.
Okay. Oh, so you're ahead. I have a 4-month-old. So I'm trying
I'm
to catch up there.
They're not. Yeah, I just call them my babies because they're both I have 2 little girls, so I have to treat them like they're still little babies sometimes.
Yeah, always going to be the babies. So I was going to ask you about the scheme, the scheme fit, and where you think you fit. Not necessarily from like we know what you bring on the field, but you look around, you see Stingley, you see Petrie. I'm sure that you're familiar with their games. Are you coming in here as a guy that obviously wants the ball on the field, but also kind of mentor these young guys?
Most definitely. I'm all about helping, the younger guys, the guys that I played with when I was a younger guy helped me. Jonathan Joseph, Dre helped me a ton as well, on how to be, a pro. Obviously he was on the other side of the ball, but there's a lot of guys that were before me when I was a young guy to help. So for me, it's all about leaving the ladder down. I'll help those guys however I can. Obviously I just got here, but when you talk about ball, it's not much that I haven't seen, or, in terms of scheme and coverage and just whatever. So however I can help those guys, my line will always be open. My ear will always be open to help those guys in any way I can, whether it's on or off the field.
Was it weird when you walked into the building to not have Mark Berman tugging on your hip, asking you 20 questions?
He's one of the first people that called me when they claimed me. So it still kind of felt like he was in the locker room then, but we just all, just all joking about it and just laughing and stuff. But I mean, it's just, I love Berman, man, and
he's the man.
Obviously he's retired now. So
can you believe that? Can you believe that? Like McLean's still out there doing his thing. But I never thought that Mark Berman would be able to retire, and he's thriving. Like he's actually able to step away.
Yeah, so that's good for him, man. Good for him. But it's I ended up seeing him. I actually saw him this off season a little bit, and he told me he was retiring. I was like, man, it was about time. But I was not seeing him in the locker rooms and not have to worry about hiding from him and him, chasing after me, trying to get a quote from me. But man, I love him, man, and happy for him in his retirement.
At what point did you think that coming back to Houston was a possibility? What was the whole process like, where you were like, oh, I'm coming back to H-Town?
To be honest, it wasn't a thought in my mind that I would end up back here. I wasn't sure where it was going to be. I know we had a couple of teams reach out. The most promising, fit that we thought. I mean, obviously, they didn't was kind of waiting to see what was going to happen. But I had no clue that I would end up back here.
So then, what was it like when you found out you were coming? I saw the tweet, got a lot of reaction. What was it like when you found out?
Just excited, just excitement. You know, I mean, like I said, I've been watching from afar. You know what D'Amico and these guys have been doing here. You know, just excited. You know, ready to come in and be a piece to the puzzle to help these guys. You know, win games, help us be successful on defense and get in the playoffs.
And and obviously you got two division opponents. I mean, you went to battle against Tennessee and Indianapolis all those years. It's going to be pretty interesting. You know, not only are you putting the uniform back on, you're going right into the sticks with the Titans and Colts. That's got to add a little bit too.
Definitely. 2 division games. You know, like you said, I played against them a lot, when I was here. So, I know what those games are like. And for us to get these 2 to get in the playoffs. So it'll be, it'll be intense and, it'll be a lot of energy in the building. The fan base here has always been great. I can only imagine what it's like now, with us being in this position. So I'm excited about this weekend to be back in NRG and to see all the fans and to go get a big win.
Talking to Kareem Jackson here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. So is KJack TV coming back? That was one of the biggest questions that we saw. Is the Kareem Jackson series KJack TV coming back?
We'll see. We'll see. Right now, I got my head. I'm knee deep trying to catch up in this playbook and watch film and get prepared for the game. So we'll see what happens. Anything is possible though. So we'll see what happens.
So there's been a lot of full circle things. I'll get you out of here on this. Obviously, you come back to Houston. You're getting to see the Titans and the Colts, and you also have an opportunity now to see perhaps 2 Mondays from now, you can see Texas avenge that loss to Alabama in that fake national title that you won at Bama.
With that what? National championship?
Fake national championship when Colt McCoy got hurt.
Man, it ain't no such thing as fake national championship, man. Hey, you either tough and you can take hits or you can't take them. I mean, it is what it is. One thing about it, the hardware that I got, don't say fake national championship. It says national champs.
Yes,
national champs.
It damn sure does. I was right there at that game. You think the Tide you think you're gonna see the Tide in the national title?
Man, I hope so. They're playing some good ball right now. Jalen Milroe's got that thing going. He's playing some good ball defensively. We're playing pretty good ball. So I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I'm sure Coach Saban will have those guys ready when they get to Pasadena. So we get that one, and I'll definitely looking forward to seeing my guys here so we can get another natty.
Yeah, your boy Bill O'Brien is trending right now. #1 trending topic on the air. I'm sure you've been at practice, so you haven't seen him, but B.O.B. is trending. I guess Milroe went to the podium and said Bill O'Brien told him he sucked and that he shouldn't be a quarterback. So that's like it's been the #1 trending topic the last 2 hours. B.O.B. getting jumped on like a trampoline.
Yeah, that sounds like him. It sounds like him.
We appreciate you, Kareem. Best of luck. It's good to have you back, and we look forward to seeing you on Sunday against the Titans, and then after that against the Indianapolis Colts.
All right, thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
All right, there you go. This is the great Kareem Jackson here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. He didn't want to hear that. It wasn't a fake national title. They were going to rough up Texas.
You close that interview like Mariano Rivera in the World Series. Just really well done. Fake championship, goodness. The O'Brien part, just really nicely done.
Hey, the crazy thing about Kareem is that you talk about full circle and you talk about age and all that stuff. Not only did he play for D'Amico Ryans, he was part of Nick Saban's first national title at Alabama.
And I believe
that's a good football career right there.
He would have been part of Nick Saban's first team at Bama. Did he come out after 3 years at Alabama?
Yes.
So he would have been 07 for the what? That was the only Saban team that didn't go to a bowl game.
Yeah, they lost that first game to I don't remember who. It was like
They lost to Louisiana Monroe.
Yeah, they lost to La Monroe. We're going to go out to Buffalo Wild Wings. I think the drive is out there. Fellas, where the hell y'all at?
Good. I think I barely hear you, Landry. It's not on you. What's good, man?
We're hanging, man.
There we go.
Just chilling.
There you go. Yeah, man, we're out here in New Caney. I almost didn't make it. That's all right though. I mean that traffic got a little aggressive on me, but I'm out here, baby. I'm out here fresh and refreshed, rather, from my little time off. Let's go, baby. Big week.
What's refreshed? You just post-Christmas? You got it over with? You survived it?
Survived it. I hadn't been here since last Friday, so I've been chilling, and kind of taking it all in, and now ready to go with the again, as we say every week, the biggest game of the season.
Yeah, it's definitely the biggest game of the season. Looks like we're going to get CJ back now. The D-line, that's kind of the story of the day. That I call the Wednesday injury report the fake news injury report, and then Thursday it kind of shapes up. It's going to be pretty thin on that D-line. The D-line has gone on the Soto weight loss plan.
Yeah, they going on something. They out there hurting, and it's just, but it's nothing new, man. That's the crazy part about this season is just how many, like, they don't just have injuries, like they have pivotal injuries. Like they have it to the people that this will be mean. Like, it ain't Kurt Heinisch that gets hurt. Like, it's Will Anderson. Sorry, Kurt. I mean, it ain't Khalil Davis that gets hurt. It's Jonathan Grenard who's not practicing. I mean they pick up the real tough ones to get hurt. Hell, the punters and kickers have been on IR this year, so it's well. But that D line, but then they're gonna need it, because you got to believe Tennessee is feeling a little something after what happened to them in that last game they played 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Derrick Henry's got to be kind of foaming at the mouth a little bit. I mean, there's got to be some sense of pride there. But hey, at least you got 7, so maybe you can score more points instead of having to depend on that type of effort, historic effort, if you will. You got Bajani with you today.
Hello, sir.
Hello, Sean. How you doing, my friend?
I'm great, man. Merry Christmas, by the way, to one of you knuckleheads, and the other one, Happy Holidays.
Thank you. I was going to say, you almost offended Spillane.
I didn't offend his ass.
You got to go Hanukkah there.
I've offended him in many more ways than just wishing him a Merry Christmas. I'm
cool,
sure I've
man.
done that a few times over the years.
That's cool. Yeah, I probably would. I do try to just go Happy Holidays, just in case.
It's all right.
I used to be a smart ass and cover it all. Hanukkah, holidays, Christmas, birthday, Thanksgiving, bada bing, bada boom. There you go.
There you go.
Get out of here.
Here he is.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live, and we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings on a little Thirsty Thursday. As we like to say, come on out, make a bad decision. I think we got some subdued folks out here in front of me right now, but that guy right there, he's made a bad decision. No, I'm pointing to you. Don't look around. You look like you're ready, boy. You're ready to put this thing together. These two fellas right here with these hats right here, and man, just grab that beer. You look like you could make a good bad decision tonight. That's all right. I ain't gonna say what you look like just in case somebody wondering where the hell you're supposed to be. But come on out, have a good time, man. You got a chance to win some prizes here, as we have it set up right here. If you're in the building, all you got to do is walk up, sign your name, throw it in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to win a $25. We got a couple of $25 Visa gift cards. Hell, you can buy your beers with that $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do is sign your name, walk up there. You don't have to be a hard ass. It's $25 free dollars. You ain't got to put your address or social security card. All you got to do is write your name and put it in that raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win $25. So we'll be hooking folks up with that. But yes, it is a good time. I've been off. God, I know you all have missed me. I really do.
I've missed you.
I mean, I can't even. I don't even have to look at the text line to know. There's Tyler. I haven't seen Tyler in a while. Good to see you. There you go, Tyler, with the Houston legendary shirts as he has every single day. With the Astro Royal joint, so it's good to see you again, Sean. Bada Bing, Bada Boom is in the building. Clint will be off the next couple of days, but we're gonna have us a good time because we got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to get into, and can I start here, fellas? Can I start here?
Let's go.
I just heard Landry say, hey man, there's a lot of issues with the D line. D line's hurting, but at least you got 7. At least you got 7, and you feel like you want to score. You can score more points, and you better. You got 7. It better be better than it was the last couple of days. You saw him out there with your own eyes the last 2 days, right?
Yeah.
He's practicing. He's throwing the ball. It looks like he's going to be there Sunday. It looks like he's going to play right.
It shouldn't look any different. I mean, he's got to go through practice just as he normally would. That's how you pass the protocol to begin with. Yesterday he was in Phase 4. It looked like he was passing Phase 4 right before my very eyes. So, Phase 5 hopefully is completed today and had been, for a couple hours now. That's getting through an entire practice without experiencing any concussion symptoms. So that's good. I mean, he's looked good. I've seen stretching, tossing the ball around, stuff like that, handoffs.
But the fact that he is out there doing those things, that means
it's good.
The symptoms of sensitivity to light and things of that nature are you would assume are behind him. Well, he is still in protocol.
Especially for a day like today, Ron, because the news that D'Amico shared this weekend before the game to ESPN was that, he'd taken in a practice on Friday just on the field watching. Well, that was inside.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like, there was sunlight and there was extreme brightness. That was a good start, though, right?
Yeah.
And I would imagine, while the Texans 90% of the time will hold a practice indoors on Friday, they made it especially, to do it on that Friday, just to give maybe CJ a look, like ease him back. Today, I mean, look, it's a beautiful day outside. Sun is shining. It's bright. For him to get through yesterday and today's practice without experiencing any discomfort, like with light sensitivity and loud noises and stuff like that, that's huge.
Yeah, it is. It is. And him being out there, like for me, we're now 2 days in a row that he's been out there in some sort of form, limited, whatever it is, practice. Like, to me, that is a sign that he will play Sunday.
100%.
So for me, like we hadn't saw him for 2 weeks after the injury, and now he's out there. These are signs that he is progressing towards playing on Sunday, and I'm sure Tennessee is preparing that way. And I'm just going to act upon the thought of he is playing on Sunday. And what does that mean? 713-572-4610. You can jump on. You watching us on YouTube and Twitch. You can communicate there as well. What does that mean? And I just want us, and Tyler and Sean in the building, everybody, I just want us to be careful. Just to be careful in the thought that, hey, CJ's back and all the problems are solved.
Right.
CJ's back and he's going to fix this. There are some players around the league where now listen, you can tell around the team and in the fan base, obviously having CJ there gives you a whole different set of confidence and feel and belief that Davis or Case Keenum isn't there. And I just want to thank God upon heaven that we don't have to sit here this week and try to figure out and have these conversations and have people wish that Case Keenum was something else that he is not, even though they know it and then they saw it and they were a quarter into the game last week saying, what the hell was I talking about with this Case Keenum thing? Thank God we don't have to deal with that, hopefully, on Sunday. But I just want to caution people because I think in your mind, and it's understandable as a fan, you think of the CJ at its height, right? And to me, the CJ at its height is November 5th, November 12th. The back-to-back games against the Bucs where he was just carving them up and then gets the game winner, the drive to end it, and then the following week he goes on the road, goes head up with Joe Burrow, outplayed Joe Burrow, and they also win on a final drive. I think people, that is in the mind of where we see CJ. But I caution us to think that is the performance that they're going to get. Coming off of this injury, hasn't played in a couple of weeks. Let's just be honest, it was trending down his last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Especially the Jets game.
Sure.
And then even the second half of the Broncos game. There were some good things that happened to the Broncos, but then in the second half, they were holding on for dear life a little bit. And really, it's just trended kind of down from those games against the Bucs and the Bengals. So I just like, he is obviously going to give you a chance to win, a better chance to win, and you should feel a lot more confident. But I caution the people to believe Superman's back, and no matter what, he's going to clean that up. I don't think that's fair to put that on him right now.
It's not. You're 100% right,
but you're putting it on
for
him,
a rookie.
That's what you're expected, aren't you? That's what you are. I can tell. Shout out to the mighty.
No,
Ducks
and it doesn't. It doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to all be on C.J. Stroud, and I'll explain that here in just a second. But just considering the fact that what he's coming back from, it's not an AC joint, it's not a high ankle sprain, it's not a strained hamstring, it's a concussion. Right?
Yep.
There have been studies upon studies upon studies over the course of the last 15, 16, 17 years that concussions have actually become like a thing, right? Because really pre-2008, 2009, it was, okay, whatever. You know, you got your bell rung, this, that, and the other thing. Ross Tucker had a lot to say about that on the morning show earlier this week, which was good stuff, as always. But I went back and I looked at a study around the time that concussions became a thing, 2008, 2009. And according to that study, which was done in 2008, while concussed quarterbacks displayed reduced ratings compared with controlled quarterbacks, right, those that have not, right, an overwhelming majority showed no decline in performance. In fact, the majority of cases studied found an increase in completion percentage. More recent study, though, done in 2015, does show a precipitous drop-off in QB rating, right? So I think the more and more we've learned about concussions, the more and more we've learned about how to test the controlled versus the ones that are trying to come back. And we've understood how to better look at information. All that crap aside, you should not expect a rookie playing in his 14th game with the season on the line, coming back from a 2-week hiatus.
This is a hell of a situation.
And a concussion, with a depleted receiver core, with a depleted defense, with a run game that might show up one day, that might not show up the other day. You can't expect that dude, Superman as you put it, to go out there and win you a ball game. But what you should expect is for him to be markedly better than Davis Mills. Absolutely. Markedly better than Case Keenum. And to be quite honest with you, the first time that every player on that football team, the other 52-plus, set eyes on C.J. Stroud earlier this week, yesterday, when he was on the practice field, holy crap, dude. You could feel the vibe out there.
Absolutely.
It was the weather.
I could see it in Nico's eyes.
It was awesome. D'Amico talked about it. Kareem talked about it. I'd like to think that Jalen Petrie would have talked about it too, but he said he wasn't active yesterday and was going to talk to the media on Sunday. So I said, okay, cool. But everybody felt that vibe. Everybody was excited. And that's about where it has to stop, Ron, to be honest with you. He's a rookie.
Yes, and that's the thought is, right? Like if someone texts in, and I like it, like I said, in your thoughts, what, for me, CJ is back, but what does that mean? To me, it means he absolutely gives you the best chance to win. But I caution people to start going with, hey, man, this guy's going to put his cape on and save the day. And as I see somebody right here saying, the one, or you just said it yourself, CJ gives you the best chance to win, and that's a reason to be excited. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. That's really Tyler, I know you follow Texans Twitter. Sean, I know you do. You all have been working there, and it's an understandable feeling for fans because you want it so much that it feels like CJ's going to save the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, and I think that's unfair.
But there's an excitement
and I don't think
level.
There should be an excitement. But, like, to think that CJ's back, we're golden. You're in a much better position. But it's going to, like, you're going to have to, everybody is going to have to come to the table to think that it is going to, like, CJ put on his cape against the Bucs, and he put on his cape against the Bengals. But to expect him, as you said, multiple weeks off, coming off a concussion, we'll see how he reacts in the pocket now when there's hell, I just watched Patrick Mahomes look gun-shy and skittish.
Yeah.
Right? And this is a guy that's been it. We'll see how he reacts to certain pressures now. We'll see how things go now that there's no tank. Like to have the expectation, it's the biggest game of the year. Got to have it. All right, we got CJ, and it's not just that he's going to give us the best chance to win, but he's going to come in here and he's going to save it.
Yeah.
And I just think, no, there's a need for those guys up front to really come through. There's a need for this defense. I'm not saying they got to do what they did to the Titans before, but it is not just going to be a deal of CJ is back, therefore it's fixed. I think that is too much to put, as you said, on a rookie and a guy that's just coming back.
All right, we're in agreement. CJ's been the biggest story this week. There's no doubt about it. All eyes have been on that process, that progress. that he's made in the last day. Hopefully we get that report here in the next hour or two that he'd made more progress today and has passed, all 5 phases of concussion protocol. Hopefully it's a full practice today on the practice report, at least by tomorrow, right, ahead of this game. But it is still about this Texans season. And the fact that it's still alive and they some way, somehow, amazingly control their own destiny. With this game against the Titans in mind, the last 2 weeks, if they win both, they're in division champs, probably. It's beautiful, right? You still have to go out and do something that you haven't done in 5-6 seasons with this franchise. You still have to go out and do something that was the improbable coming into this season. And if you're DeMeco Ryans, if you're Bobby Slowick, there are 2 words that you have to get this team to understand and get to be believing in themselves again ahead of this Titans game.
Yeah. Tyler, you just sent a text real quick to us, Is there's something you want to you don't have to play the breaking news.
Yeah.
Just so you want to pass along?
Yeah, well, a lot of the media types here in Houston, they are all reporting that right now as we speak, C.J. Stroud has been made available to the local media to speak with them. So that's got everyone pretty much convinced that this guy is back. You're not allowed to talk with the media until you clear this concussion protocol. So it seems like everything is pointing in the right direction.
Yeah, Aaron Wilson reports here 3 minutes ago, Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud cleared medically out of NFL concussion protocol, is playing Sunday against the Titans. So he is going to speak to the media. Tyler, we'll get an understanding on that. If we do get him, we will carry that live, right? I'm going to make that executive decision.
I don't think they are. We would, but I don't think they are. They did have a live stream up going for him to talk, but then they killed it, and now I think he's talking.
We'll try to figure anything out. We'll get that passed to you. But once again, that is a big announcement here coming from Aaron Wilson reporting C.J. Stroud is cleared concussion protocol and is set to play Sunday against the Titans. So he is going to play. Now what we're talking about is definitely there. Yes, I love it, baby. We are back, baby. I've been gone a little bit.
Now you're getting excited.
Now it's back. Oh, I'm excited. I am excited. I just want us to be fair to the cat, right?
Yeah,
there are sometimes, and I've seen that here, and if someone texted, like I said, it's back comfortable. Show you're a straight hater and a negative Nancy. You always be that. You have been wrong so many times about the Texans. There's not a right or wrong here. To me, I just saying I don't think it's fair to expect him to just be a savior.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's absolutely. That's the fairness. That's just being realistic.
I'm not coming out saying that CJ ain't gonna be, ain't gonna come out and be perfect or be amazing or even. But I'm just saying to expect that he is going to come, because it feels like there are so many Texans fans that are like, it's not just, all right, okay, now we got a really good chance, our absolute best chance to win. It's like, CJ is going to save this, and he's going to clean up no tank, and he's going to clean up the offensive line issues. He's going to clean up, and listen, as you said, he is a rookie. I don't think it's fair to treat him at a level of an elite quarterback that some people believe him to be, and I just don't think that is fair to do that to him.
That's why I pointed out the very first things that came to mind when I knew we were going to be talking about this. I wanted to know absolute fact. What have studies shown over the course of the last 15 years since we've learned more and more about this? What does it say about a quarterback's performance, whether they're coming back after a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks? Hell, there were 36 concussions in the NFL in and around about a 3-year span with quarterbacks. I think it was 2011, or maybe a little longer. 2011, I think, to 2015. 36 concussions with quarterbacks. 9 of them cats didn't come back and even play the rest of the season.
Yeah.
Okay? 9. So, that's then, and you fast forward now, 8-9 seasons, Ron. I mean, you see the level of severity in which the NFL is treating a concussion now, not even just at a quarterback, but, hell, look at one of these cats that the Texans just brought in off the street, Kareem Jackson, this week, right?
Yeah.
It took him 2 severe hits to really take the hammer by the NFL and Roger Goodell. And then now one cat who has never had a history of headhunting, was it last week? I can't remember the guy's name. Yeah, was it the Steelers? He hits a guy, boom, suspension. And it's like, okay, it's like, what is this, the NCAA? Like, you're going to get ejected from the game and suspended the next game? Like, what's the deal?
That was a bad hit.
Sure, but the more and more you learn, the more and more you have to treat each and every case, yes, unto its own, but much more seriously than you did not just 8 years ago, but 15 years ago.
Yeah. All right, CJ is back. Thank God. Oh, thank God. I didn't want to have that conversation again this week, fellas. I didn't want to have that conversation again this week. I'm so glad that CJ is back. They have a great chance. To me, I think Bobby Slowick has a chance now. Bobby Slowick is the things that he can do has a real chance now and how he can call the game. All right, more on that. We'll continue to talk about it. This is huge news. Any stuff that comes out, Tyler is working very, very hard to figure out anything we're hearing from C.J. Stroud as we're hearing he is going to meet with the media. If you're on your way, if you're near the area, we're at the Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. Come on out, hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. TVs everywhere. And you got a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. Giving out a couple of those. All you got to do is sign your name and put it in the raffle box we have set up right here in front of us, and you'll have a chance. Anybody in the building or on their way can have a chance. Coming up, there are things in sports that are just it would seem to be so easy to go ahead and just understand what needs to be done with it, but it's still we are just doing silly, silly things and doing things because it's always done that way. We'll discuss that coming up next.
It's Texans game week. D'Amico's crew closes out the home schedule with a must-win matchup against the Titans on Sunday. Texans countdown gets going at 9. Kickoffs at noon with Mark Vandermeer, Andre Ware, and John Harris on the call. Then Texans postgame as soon as the clock hits zeros.
Yeah! Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Be to Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land. On 288 the South Freeway, southbound at Reed Road, it's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
At West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land, they've got over 500 new and certified pre-owned Lincolns to choose from. There's a vehicle for almost every budget with my guy Ruben Mendoza, the G.
we head out to Buffalo Wild Wings, and we are in New Caney. Come on out, hang out with us. Your chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. My guy right here, smart man, signing up. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in that raffle box, and you got a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. There is nothing extra to it. You don't have to write your address or anything. You just have to sign your name, Sean Bajani. Put it in the box, and you'll have a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card, as we will do a drawing coming up. So you can do that as you're arriving, or if you're in the building already, as we're getting ready for this huge game. This is must win, right?
100%.
Which it feels like that the Texans need to go ahead and get this win, with other teams in the AFC starting to surge, like the Bills and the Colts already there ahead of you. Now that game next week has potential to be big, but this is one they have to win. And the great news, if you're just rolling in, is reports that C.J. Stroud. One reports that C.J. Stroud will speak to the media today, and also from Aaron Wilson, quarterback C.J. Stroud cleared medically out of NFL concussion protocol, playing Sunday against the Titans, according to Aaron Wilson. So that is really good news, that this team has the best chance possible. The best chance possible. Now, there are some people who are calling what I'm saying as a Debbie Downer. And I know I want to move on to this, Sean. I just know I just don't really do well with when people say things that just let it brush off. No, I'm a responder.
It gets you in the heart.
I'm a responder. Yeah, like I see this a lot. I just think you guys are ignorant and stupid.
Just be blunt.
No, I do. Like my guy Juan, I just think you're being stupid on this. And there's somebody else down there. Ron, CJ is back. We have a chance. Quit being a Debbie Downer. I'm with you. Just mad because Kansas City is slumping. What does that have to do with C.J. Stroud?
You're not listening.
What does that have to do with me saying don't believe C.J. Don't just expect that C.J. Stroud is going to be Superman and just going to clean up all of the problems that are had, and that because C.J. is in the game, they're going to win.
Sure.
And I think there are some people who have gotten themselves. Now, there are certain players that really push that up, like, hey, man. Hey, early in the year, now it didn't necessarily happen, but early in the year, all right, they get Laramie Tunsil back on the offensive line. Our offensive line should immediately improve.
100%.
Like it should immediately be. Like for me right now, when Will Anderson comes back, I'm not going to say it, but when Will Anderson comes back, I don't think that Will Anderson coming back, that it is fair to put the pressure on him to think he will just clean up anything that happens in the front seven because he's Will Anderson. No, he's a rookie. He's young. He's still growing, and he's coming off an injury.
Sure, but, even there was a built-in excuse for Laramie because the Texans have load managed his knee issue. And I'll say knee issue. I hesitate to say knee issues because I don't know if it's one. I don't know if it's both of them. I just know, just by looking at him, he looks like an athlete in the prime of his career, but is moving around like a 45-year-old, at times in the locker room. And there's a reason why he's not practicing Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in full every week, and he hadn't been doing so for 3 months.
But he's a guy, Sean, that just has a history of consistently doing things.
100%.
You know what I'm saying? That we can.
But it's less about what he's got going on, around his kneecaps, and more about what he's got going on upstairs, in that he understands the game on a different level, where he can overcome some physical ailments because of what he knows and what to look for in the opposition.
It should be just like for me, I don't know, maybe you have it for you. In terms of the players and what they do, your expectations are the same for Laramie Tunsil as C.J. Stroud, and they're not the same for me. Laramie Tunsil.
No. I'm not saying they're the same.
So that's the point. I'm talking to people. Yeah. That's the point that I'm making.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, by the way, Tyler, man, tough one last night, man. Did you go to the Texas Bowl?
I didn't, man. I had some tickets lined up with our wonderful boss to be in the Odyssey Suite for that game, but needed to stay home with the injured pup.
Yeah, I know you had the puppy, but I know you watched it. Hey, man, listen, dude. I didn't know who that quarterback was, but he had a pretty good game. Looked like there's some talent still there. I know his name's not Johnny Walker, the receiver, but I like that.
Fourth quarterback for the Aggies this year.
So they took an L, but looked good. My Jayhawks stepped up, got a nice little bowl win at the one you want to go to, the one where you say we are guaranteed rate bowl champions, baby. Really has. Can we stop with this? Now listen, I know some of you may disagree with things that I'm saying. That's fine. That's what we do. We go back and forth.
Now you're going to go 2 for 2 here.
But I just got to believe people have to agree with me on this one. Like the bowl system thing. This is outdated and it's stupid. Like this is like right now as I look up at the TVs, there's TVs everywhere at this Buffalo Wild Wings. Like who's really geared up for this Rutgers Miami game played at Fenway Park?
Alum.
Well, who is there? Pan that audience. Let's see. Nobody goes to these bowl games, and then any player that has any chance to get to the NFL in the first top 2 to 3 rounds aren't playing in these games because it doesn't matter. Because why do you want to get injured?
Yeah.
I watched USC play last night. Who was even there? This isn't the USC team that now they beat Louisville, but this isn't the USC team that we're watching, like even big ones.
And
the Cotton
USC
Bowl
team you wanted preseason.
Yes, the Cotton Bowl. This is one of the big games.
Mm-hmm.
Marvin Harrison isn't playing.
Right.
The quarterback for Ohio State that led them to 11 and what? He's transferred. He's at Syracuse.
Mm-hmm.
Like seriously, to me, they need to extend these playoffs to not just 12. They need to extend this thing out to 20 to 24 and now these postseason games will matter. These other ones, nobody wants to sit up here and listen. Rutgers and Miami, get your offseason started earlier. Like we don't need to see you in the Pinstripe Bowl, right? My Kansas Jayhawks, you don't need to play in the like. It's just these games don't matter, and the kids aren't playing. It's not even the same teams.
No, you're right. I mean, you're right in that sense. Like you want to see the players that have made that team, and even though it hadn't been like USC, it hadn't been the season they dreamed for, that they wanted, that they envisioned in the preseason. It is what it is. But you want if you want these bowl games to mean something, then you have to have them mean something. But I don't think extending from 8 to 12 or they're going 4 to 12, man. I mean, they forgot about 8. I think 8's really the perfect spot for me. But you want them to go to 20 to 24 just because you're trying to encompass all of the teams that are actually, could be legit, that have legitimate players. I just don't think it's possible. We're talking about 17 games in the NFL being too many for these guys with still just one bye week and the dread of going to 18 and not even maybe the thought of instituting a second bye week in the NFL. You want these guys to play how many games in college? If you're going to go to a playoff system of more than 12, that would be ridiculous. You'd have to significantly reduce the – I think that's a sweet spot.
And when I say they, like just a few teams. Like we're talking about,
it would only be a few teams. You're right.
We're talking about 2 teams that made it to the final that would play probably 3 additional games.
Sure, but not if you had 20.
I'm just saying, either do that or just shut these bowls down. Like nobody's going to these bowl games.
Yeah,
and it's the big ones. But that's what I'm saying. Georgia's got like 10 guys sitting out this game.
Yeah.
Like this is one of the big games.
Yeah.
This is the Orange Bowl. Florida State's got every pro. That's not Florida State and Georgia that's playing. This is a spring ball game.
Sure.
And like it's crazy to me. I'm not saying you got to go 68 like the NCAA tournament or anything, but I'm just saying, man, to have these things matter and to get these bowl games, which is like the crazy thing, the end of the year. Those are supposed to be the most important games. The real teams aren't actually playing.
You're right.
Seriously, Tyler, how many guys out there played for A&M last night that rarely played this season?
More than a handful.
Right?
Yeah.
And it's like what do we when you talk about the transfer portal and now guys just saying, well, I don't want to get hurt to go to the league, which you understand. You got let's increase the games that matter so we see our good teams. Our best, like with the sport, like right now, there are only going to be 4 games or 2 games in which teams are really playing everybody they can play.
Well, let me ask you a question. Would you say that this year in college football has been kind of anomalous in the sense that you really needed more than 4 teams to get into the playoff? Like,
absolutely.
Okay. How many teams this year would you say needed to be in a playoff? 6?
I don't think that's fair. I think 10 or 12. I don't think that's
legitimate teams.
Yeah,
you watched with your own eyeballs.
Yes, legitimate teams.
You think 12?
I think there are 12 teams. We do this. See, like when we watch the NCAA tournament and we see like crazy teams like VCU make it to a Final Four, or we see what we saw last year where you'd never think Florida Atlantic would make it to a Final Four and get where they got. Like, we don't give these teams chances to say that. We can say legitimately, no, we don't think that, but they're we
it's difficult in both sports to, one, enjoy it at face value. You know, we all love the Cinderella, but when that Cinderella team, like a VCU, all of a sudden has to play a Kansas, you're looking at strength of schedule. You're looking at who they play.
Unnecessary for you to go there. They beat a Kansas to get to the Final Four. I don't even want to talk to it anymore.
I'm just saying.
I don't even want to talk about it anymore.
You can't look at it on an even playing field. There are excuses that are compounded with other excuses. The only way that you can really fix this to become, I think, a true playoff system is the entire landscape of college football would have to undergo significant realignment. And I don't think that is a real possibility.
I disagree. The number 12 team was Oklahoma. The number 12 team was Oklahoma this year. We started out 7-0.
Okay.
That's what I think. Am I crazy to believe Oklahoma could make a run?
Who was 11, 10, 9, and 8? Because outside of and 7. Because outside of the 5 and 6, the 2 teams that probably belonged because they had perfect seasons, Florida State, being 1 and 1A there, they're not going to get a chance. Like, to me, this was an anomalous season in that, like, for the first time in maybe ever, but certainly that I can remember, you didn't have a team that actually did what they were supposed to do and went undefeated, and they don't have an opportunity to play, for a national championship. And, oh, by the way, they're a member of a Power 5 conference. Like, get out of here. That was crazy to me.
All right, coming up, a move that the Texans made this week, Kareem Jackson, the former Houston Texan. Realistically, what are your opinions? What are your thoughts on them bringing in Kareem Jackson? We'll discuss that next.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to talk about playoffs.
You have to earn those spots to get into the playoffs. So
weekday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we are live here, and it's a pretty good crowd out here, you all have a chance, go ahead and win a $25 gift card as we're here at Buffalo Wild Wings, New Caney location. Come on out, have a good time with this. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. As good time is had, got a chance to win some things. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win. Coming up, I'd say here in the next 30 minutes, we will do a drawing for our first winner for the $25 Visa gift card, so you might want to get that in before we do that drawing to give yourself a chance to win. All right, the news here that came out, the Texans, who've had a lot of injury situations in their defensive backfield, in particular to the safety position, they added in Kareem Jackson, former Houston Texan, who was played here from 2010 to 2018, and was drafted here and has since gone to play for the Denver Broncos. 35 years old. He is in the fold, and I mean he'll probably play Sunday, right? He's not suspended anymore, right? That's passed, right?
No, he'd come back from his suspension, was ready to rejoin the Broncos, and he was there for like a day or two afterwards, and they axed him.
Yeah, so he will probably see some time as we see Jimmy Ward, who's out for the year now, and we see obviously the Eric Murray injuries and the MJ Stewart injuries. So they've got injuries there. He'll probably get some time there. Just I mean, how do you feel about this move for Kareem Jackson?
I thought it was necessary. Seth Payne and I talked earlier this week about the possibility of the Texans even looking at Kareem Jackson, not because of the unnecessary roughness penalties, that have led to, 2 suspensions this season and things like that. D'Amico, by the way, was even asked about that, if knowing his history as a player, a headhunter, so to speak, that people want to attack him with, gave them pause, in considering signing him. And D'Amico was like, no. And that rang loud and clear to me, because not just have you lost Jimmy Ward, a veteran presence on the football field, just as important as that is in a film room and in the locker room, the real value comes on the field and his ability as a player, the functionality of this defense. You lose that. Jalen Petrie struggling. You're having to rely on Kadar Holman and DeAndre Houston Carson, who, by the way, is much more than serviceable in what he's given credit for. He stepped up and made some plays, saving touchdowns, with tackling.
That pick was pick, nice.
What he has like 2 picks this year for the Texans, and some. Look, you'd like it to mean a little bit more than what it has in the grand scheme of things, but you ask the guy to go out there and make plays. He's made plays. I think Kareem Jackson has to play on Sunday. I think they're going to need him to, because they need healthy, fresh, competent, reliable players in that secondary. When Petrie's struggling to the level that he is right now, you have to expand when your back's up against the wall. And the Texans made absolutely the right decision in bringing K-Jax back.
713-572-4610. The move to bring Kareem Jackson back. What is your thought? I love the words you used there. It was necessary. It was necessary, and I think for depth of all issues. Tyler, were you through the roof thrilled? Were you fired up about Kareem Jackson? The signing of Kareem Jackson, did that really
not necessarily in a I'm pumped for what he's going to bring on the field with his play kind of thing, but it was cool to see Kareem Jackson, who we're very familiar with in this city, come back, and I like what he brings as far as, honestly, the unnecessary penalties he gets. I mean, I like that he lays the wood on the offense he faces. I like everything Kareem Jackson could be as long as he can stay on the field and not get suspended.
Yes, I think you guys both said, I think, the proper things. Like, to me, I think that kid should be playing ahead of him. I like what he has done. Like I said, that interception, reading that, coming over, getting that, and keeping his feet in bounds, and just other things that he has done as well. Mm-hmm. I mean, hell, they had more confidence in him than Jalen Petrie at safety.
Who are you talking about, DeAndre?
Yeah, DeAndre. Yeah. What's his last name?
Houston Carson. I just call him DHC with the INT because that's what he does.
Yeah, he I think he should definitely. He knows the system very well, and he's been there I don't think Kareem Jackson should go over and start playing over him. I just think it's got to be about expectation. And I hope that some fans kind of learn from the Case Keenum situation, and that not to think that, all right, the person that you're seeing in Kareem Jackson is the guy who played here, the guy who played in his 20s. That shouldn't be the expectation that you're getting here. I think there could be some help leadership-wise. There could be some help, especially depth-wise. But he is 35, and I mean the Denver Broncos are in a similar situation, and they're like, no, man, you can go ahead and we'll let you go, and you're rolling on. I think he can really help this team. I just think we need to make sure we understand the expectations and the player you're getting. It's not the same player that was here in 2018, 2017.
That's fair, and I know what you're saying ultimately, but the player that Kareem Jackson was here for the Houston Texans wasn't really who he became when he left here and went to the Denver Broncos, and has been exclusively, a safety, strong safety, has kind of reinvented his career, so to speak, and just become that reliable backstop, so to speak, of a defense, and has made plays because he's seen so much, because he has the knowledge in various systems under various, head coaches. I mean, Seth and I went through the list the other day. When he was drafted in 2010, he comes in under Gary Kubiak, but more importantly, the defensive coordinator at that time was Frank Bush. Well, he had a very, I'll say, from a field of play standpoint, tumultuous rookie season. If you look at the overall numbers and relative to what he's kind of accomplished throughout the course of his career, it's like, okay, that's pretty solid rookie season, right? He really struggled in coverage, man coverage, zone coverage. He'd given up the chunk play, he wasn't the sure tackler he's become then. It took him, that second season when Wade Phillips came in as the defensive coordinator, very similar to Jalen Petrie in my mind, because you've got two different coordinators, two different schemes, two different years, and you're having to relearn things. And I think it was John Harris who might have said this yesterday, or certainly it was this week in relation to Jalen Petrie, Ron, where if last year, and from a team-wide standpoint, was looked upon as like remedial math, like the 0100 class you had to take if you went to JUCO like me, I was there, did that. This year's like second-year physics in terms of what they're asking players to learn across the board offensively, but let's just stick with defense, right? This is a real NFL defense taught and coached by, one of the best defensive coordinators in all of the NFL the last couple of years in DeMeco Ryans. It's a big learning curve for guys like Jalen Petrie. Kareem has been through that. This is the guy they feel like can come in and give them what they need in spots, which is a reliable guy in the secondary in coverage that can come up and make big-time plays. The ones that Jalen Petrie's whiffed on a lot last year, a little bit less this year, but has had the opportunity to make some game-changing plays, but just hasn't.
I think he is, to me, I view him as a depth guy and a guy that can do some things in spots, as you said. Mm-hmm. But it's a problem if the thought is, man, this guy might be our best safety back here.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the thought, but he's an improvement.
I just think the expectations have to be fair for it. He's coming in. I'm just saying it's a different, because Kareem Jackson was obviously and clearly a really loved figure, a solid player when he was here. Now he's kind of, as you said, shifted positions and not just played corner like he did a lot here, but just someone texted the leadership, veteran presence that can help. As long as it's not taking people out. And that was as Tyler said, stand on the field. But the veteran presence can really help things out.
That was the first thing that Kareem said yesterday when asked about what he can bring to this team. It wasn't a level of play or anything. It was mentorship and leadership.
Yep. Yeah. And that's what we'll see. All right, coming up, we'll give you the latest update on C.J. Stroud. It is great news, and Andre Johnson is closer to the next step of hopefully going to Canton. We'll discuss all of that, all the major news right here on The Drive here on Sports Radio 610.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season is far from over.
You hope to have a chance with 2 games left. That's great. That's something to play for. To have something on the line, and games in December are obviously very important.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat a Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Bell Furniture and Beat a Bell. On I-10, the Katy Freeway, eastbound at Barker Cypress, it's an accident that has a right lane blocked. It's Bell Furniture's greatest.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day, it's the Big Three at 3. Number 1.
All right, number 1, welcome in as we are live on the road here at Little Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings, the New Caney location. So come on out, hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. And if you are in the building or on your way, coming up as soon as this segment ends in about 15 minutes, we will draw our first winner. So if you have not signed your name, put it in that box. You may want to do so before this segment ends, because we will do our drawing for our first winner for a $25 Visa gift card. So if you are on the way or you're in the building and you want some action at that, again, you do not have to put your Social Security card down. You don't have to put your address. We're not trying to be able to follow you in some sort. You just write your name down and put it in the box. I think there are so many people who believe that we are trying to hunt them down. Just put your name down, write it in there, and then you'll have a chance to be a winner. So that's coming up in about 15 minutes. Also, number 1, the C.J. Stroud watch, and the best news possible that we could have. And by the way, Tyler, I want to make sure I'm getting this right. We'll have C.J. and his pressure coming up in the next segment.
Yep, yeah, at least the first part of it.
All right, we'll have C.J. Stroud coming up. You'll hear from the quarterback himself. Well, this will be the first time we've heard from him since he had the concussion. So that will be something you want to listen to coming up in the next segment. But it is being reported right now, and obviously with him talking to the media, this usually means he is out of the concussion protocol. And Aaron Wilson is reporting Texans quarterback C.J. Stroud has officially been cleared and will start on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. I just saw like 4 people in here just exhale. Like, God, we ain't got to see Davis. We ain't got to see Case again, do we? Thank God. Yes. So C.J. Stroud, it looks like he will go. And Sean, I think this obviously this is not like some crazy statement. This is why they paid me the big bucks statement. But clearly, this gives them their absolute best chance to win. This gives Bobby Slowick his absolute best chance to be able to call an offense and to be able to do things that he probably wants to do that he has not been able to do the last couple of weeks. C.J. Stroud changes the entire confidence and mindset of this team with him being there on Sunday against the Titans, which is now the biggest game of the season.
There's no question, and ultimately now that you have Stroud back, the focus shifts to this really being about the team and the opportunity that they have in front of them. They have to win this game against Tennessee to continue to control their own destiny. They beat Tennessee, they beat Indianapolis the next 2 weeks. They're into the postseason. If that means AFC South, champions, fantastic. If that means they get in via the 7th and final wild card spot in the AFC, fantastic. You're playing extra football for the first time since 2019. That's what it's all about. So the shift now becomes, if I'm D'Amico Ryans, if I'm Bobby Slowick, I got 2 words for you, and that's week 6.
I thought you were going to say suck it.
Well, you know what? Suck it to everybody that doubts this team. Suck it to everybody that, is worried about, what the Texans' chances are going into this game because of all of the factors that are against them potentially. And it's more about not just C.J. Stroud, but what they need defensively. But I say week 6 because you think back to week 6, that victory against the Saints at home, coming off of, at the time, probably one of the most devastating losses, the most devastating loss you'd taken. You allowed Desmond Ridder to do his thing in his place, final seconds, after we got the first real taste of C.J. Stroud in crunch time. He led a touchdown drive late in that game, right? That put him up, and with too much time on the clock, you lost that game.
Desmond Ridder,
hey, look, long story short, you beat the Saints after a game like that with, by the way, no Tank Dell. Noah Brown hadn't emerged as the Noah Brown, the explosive player that we saw him become earlier this season in back-to-back weeks. You were at the time on your 3rd different offensive line. You had all kinds of things going against you. And the main point is they've overcome adversity before. They've done it at various times this season. You're getting Stroud back. You've got Collins. You've got Schultz. You've got a run game with some semblance of activity, positive, right, back there now with Devin Singletary doing his thing, regardless of how you feel about this offensive line. Stroud, oh, by the way, has become pretty accustomed to having to run for his life. Hopefully that's not necessarily the case this weekend, but you've been there, done that, and you've been successful at it. Week 6, you can do it again.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens there. But it's just good. It changes the entire feel of the Texans with him there, with him being in the game. And you can see it with his teammates and not just on the field, that he is obviously light years better than the quarterback play they have been getting, but also just the feel that he gives this team. All right, you were out there at practice. Obviously, the one thing about it is the Texans have had more than just CJ as injury issues. They got a whole host of people who are injury issues. And I'm just going off basically, and I'll let you jump in and tell me what you saw about what you reported. I saw you tweet this out. Obviously, C.J. Stroud was returned to practice and practiced for a second straight day. Adrian Amos, who else they've got there in the safety position back there, he practiced. And Laramie Tunsil practiced today. Blake Cashman, a big one, practiced today. I've seen it. Steven Nelson, was he out there?
Yeah, Nelson was out there, but he looked limited because he wasn't wearing cleats. He looked like Noah Brown and Robert Woods typically do on Wednesdays.
When they have rest days?
Yeah, they're rest days, but Nelson, look, he's got like 3 or 4 injuries right now, so they're probably giving every opportunity for him to get as fresh as possible ahead of Sunday.
We'll see when we get the official injury report, but I know the ones you did see, Malik Collins, Will Anderson, did not practice, as well as Sheldon Rankins. Right?
Yeah, damn it, I just realized I misspelled Malik's name.
It's all right.
Stinking Twitter fingers, man. But I did not see Malik. That doesn't mean that he wasn't out there.
You didn't see him.
The Texans, what they've kind of done on purpose when there have been questionable injuries this season within that defense, whether it be the ends, the interior line, or linebackers, they put them dudes all the way on the opposite side of the field, and they tighten the rope area, right, where we're able to stand. So we have the medical tent and all those contraptions, the big boxes, whatever they got going on training staff-wise, they put him behind there, so we can't see a thing. He might have been there. Somebody said that they saw Malik. I think it was Cody Stutes. Cody Stutes said he saw Malik out there, but wasn't sure. But if it was him, he wasn't wearing a jersey, so he would have been like a viewership-only kind of participant, right?
Yeah.
And then Sheldon Rankins was the other guy that I couldn't find. Doesn't mean that he wasn't there. I literally wasn't able to see him with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah. So they got some guys there, man.
Will Anderson, by the way. I did see him. There was a Will Anderson sighting. He was watching yesterday, but walking off of the practice field today into the bubble, probably getting some side work done, which is a good thing. If it means like he's doing agility on a bike and doing some light running, that's progress.
It's progress, but do you think it's progress enough that he plays Sunday?
No.
Yeah,
I personally don't.
I don't think so.
Before I saw him yesterday, Ron, I thought he was done for the regular season and that there was no chance he'd be back unless they made the playoffs.
Really? Okay.
Just given his injury with a high ankle sprain.
The high ankle sprain is sometimes a 6-week injury.
Exactly.
Especially for non-quarterbacks, guys that have to use their legs to push off and things like that. So Blake Cashman, that's a big one to have him back because he means a lot to this team. So that is the latest. C.J. Stroud, if you missed it, you're just jumping in. It's officially been cleared and is no longer in concussion protocol and will start, according to Aaron Wilson, Sunday. And you will be able to hear from him coming up in about 10 minutes or so as we will have his presser. He speaks to the media. We will let you hear that coming up in the next segment.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, we're here again. Andre Johnson has been named as a finalist for the 2024 Pro Football Hall of Fame. This is, I think, the 3rd year in a row. I know John McClain has been a presenter for him. And there is some. It feels like the competition is getting less stiff as they roll through here, and he may have a chance to get in. And we've seen receivers we've seen guys like Chris Carter have to wait 4 years. T.O. You remember T.O. had to wait a long, long time, and I think there were some extra things with those two guys.
Chris Carter waited a long time.
A lot longer than you would think, right, for his numbers.
11 years he waited.
Like a lot. Was it that long?
11 years.
11
he
years.
Retired in 2002 and got in 13.
Really?
And that's what I wanted to bring up. That's what I wanted to bring up. If you want to, I didn't know if you wanted to finish.
So really, so it's got to be 5 years. So it's got to be 5 years removed from when he played. So he waited, 6, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So 6 years so he was eligible. But 6, that's a long time. T.O. 4 or 5 years before. But I think Andre has a chance. I still believe he is at the top of the list with the Torrey Holt is shaky. We don't really attribute Super Bowls to that position as a thing that jumps you over. But he does have a Super Bowl win. Reggie Wayne does too. But those two guys I think are below Andre Johnson when you look at the receivers there. So I do think he is the best receiver in the bunch. I think he will eventually get in. I'm not sure if this will be the year.
They're bunched up. Reggie Wayne, Torrey Holt, Andre Johnson in terms of like career statistics and things like that. To me, throw the stats out the window with Andre. He has the stats. Like, let's stop it already, okay? He's one of the very, best receivers in NFL history amongst, yards compiled, catches, yards per catch, all of that stuff. And he led the league multiple times during the time that he played. Stats are there. Forget that. To me, this is about the politics, the idiocy in terms of the process of the voting. And I've got 5 guys pointed out here to you. Paul Warfield, Steve Largent, Jerry Rice, Randy Moss, Calvin Johnson, all great wide receivers that waited the shortest amount of time to get into the Hall of Fame. Is Andre Johnson in their class? That is a question. And what I'm talking about, what they all have in common, from the time that they retired to the time that they got in, 6 years. Yeah. All of those guys. Man, there's been a ton of other great wide receivers that had to wait a heck of a lot longer. We just talked about them. Terrell Owens, 2010 to 2018. Marvin Harrison, 2008 to 2016. Chris Carter, 02 to 13. Lynn Swann, 82 to 01. James Lofton, 93 to 03. Michael Irvin, 99 to 07. Point is, this is the 7th year removed from Dre's retirement. Because of that and how close he is with Holt and Reggie Wayne, and the fact that I don't think there's ever been a time in the history at that position where 3 guys from the same position have gone in the same year. I don't foresee that happening this year.
Yeah, I don't think 3 will. I think there's a potential of 1 going in, and to me, if it is 1, and I'm not just saying that because I'm doing the show here in Houston. I'll be honest with it. I think he is clearly. Okay, clearly is maybe too much. I think he is the top of those 3. Right, when it gets to those 3, when you start talking about those other 2, Wayne and Torrey Holt have Super Bowls, but they also both had Hall of Fame quarterbacks, and both of them had Hall of Fame receivers on the other side. Mm-hmm. And he was able to put up the things he put up with the quarterback play he had. So if there was a receiver to go, it's Andre. I do think there is something to the point you're making is those 3 may be so bunched up that it's a feel like if we don't take all 3 of them, we don't take one of them, which is unfair. But
I don't necessarily think it has to be that way.
I don't think it does, but I think there's a thought of it.
But it's about the case that's made, who's making the case, and how strong that case is for that particular player. And when you look at Reggie Wayne, who played the large chunk of his career with Peyton Manning as his quarterback, played for one organization the entire time, is above Andre Johnson in total receiving yards, total touchdowns, those more, the sexier, more appealing, more important, quote-unquote, stats to football people, to voters. I think Wayne gets in. In my opinion,
I think Wayne gets in.
I don't know if it's even going to be this year, but I think Reggie Wayne gets in before first. Andre.
Really?
And then I think it honestly, it very well could be Torrey Holt even before Andre Johnson. I would not be surprised if Dre has to wait about 3 or 4 more years for those 2 guys to get in first. Yeah.
Man, I think he's I don't know, man. I think he is better than those two. To me,
I'll say this.
I understand what you're saying.
I don't know who's up there pounding the table.
It's John McClain.
Not for Andre, but for Reggie Wayne and for Torrey Holt. But because it is John McClain and how respected he is and the credibility that he carries in that, I do think that and that alone, and that again without knowing who's pounding the table for the other two guys, I think that is an advantage.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, John. So hopefully we'll get some good news from Andre.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, quickly yesterday, the Rockets, they lose back-to-back. They lose both of those home games in that back-to-back. They lose to the Pacers the other night, and then last night the Suns come into town and they lose 129-113. I don't even know if it was good. It was better. I guess Jalen Green kind of played better yesterday. I mean, he had 23 points. At least there were things that were done in the other stat sheet, like 5 rebounds, 3 assists. But still, it wasn't efficient. I mean, it was 8 for 20. He jacked up 12 threes. He made 6 of them. That's where
I like the improvement.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought he took better shots from the perimeter.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's better than it has been before. But it still wasn't good enough, great, or something that it almost just feels like you feel satisfied from it because of what he has been doing.
It was the output. But look, when he was on
2 for 12s and what he's been given us.
When he was on the court, they were getting the hell beat out of him. And that ultimately is how you've got to look at things. Yes, he was taking better shots, but he
made some? He made more.
And he made more. You're right. I mean, he scored 23 points, I think it was, something like that. He took better shots, and he was affecting the game, in a more positive way, personally. But what was the team looking like? I think he was a minus 17 when he was on the floor last night. And ultimately, he's just 1/5 a factor of that. I get it. I understand it. And anything that he would have done in terms of better output would have been a step in the right direction. The guy doesn't suck. He's a young player that's struggling in a new system with consistency and understanding. As easy as it is for us to talk about spacing and how guys should move and understand defensively, I think that's the struggles that he's experiencing on the offensive end, and he feels the pressure. And the fact that I think he's so immature and wears the weight so heavy on his shoulders is the real issue. It's going to take an offseason, I think, for this guy to kind of put it together and figure it out under Ime.
I don't know if they want to wait that long. All right, coming up, C.J. Stroud. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud as he spoke to the media for the first time. We're hearing from him for the first time since his concussion. That is coming up next right here on The Drive.
I got to tell you about QC Kinetics. Here's the deal, man. You can make the decision right now to get lasting relief from that awful joint pain that you've been dealing with, and you can do it for the
Hootopia Football Podcast, available on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Congratulations to our first winner, John. I won't say John's last name. I'll make sure John ain't in no trouble being here. Hell, he said, okay, John Wilson. Congratulations, John Wilson, our first winner. We will be hooking somebody else up with another $25 Visa gift card. All you got to do is sign your name like John did, put it in the raffle box, and you'll have a chance to win a $25 Visa gift card. All right, your quarterback is back and will be set to start on Sunday against the Titans. He also spoke with the media. Here is C.J. Stroud talking at NRG.
But my teammates held it down as best as they could, and I appreciate them for that. And now I'm back, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to just do my job again.
Have you officially been cleared?
Yes, I have.
Two things. One, do you plan to start on Sunday?
Yes.
And you were out for a couple weeks, which seems like it's a pretty serious injury. I wonder, was it scary? Was there any time where you were like worried?
No, I wouldn't say it was scary. It was just the right precautions and the right steps that I had to take to see progress. It wasn't overnight. And the thing about concussions that I've learned is that it's not like one-off fits all. It's like whatever that situation is. And for me, it was a little different than others, or it was just unique to what I went through on the field. So the training staff did a great job of just making sure that I was okay and wasn't forcing it and trying to come back too fast. And I appreciate them for just being honest throughout the whole process and everything. But yeah, it was tough, but we're through it now, and I'm excited to play.
How do you feel?
I feel great. Yeah, I feel really good. I feel back to myself, which was the biggest thing. So.
Where'd you watch the games? Did you watch them live on TV, or did you have to go back?
No, I kind of right when the Tennessee game was played, that was my first time watching football since like my injury. Just because like the camera angles and all that stuff is weird with like was weird with my vision. But the Tennessee was like around where I started feeling better, so I watched the game at home, and then I watched the Cleveland game at home too. But I got to watch both the games.
How was that?
I would say it was like it is what it is type of thing. Like it wasn't something that I was like, I wasn't mad at the world or like mad at anybody or mad at a guy. Like I was just like, man, it's something that I got to go through, and I got to just fight through it. Another piece of adversity that I'm faced with. How am I going to react? So I didn't try to get too up, too down, and I really was just trying to be supportive of my teammates. So I was texting them throughout the week, and I was keeping up with the game plans and stuff. So it was tough to watch because of course I wanted to play, but at the end of the day, like it was nothing I could do. So I wasn't gonna like try to control something that I couldn't control and just get mad. So I just try to stay calm.
Have you ever been through anything like this before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever been through anything like this in your career before?
Yeah, injury is a part of the game. I feel like concussions are a little different. I've had concussions before, but this one was probably the worst one I've had just because I hit the back of my head and I hit the ground really hard. So that was like what made it so bad. It was just like I damn near hit my head on cement kind of. It was cold, and the turf, I guess, isn't the best I've learned. But, I mean, it is what it is, and I'm just happy to be back.
CJ, you got in a lot before your concussion. Is having this time off help your body?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like any time off. I mean, this is the most I've actually, like, not done, like, anything physical all year. I mean, from August of 2022, preparing for my season with Ohio State, like, I haven't stopped since then, you know, so I haven't had a week or two break since that time before fall camp in college. So, yeah, it was good for me to kind of catch up and let my shoulder rest a little bit and other little nicks and pains that I had, so it definitely helped.
I hope you are completely better.
Thank you.
Know that, how the team held it down for you. So was it like you knowing that you had an opportunity to come back? You guys have a real shot at continuing to do some of those goals that you guys always had as far as
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's cool just to see like your teammates go out there and get a kind of third perspective, because my perspective has always been from the sideline or in the game. So I actually got to like see some things that we can work on, like from a visual standpoint on like a TV level. Not like trying to look cool or nothing, but just trying to like control our emotions better, things like that. And I feel like just that perspective of the game definitely helped. And I feel like, man, we're right where we're at. You know, like we gotta appreciate the work that we've put in, but at the same time, just get one at a time and keep building for hopefully making the playoffs, and that's definitely the goal, and just go from there. So, I mean, we got to start with Tennessee, which is a really hard challenge. As you can see, last time we played them, they played us really tough, and Mike Rabel does a great job mixing up the defense and stuff like that. So, definitely, I feel like we're at for a reason, and we got to just keep going.
Was there anyone that you leaned on for help or support while you were going through this tough time?
Yeah, my mom was really big in my recovery, just checking on me, make sure I was all right, and then just like really my support staff of like outside this building, of like my friend Caleb, my agent, my marketing guy, some close family members that helped me, like my brother and my sister, and I was able to honestly like kind of let go of like a lot of responsibilities with their help, and that helped me tremendously with just focusing on my recovery and my health, which is most important. And I really felt love while I was out, by people just reaching out and making sure that I was all right. I appreciate that a lot. So I know that it looked scary and like the whole situation was weird, but I appreciate people like actually caring, and the people who support me every day. I appreciate them a lot.
CJ, it's like close to their locker room. What was it like the first time you got back in the huddle with your guys and just you actually be there and do everything they're doing?
It was cool. I mean, it was right back like today and yesterday where it felt like I didn't miss at all. It felt like my groove kind of got back. I think Gerard has done a great job of getting me back in my rhythm and getting my timing and stuff down for this week's prep. And I feel like he's done a good job of putting live game situations. And I think hopefully going to come back and do as well or as better as I've been doing. And that's the plan, and I hope that comes true. So I'm excited for these next couple games and this opportunity. All right, God bless.
All right, that is your quarterback, C.J. Stroud. He said it out of his own mouth that he will play on Sunday. Appreciative for his teammates to hold it down. Had a few things to say there that I'm sure we'll tackle and talk about coming up here throughout the show. But C.J. Stroud saying himself that he will play coming up on Sunday against the Titans. That was C.J. talking to the media for the first time. Sean, let's.
I missed him.
Did you? Are you all right?
I missed him.
Did you? Everybody else?
God bless you too, CJ Stroud.
Man, I feel like everybody just order another beer for CJ. Do that for a man, right? Like,
cheers, CJ.
Man, somebody take a shot somewhere, man. He missed him. John missed him. My man right here missed him. These two back here, they missed him. I mean, it's all right, man. Tyler, you okay? I mean,
I'm great now that I heard him. Yeah,
it's an emotional time, man.
Yeah,
CJ's
I feel
back.
lovely.
All right, we'll give you the rest of the injury report. It's not as great a news, but we'll let you know the rest of that. But C.J. Stroud officially is back. He said it himself, and it felt like some of you all needed that hug, that verbal hug that C.J. gave. I want to give a physical hug to somebody. Compassionate Ron, not you. Compassionate Ron is out.
Come on.
There's somebody who deserves a hug. I feel so bad for this guy. We'll discuss that coming up next.
He ain't laying down for nobody.
Playoffs? After a tough loss to the Browns, Coach D'Amico isn't ready to talk about playoffs.
While supplies last. See Lowe's.com for details.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, it just feels so much better around here, don't it? Everybody even looks more attractive, even you, Sean. I looked at Tyler. You look even better than normal.
Interesting.
Right now, you hear
That's
that.
wild because I look damn good every day.
You're not saying you're ugly.
So I must be looking
I mean, it feels better with CJ. Can we hear CJ again? Can we just hear the start of CJ? Tyler, I just want to hear the start of CJ just to put everybody in a good place again. All right, put everybody in a good place. All right, now, Christmas is past. Now we get to hear CJ for the first time. This was CJ at the start of his press conference.
It's great being back. I missed it. I feel like everything that happened, I wouldn't say it happened for a reason, but it's kind of something that I guess God wanted me to go through. It was tough. It wasn't easy. But my teammates held it down as best as they could, and I appreciate them for that. And now I'm back, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to just do my job again.
Have you officially been cleared?
Yes, I have.
Said he's back. Officially cleared. How about that, CJ?
And he said he feels
Everybody in
great.
here, just give CJ a round of applause.
Go.
Everybody in
I'll
here.
join you.
CJ, she started clapping too. This family right here looking at me like I ain't about to clap. Right, they're good for you, CJ. I'm just happy. Boy, wrap your arms around that. That'll make you feel a lot better because that was a tough Christmas after that damn Cleveland Browns game.
Oh.
That was a tough one. That was a tough Christmas Eve after that one. I guess at least
tension in the air right now.
I guess it was early enough where you could just go on about your day, I guess. But that was not what you were looking forward to that Christmas Eve. Now listen, we're hearing CJ, as he just said himself, he'll play, he'll be back. But the rest of the injury report, you were out there, Sean, no surprise. This is good. Nico Collins, a full participant, as he was limited yesterday with that calf. So he's a go.
They're going to take it easy on him probably for the rest of the regular season and beyond.
He's probably going to be on that limited, full type of deal the rest of the way. But he practiced full today. But these are the guys who did not go. Will Anderson Jr., Malik Collins with that hip didn't go. Jonathan Grenard. I mean, those are your three best defensive linemen straight up. Steven Nelson, who it seems like he's got the foot, the hamstring, the hand, everything. He didn't practice. Seems like they're maybe just taking their time with him and letting him get rested up. And then Sheldon Rankins. Yeah. He didn't practice. Those were the ones who didn't practice at all today. So those are interesting, though, because all of those guys have not practiced the last 2 days. And those are ones to watch.
I'd worry less about Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins, Steven Nelson. It's Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson to a lesser degree that I think you should really keep an eye on.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It just I get concerned anytime we see guys don't practice both of the heavy days.
I'll put it to you this way, though. Consider this. And look, Malik Collins and Sheldon Rankins, both veterans in this league, and I understand everybody's got their ceiling, has that point in which they just can't push any further. But you've got 2 games left to go in this regular season. Your football life in terms of 2023, 2024 is on the line. Yeah. If these guys aren't on IR, get your ass out there. And that's the way I feel, especially with the interior. Will Anderson to a much lesser degree because you have guys like Derek Barnett. You have guys like Jerry Hughes. You've been able to sustain enough.
Well, what if they just can't go, baby? I don't think Will can go.
No. I ain't worried about Will.
Will with the
I said, I ain't worried about the edge.
I mean, I am.
I thought he was done unless they made the playoffs.
If they can't go, they can't go. Will, like to me on this list, I heard you saying Will and Jonathan Grenard are the ones who concern me the most because those two guys can flat take over a game. I mean, I just watched them play the Titans, and Jonathan Grenard was the best player on the field, in my opinion, in that game. Multiple 2.5 sacks, just ruined drives repeatedly, especially late. Those two guys, and me and Clint talked about this last week, those two guys to me on the defense are the best two players that have a chance to just wreck a game. We've seen those two do it, and then it's much more easier now. We've seen Derek Stingley have some big games, but it's much harder to do that from the cornerback position. Those guys up front can do it. So, yes, Malik Collins and the interior are big.
Collins.
And it was big for them. But those two dudes there, they have the chance to just mess things up.
They do, and they need to get out there. Collins, last time I checked, should have 2 hips. He's dealing with 1. Rankins, ankle, he's got another one. Like, let's go. You got 2 games left. Let's go.
Will, he's got a high ankle sprain. He's got another one. Deal with it.
Well, rookie. Like, I'm just saying, like, veterans, they've been kind of deal with it. They know how to deal with it. Like,
get out there and lay down.
Let's go.
Come on now.
Let's go.
All right, so that is the latest, the injury report. I just want to say, man, I'm starting to get a soft spot, man.
Oh, that's who you want to give a hug to?
I really do. I want to give a Thursday hug, Tyler, to Russell Wilson.
Lord.
Really? Yes, man. I have compassion for Russell Wilson. I really feel bad for Russell Wilson. I really do. No, don't look at me like that, Daniel Thomas. I do. I feel bad. You don't feel bad.
I need a screenshot.
Tyler, you are a real evil son of a gun.
That look was a meme.
You find this is messed up what they doing to that dude.
Let's ride.
I know, let's ride. This is messed up what they doing to him, man. He deserves. Come on, man. They came to that man in October and said, "Hey, man, we're gonna bench you if you don't cut your salary." What?
Mr.
And now they're gonna bench him right now. And now they're gonna bench him right now. And it's just purely because of financial. They don't want to get this man his money. And then like Sean Payton just going off, boy. I mean, Sean Payton just laying into him, completely trying to lay it at the feet of Russ. I don't know, man. I feel bad for Russ, man. I think Russ is being done dirty.
I don't know.
And it's just because most people don't like Russ that you're finding enjoyment. But Russ don't be doing nothing to nobody.
Hold on.
He's just a weird dude,
you can't
man.
Say,
what Russ do? What Russ do to people? He's just odd. Now some folks are just mad because he's knocking off Sierra, and that's not his fault. He won that. He's fair and square.
He's definitely weird. We know
he's
that.
He's a weird guy.
But wasn't there rumblings of, the diva that he'd kind of become here in recent years before even Sean Payton took that job? And when you start to hear those sorts of things, generally it's around the time
where you're... What's the diva stuff? Well, he wanted another locker?
Yeah, I think it was actually something like that.
Yeah, he wanted 2 lockers.
But where
they gave it to him.
It's kind of like an ant or a cockroach, man. When you see one, there's probably another one somewhere close by. When you hear things like that, it's probably a little bit something, bigger, more pertinent, to the culture relationship that he could have with certain people or not have. I'm just going to say this. I thought you would go a completely different direction.
No, I feel bad for him, man.
I almost was going to ask the question later today, are we not criticizing Russell Wilson enough? Like, are we hating on Sean Payton too much?
Oh, get out of here, man.
Russell is getting all the blame. Should the focus be more on Russell? Well, you're not going to be treated in some respects, right? You're not going to be treated certain ways unless those people feel like they can. And if they feel like they can approach you in the middle of a season, maybe your toughest in your entire career, then what did you do to kind of initiate that, right? So I'm just thinking.
So you just assuming that Russell did stuff to Sean. That's what you or
Sean,
the team?
Front office. Nah, I don't know. Like, I think it should be an open conversation.
Like, will we hear about his teammates? Like, I don't hear it now.
I would love to pick the brain of Kareem Jackson.
Well, sure, let's do it. I would love to, but the teammates, like people, they be behind Russ. Now the Seattle.
Yeah, when they're on the same team as
the Seattle ones don't. They be behind Russ. I just for me. Listen, Russ has his flaws. I'm not saying Russ is great. I don't love it. I'm not like he ain't somebody I can kick it with. But to me, come on, Tyler. Hey, man, they're going to come up to you, man, right after the bye week. We didn't run 4 or 5 in a row. They're going to come to you October 31st, Tyler, and tell you, hey, man, Parker going to come to you and Tyler and say, hey, Tyler, man, I'm going to need you to take this pay cut. And if you ain't going to take this pay cut, man, we're going to have to sit you down, and Chris Santiago going to come in and fill in for you. We're going to threaten to bench your ass if you don't take this pay cut of this money that we gave you.
Doesn't it feel like a real, just Sean Payton being the smartest guy in the room again?
Now it feels like Sean Payton's being a Richard head.
Well, that's the undertone of being the smartest guy in the room.
But we knew he was already, though, and maybe he is being that. But again, you don't. I don't think you act certain ways around certain people or do certain things to them or approach them with certain things unless you feel like you can. Unless you feel like, you know what, like if that's the way this guy wants to operate, then cool. He wouldn't mind if I bring this to his attention. Like, because the Broncos very easily could have not had that conversation, not brought that up, and Peyton could have benched his ass anyway because he isn't very good anymore. And it would have been that. You deal with this in the offseason.
No, but listen, they have been in the midst of the playoff race, and a lot of it has to do with Russ and his play this year.
Yeah.
Like Russ has not been the problem. Not been the number one problem. Now, he's had some moments, but he has not been the number one problem for this group. I think for them to have been the position that they're still in it. What are they? Are they 7-8 now? They're still breathing. They'll probably be done after this week. But I mean, and then
one of those situations where you would say they're all but mathematically eliminated.
He comes in and just like, yo, man, hey man, sit on the bench. We're gonna bench you, man. Because Jarrett Stidham, we believe we need a spark from Jarrett Stidham.
But if you understand,
get the hell out of here,
if you understand it from the financial sense too, right? And they've made a large financial commitment to Sean Payton, and maybe Sean Payton has discovered over the course of maybe when was this rumor said to have supposed to have taken place where they approached Russ with this around week 9, 10, or 11, something like that? Maybe that's all you need if you're Sean Payton to realize, like, you know what? Like, I'm going to be here a lot longer than this cat, and we owe him a lot of money. If we cut him before June 1st, then we're going to owe this much. If we're able to trade him, after June 1st, we're going to owe this much. But we have to be able to make sure if we're going to trade him, we're trading a healthy player. And are you risking the last couple of weeks of the season to where Russell Wilson, the way that he's playing, to get him hurt?
No, dog. They didn't just say that the last couple of weeks. They came to him on Halloween. They came to him on Halloween and threatened to bench.
But Halloween, he was sucking. That was before.
He was not. That was in the midst of their 5-game winning streak. They had just beaten the Chiefs.
Was that right then? Okay.
Yes, they had just beaten the Chiefs.
I thought it was after.
They were starting to roll. This was about money right here. They don't want to pay Russ the money that they decided to give him. And because they decided to go with Nathaniel Hackett to help ruin Russ to this point, now they all mad. Like they don't want to pay him. Yes, Russ has his flaws. As I said, man, me and Russ wouldn't go kick it at the Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney and have drinks together.
He didn't know
the hell out man, come on, man. Somebody said, damn, Ronnie, show us your true colors. No, I just am compassionate about something's wrong is wrong and right is right. That's messed up. That's messed up what they did to that cat.
Yeah, I just think you need to know more. You need to know more, like why they felt comfortable enough to make that. And it's not like the Denver Broncos have been run as the most competent organization in recent years, because they clearly haven't. But Russell Wilson also brought a lot of baggage to Denver himself. And you add Sean Payton to the mix.
They couldn't wait to let this out. Yeah, man, we tried to bench him. We tried to bench him in October, but, man,
Yeah, I didn't realize the timeline.
If I was Russell, I would have told them to go to hell immediately.
Well, and he probably did.
Immediately.
What's he gonna do?
I feel bad, man. I got a hug waiting for you, Russ. You're probably gonna want Sierra's more than mine, but I got a hug waiting for you. All right, coming up, something, and I'm looking at you, D'Amico. Something. Listen, I promise you, not one of you will disagree with me on this. I promise. Not anybody that's a real Texans fan, hell, or in a football fan will disagree with me. This can't happen again, D'Amico. Can't. That's coming up next.
The showman.
The Texans may have lost an important matchup with the Browns, but the season
888-603 for details.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, here we go as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're here each and every Thursday, not at this particular location. We are in New Caney, so come on out and hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. But we head and hit a Buffalo Wild Wings each and every Thursday. And come on down as we'll be here till 6 o'clock, as I said. And just to let you know, you got about 15 minutes because as soon as this segment ends, we will be hooking somebody up with another $25 Visa gift card. So if you have not signed your name and placed it in our raffle box to give yourself a chance to win, if you're in the building or you're on your way, your chance will be coming as we will do our next drawing as soon as this segment ends, which is about 15 minutes from now. So go ahead and fill that out if you are wondering. Clint Stoerner is out today. He'll be out the next couple of days as, you know, the holiday thing is getting going. After the first of the year, we'll be back completely ready to roll, hopefully talking about a playoff team. Sean Bada Bing, Bada Boom, Bajani is in the building. Go ahead and come up and get his autograph as he's handing them out. As Tyler is with us as well. All right, I said this on the other side, and I said I just don't believe anybody will disagree with me on this. Now, I'm sure somebody will. As Tyler, you know, there is a real affinity for people to just disagree with me about
You're a shock
anything.
jock, bro.
I'm a shock jock because I wasn't born here in Texas, so many of you just believe I am a certain person because I wasn't born in the state of Texas, although half of you that live here weren't either. But I don't think anyone will disagree with this. I was blown away by DeMeco Ryans, and it can't happen this week. It cannot happen this week with the Titans. I was blown away with DeMeco, who runs the defense, and his what appeared to be refusal to adjust to stopping Amari Cooper. And when I say refusal to adjust, not just saying, all right, I'm going to put my best guy on that dude. At least he's going to be a part of the coverage. Now, I may just put my best guy on him and help him, but I'm going to put Derek Stingley exclusively on Amari Cooper. Like, to me, when the first three catches are 50-plus, 20, and then 75 for a touchdown, and he is just killing the other guy on the other side of the field. And not to mention, as I saw Tyler, which is becoming a patented line of his, I have not seen this bad a coverage from 37 Ross since the war. When you allowed him to go one-on-one with Amari Cooper, who was killing, right? And listen, I'm not going to sit here and say that Amari Cooper didn't go to the other side and give Derek Stingley that work a little bit, because Derek got a touchdown called on him, and
he
did some,
but Cooper made way better plays on Stingley.
But it wasn't. He made better plays on who?
On Stingley. Like, Stingley made those plays that Cooper made a lot more difficult.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. No, yeah, it was easy. It was much easier with anybody else. And at some point, to me, when my man, like, we sitting here at the 12-minute mark of the second quarter, my man got 160 yards receiving on 3 catches. Yeah. We got Derek Stingley over here just covered nobody. Mm-hmm. I swear I saw a fullback run out there one time that he was in one-on-one coverage with. Oh. Like, at some point it was like, hey, man, at some point we're going to switch Derek Stingley. Listen, and I told you, I know you were closer into a space of believing that Derek Stingley is ready to be, that guy that is a lead corner in the league.
Yes.
I'm not there yet.
That's why you drafted him.
That's why you drafted him, but I don't necessarily think that I'm there yet. But at some point in that game, it was like, all right, man, we got Steven Nelson, who's got 8 injuries. He had to leave the game for a little bit. And, I mean, we're in the third. We're in the fourth quarter. I'm seeing him doing people on the other side. And so as they play DeAndre Hopkins this week, to me, there has to be an adjustment where it's like, hey, Derek, I mean, you're gonna follow 10.
Yeah.
we're going to follow it because I couldn't believe it in the second half when I continued to see Amari Cooper on 37 and 21. Hell, I saw Des King get beat. I mean, it was just like, dude, you got to at some point just try it.
Hey, look, I am in complete
Like you said, it's
agreement
why
with
they
you.
drafted him.
It is. But here's the thing. Like, go back to the moment in the game, okay? At one point, your defense is down Jimmy Ward, Steven Nelson, and Jonathan Grenard. All questionable return. Boom, there's that. But the moment Steven Nelson is off of the football field and you have to dig as deep as D'Angelo barbecued brisket Ross to steal one of your
man, don't do
turns.
that, man. Don't
All
put
right?
that on him, man. He's out here trying, man. He should have never been singled up, Jalen Petrie.
Okay.
He should have never been singled up by himself.
Exactly. And that's Jalen Petrie's fault. That was his fault in that 75-yard touchdown. But here's the thing. At some point, like D'Amico Ryans, I understand a philosophy. I understand the game plan. I understand what you're asking of your DBs. You just do what you do. It's the same in middle school as it is in high school, college, and as it should be in the NFL. Sometimes you got to stop thinking about and being so stubborn that you're the smartest guy in the room, and it's going to be your way or the highway, and that's it. When you're matching up by the way, D'Angelo Ross is listed at 5'9". If that sucker's identifying as 5'9", I'm going to ID as 6'1", 195. Are you cool with that? That dude ain't 5'9". When he's matched up on a 6'1", 210-pound Amari Cooper, that's a problem. D'Amico Ryans, Corey Undlin, Dino Vasso, Matt Burke, all those guys have to recognize that and say,
Hannah McNair.
Ain't no way in hell. Hell, Nick Casario's up in the dang booth somewhere in the press box sitting with the coaches. I know he's got a headset on. That ain't being talked about. I know that dude could pipe down and be like, hey, something ain't right here. You got to fix this.
I went back and watched that, and I said, I just want to see. We're in the fourth quarter, Jack, and he is still running routes against everybody else but 24. And then says someone text in, yes, Amari Cooper cooked Stingley as well. No, listen. Amari gave it to him.
He didn't cook him. He made a play on him.
He gave it to him. He made a couple of plays. He got him over there a couple of times. But it wasn't like that. At some point, I don't care. Like, at some point, you got to try it. Like, as you said, though, he was over there getting whatever he wanted. At some point, you got to say, all right, man, we're going to change this up, dog. Anytime two's out there, 2-4, you got to run with it.
Right.
In the slot, in the wherever, because you at some point got to put your best on him. And I'm saying Sunday, I get the feeling that we may have a real motivated DeAndre Hopkins in the house after his last game. Yeah. And he probably feels like he dropped a ball and probably had some plays that should have been made. Now I don't know who's going to throw it to him. But he may have a real motivated DeAndre Hopkins. And if DeAndre Hopkins starts going off anywhere near the way that Cooper did, they got to move their best guy on him. And I'm not saying he's going to 100% stop it, but you don't just keep saying, I'm going to just keep running this scheme over here and hope on big plays that Amari Cooper runs over to this side of the field that I keep having Stingley on.
Yeah.
They have got to make some adjustments over there. I was blown away the refusal at the half. It should have been at the first quarter.
It should have been the first play, and that's really
the first play.
Honestly,
that's enough. Yeah.
That's the point that I wanted to make because these guys are thinking on a much higher level than we are, just as observers and just passionate sports fans and lovers of football and stuff like that. You expect these guys to make next level decisions at the moment. The second that Steven Nelson cannot go, I've got to put my best guy on Amari Cooper for two reasons. One, look, maybe Sting, hey, you know what? This cat ain't ready for this kind of business, for 60 minutes. But for that first play, in middle school, is the second that I see that matchup, I'm throwing up. To hell with what play call I just gave. Throw the go to that cat. You got a little 4'7" dude on you, man? Just throw it up there. He'll get it. And that's basically what happened with the Browns offensively. They look over there, they see little old D'Angelo Ross and Amari Cooper. They said, scrap that. Hey, throw the go. And if you're D'Amico Ryans, you have to recognize that and immediately take that option away. And
I'd have run on the middle of the field and call a timeout.
What you do, you at least give yourself an opportunity. You don't have to call a timeout because you already got a cat that's more than capable of taking care of the opposition's
but I'm going to call
number one
timeout.
receiver.
I mean, he got to run all the way across the field, and we got to switch.
But so you do the right. You make the right decision on the first play that you have the opportunity to do so. That gives you time to figure out, like, all right, here's what we're going to do. This is how we're going to mix and mask coverages. Hell, maybe we have to ask DeAndre Houston Carson to play a little bit of corner today. Maybe we have to ask Desmond King to go back and play a little corner today. We got to do whatever we got to do to make sure we don't have D'Angelo Ross not once on the field with Amari Cooper.
Anybody else? Look,
Sure.
Anybody else? Like people, I've seen this. Cooper torched everyone.
Yeah.
All right, listen. So just don't do nothing. No adjustments. Hey man,
That's not what we do.
Hey dog, it's just his day.
It's not what we do.
So we just gonna chill. It's just his day. So you gotta do something.
Yeah.
Like you gotta change something else. And at least we got like what I want to see. I would have been all good. Like, hey man, we just had problems. If he in the second half just completely ran roughshod over Derek Stingley in double coverage.
Mm-hmm.
Like I would have been like, cool man. All right man, you tried it all. But that didn't. To me, in the fourth quarter, the third quarter, we should have never seen Derek Stingley not on him every play.
No, 100%.
And I'm saying
nobody
that
can say otherwise. Like you said, nobody can say otherwise. You can't disagree with that.
What I'm saying, and I think it needs to be that way from the start against DeAndre Hopkins.
Well, here's the thing with Hopkins. Rewind 2 weeks ago. They didn't throw the ball one time DeAndre Hopkins' way in the entire first half. Then Will Levis force-fed Hopkins the ball 9 targets in the second half. I think he only caught 2 or 3 passes. Two passes, right? So there's that. Will Levis, by the way, the last 2 days, full participant in the Titans practice with an ankle. He's likely to go. That is important, but I really kind of am at the point where I don't care if it's Levis or Tannehill. There's no way in hell they're going to go a 30-minute period, especially to start the game, without looking Hopkins' way, no matter who's on him. Do the Texans have to exclusively put Derek Stingley on DeAndre Hopkins? I don't know who was on him exclusively, if you can even use that word, in the second half 2 weeks ago, if it was Stingley or a whole bunch of other dudes, if they were moving him around. But it's not like he was making plays. The Titans were getting plays made by other dudes. Yeah. And it was a lot of crossers, a lot of little slants, a lot of stuff up the middle. And why? Who'd you have in coverage? What's been an issue the last 2 games? Linebacker. Who do you feel really comfortable with being out there to cover the underneath? Take away some of that stuff. Blake Cashman, especially in the red zone. That's why that guy needs to come back. If that dude comes back, I think they neutralize a big part of what the Titans were able to do that made them as successful as they were 2 weeks ago. And I really wouldn't be surprised. Now that I know that C.J. Stroud's coming back, before I was like, AFC South, tough, fight them out game, come down, nail biter type thing. No, man. If this Texans team's a playoff team, they need to whoop that the Titans' butt on Sunday. No, honestly, and they're going to have the weapons to do so, Ron.
They should. And I see people texting in, like, that's lazy analysis. How can you shadow someone if you're zone or if Cooper lines up in the slot or if Cooper goes in motion? Yes, he goes with them. You can the Texans. You know what?
Here's the thing, though.
They play man sometimes.
But you don't need to shadow him if Cooper lines up in the slot. And I don't know, by the way, how many times he lined up in the slot, but you don't need to shadow him per se because it still can be about what you do defensively. You might be lined up outside as the corner, but you might be responsible for the slot. You might be showing a mixed coverage.
No, I don't.
You don't know. It's not lazy.
I don't give a damn, Sean. We have reached a point where it was that bad.
Mm-hmm.
It was that bad that we had reached a point of I would not trust anybody else in coverage lined up against him except for Derek Stingley because everybody else is giving big plays. And like you said, that's what they signed him for.
Sure.
That's what they drafted him for.
Sure.
That's what they did. I'm telling you, I believe in New York, if the Jets got into a situation where somebody was just absolutely killing them repeatedly to the tune of 200 yards, that at some point they'd say, hey, Sauce Man, can you go? You got to go over there and hold him down.
Yeah.
We're gonna you can't just keep playing your one side when Kevin Stefanski can keep saying, oh, okay, whoever y'all line up on the left side, I can run Amari Cooper out there, and your best corner will be on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Let's not kid ourselves, though. I mean, it is about that, but it's also about what did the Texans do against Will Levis a couple of weeks ago without one key person defensively? They didn't have Blake Cashman that game. They sacked his ass 7 times. They had Jonathan Grenard.
They didn't have Will Anderson.
They didn't have Will Anderson. Right? Wait, they didn't have Anderson or Cashman. My bad. But they had Jonathan Grenard. You might not have Jonathan Grenard. Can the Texans survive defensively minus Jonathan Grenard and Will Anderson and not 100% Blake Cashman on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans? Can they?
Yes, they can.
You can, right? Because of how confident you feel offensively. But if we're being real defensively,
well, defensively too. But
defense has given up the most chunk plays in the air of 20 or more yards than any other team in the NFL this season, man.
They have.
It's the chunk plays that have been absolutely killer. And by the way, I'm going to go ahead and make this prediction. Derrick Henry's ass ain't running for 9 yards on 16 carries. He's 25 away from 1,000 this weekend. He's going to get that and then some. You got to figure out a way to stop that.
I would agree with that, but I also don't think that Joe Burrow. I'm not sorry, Joe Burrow. That Will Levis is going to be on the Joe Flacco level of being able to just throw some of the dimes that he threw consistently down the field.
But you know what?
And their weapons don't scare me.
I get it
as much unless you just let DeAndre Hopkins go completely the hell off and just say, well, hell, we're zone team. Now he's going to take the shot. Like we watched it. Hell, he did. Like there were big plays out there that he just missed.
I don't know how Will Levis got up and walked away from that last hit.
Tough son of a gun.
It was insane. But the plays that he made before that, on the quarterback sneaks, diving for first downs, on 3rd and extremely long, right, where he said the scramble. Yeah. It's like that tough sucker, he's going to make plays. I don't care if he's the greatest thrower, in the NFL or the worst. That dude's going to stick in there, like you said, and he's going to make a play.
All right, as we continue here, our next winner coming up here as soon as this segment ends. We'll continue rolling on as big news. C.J. Stroud is back. He said it himself. We'll continue rolling right here on The Drive on Sports Radio 610.
All right, save big at Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown, and right now you can save big on Silverados, y'all. I'm talking about $9,000 off select 2020.
ever before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, I lied. That is an interesting way to come back in it. Damn, I lied. I promise you, we will do the drawing this time. I felt good. If
just remember.
Yeah, you got a couple of minutes. My man DT, he gonna help me out. We're gonna do the drawing coming up after this segment ends. So you got about 12 minutes. So hopefully you get a chance to win this $25 gift card. And Tyler, this guy, Sean, this gets me every time, fellas. I thought for sure, man, this was going to be one where we all came together on this conversation of like, dang, yeah, you're right. Yeah, you're right. Well, I was thinking the same thing.
Big happy drive family.
When were they going to just exclusively put Derek Stingley on? I promise you, I didn't think there was going to be any pushback on this one.
Mm-hmm.
I thought this was going to be a fun conversation that we're going to have. But no, man.
You're a Tiger, but now you're a Texan, man.
Oh man, we have people who honestly believe that the Houston Texans and DeMeco Ryans only teaches one type of defense.
Yeah. I know what text you're referencing.
They're a zone team.
Goodness.
You move one player, it changes significantly what everyone else does. Now, if they have listen, they run zone, and guess what? They run man too. Like. It's an NFL defense. Guess what? Lovie Smith ran the Tampa 2 for the most part. You know what else he had? He would run man.
Mm-hmm.
They ran man sometimes. Boy, I didn't think this was nothing. Because I'm telling you, if DeAndre Hopkins starts going off in the game Sunday, those of you are just going to say, well, I guess it's just the defense.
Yeah, I mean.
Hey, Ross, play better.
But with that guy's logic, whoever texts that in, I mean, you and I talked about it during the break. I mean, just imagine if Tyreek Hill lined up on the same side of your worst corner every single down. You're going to exploit him. What's the adjustment that is expected to be made by the defense is you get to match talent with talent. And it's not coverage with talent because there is a big gap. A lot of the times when you're that deep as the Texans were on their depth chart, about the lack of talent that is being asked to execute the skill of the philosophy of the coverage against such a talented player. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like you've got to be able to match talent for talent. And I'll say this. Look, we all heard DeMeco's response, on Monday or Tuesday, whatever it was, after the game that's not what we do. Now, BS, DeMeco. You're protecting your dudes, as I would fully expect him to. But on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans and the following Sunday against the Indianapolis Colts, it isn't and it cannot be that way.
Yeah.
Then, nor in the foreseeable future, especially when you are as depleted in that area as you are at this point in time. You have to match talent for talent. And everybody in that DB room knows the coverage, and they can play it on the left side of the field or the right side of the field.
Yes,
that's the main thing.
He can play it. He can defend in the slot. He can. He can.
I'm not asking Justin Verlander to all of a sudden go back out on the mound.
In the outfield.
Well, or hey, can you throw lefty against the 3-4-5s here? Because they were tearing your butt up in the first couple innings. They might be thrown off a little bit if you go lefty here in the second one. Come on, man.
Yeah, man. Come on out here. Hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. It's a good time out here still during the holidays on this Thirsty Thursday. I got to say, fellas, I've been out. I've been reflecting. I am really getting old. And I am not real comfortable with it.
This is a mental issue with you?
It is, man.
Not as old as Clint, though.
No, I'm not, but I feel like I'm really starting to wake up and look around and have really old guy tendencies.
Like you want to go to like you want to catch the breakfast specials in the morning? Like,
no,
what are you talking about?
I've been enjoying
he
bingo.
Hates Denny's, Bajani.
I've been enjoying bingo a lot.
I love bingo.
Not that I want to go to a bingo hall. Yeah, we've been like the last couple. We played bingo.
I've gone to bingo hall since I was a teenager.
I played bingo probably 2 or 3 times since Thanksgiving.
At a bingo hall.
Not a bingo hall, but a little family bingo.
Okay.
The whole family bingo. Not just,
That's
but
different.
But no, we was about 30 deep. The entire family.
I mean, I go to a bingo hall.
And I played for an hour and a half and never got tired of it. Was enjoying it.
That's family fun though, and it's something your kids, I'm sure, like it's a concept like that game that they can be a part of too.
Like it's too like it. Yeah, it was.
And you were probably winning.
I did not win the first time we had where I played an hour and a half and I'm playing with 2 cards. I did not win. I was not able to come away with a W.
Goodness.
But I did win on Christmas. We played Christmas Day. But I'm really into it, not getting bored. Like I could go home and play a game now, a bingo. But it's
Ron's looking forward to it. Ron's like, hey, let me get that.
Megan and I play Yahtzee often.
It's 2 others though. Like I've started to get into. I think I want to start wearing pajamas.
Like in public?
I don't understand
like to
this.
bed. Like I've been like I was looking up. I don't know what site I was looking on. It came up on me on Instagram or something, and I've been like I had to throw the phone down. I was about to purchase a couple of sets.
At least
of
you
pajamas,
recognized your
because
flaw.
I've never worn pajamas. Like I've never worn like to
some
bed.
long johns.
I just wear shorts or just sleep in my drawers. But I was sitting there and I was like, this is a nice little plaid set, buttons up all the way, and I was
Plaid.
like, I know it, and
I don't think that's an old thing though.
I think it is, man. That's a guy 39 that's about to turn 40 who is
so weird.
who is looking to rock pajamas,
I got to be honest with you.
like to sleep in, to go to bed.
It's too hot in Houston, man. More than anything, you don't need pajamas in Houston, Texas.
Right. I mean, that is a generational thing, and that generation is like dying off.
I ain't gonna lie. I saw my father-in-law when we were in town last. Got those pajamas. I was thinking,
my wife loves jammies.
I mean,
that looks comfortable.
That's an older generation, right? I mean, like that's played out. Like nobody in your younger generation, in your my or younger generation, wears pajamas.
No, I never thought
my
of it.
wife, and we've been married now for 10 years. Every Christmas, my entire bottom drawer of my dresser is filled with different variations of plaid pants.
I want to wear something right now, man.
We have to, every Christmas season, take a family picture with the same looking pajamas. So she literally spends all year, because she does it on the cheap, going to like the dollar store or the Ross or TJ Maxx to try to find the same matching pajamas to her top and bottoms and the whole thing. I despise that.
Now that you said that, I think that's where it started, Sean.
And I think that's where I was going. I guarantee you that's where it started.
On Christmas, I had on the full pajama thing.
Yeah.
And I wasn't even...
Because your wife wanted to?
No. I did it myself. Now she had them on, but I put on some Christmassy pajamas, and I wore
tennis shoes.
I wore them for the next day and a half. I wore them. I was watching football the next day and a half. I was wearing them pajamas, and then I started, and I saw it's like they came and they knew that I wanted them, and I'm on Instagram, and I had two in the holster, and I was about to check out, and I was like, "Dog, you are 30. Stop. You are not this old." You are not this old.
39, you ain't 69.
I mean, no, I'm not. But I'm actually like that pajamas thing. I said, "Damn, man, I'm getting old, man."
Well, you brought it on yourself.
No, I did. Man.
You have. There is a fiber within you that enjoys that. That is why you sought that out. Stop it.
I'm gonna look up some right now.
I told Ron Tyler, I was like, "Why didn't you show up in your onesie then today?" I mean, it's nice and chilly outside. That would be comfy.
It looks comfortable. I'm telling you, man, I want me some pajamas. All right, coming up. All right, C.J. Stroud, he's already said it. He is back. He said, I'm back. He's officially cleared from concussion protocol. And I want to have a conversation of what Texans fans should expect from him in his first game back. It just so happens his first game back feels like a must-win game for the Texans to keep their playoff hopes alive and a lot of pressure. What are the expectations for C.J. Stroud? We'll discuss that coming up next.
There's nothing more frightening than suffering an accident at work or on the road. You're left not knowing what to do next, not knowing who's going to help you, not knowing.
or BigLou.com.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we finally, all of our winners, congratulations, as we hook folks up with $25 gift cards here as we do each and every Thursday as we head to Buffalo Wild Wings each week. This week we're at the New Caney location and enjoying ourselves here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Come hang out with us as Sean Bajani, myself here. Clint is out, but the whole gang will be back together next week as well. Hey, Tyler, real quick, where are we at tomorrow? We got a little Football Friday on the rocks.
I'm not sure. I haven't looked at
on the rocks on Jones Road, I think.
Yeah, on the rocks, Jones Road. Come hang out with us. Probably should have had that one down. I like to spring it on Tyler at times.
I probably would have known, but I'm not in tomorrow.
Well, okay.
That's why you don't know.
I didn't give a rip.
I give a rip.
On the rocks, come hang out with us, Jones Street. He doesn't give a rip. He's starting his weekend early. I don't blame him. But come on out, little Football Friday. We'll have a good time getting you ready for this huge game coming up on Sunday. All right. This is what I want to get from the folks, and I see some people texting in. You can text us in. First of all, thank you. However you're listening to the show, if you're listening to us on Sports Radio 610, we appreciate it. If you're listening to us on the Odyssey app, we appreciate you. If you're watching us on YouTube or Twitch, we also appreciate you. However you are taking us in, we appreciate that. You can comment on the text line 713-572-4610. Also, those on YouTube and Twitch, you can comment on the chat. I want to hear from you here, and the thing that I'm coming from here on this, Sean, is CJ is back. CJ is going to be back. He said he is going to be back. My thing is, what does that mean for the Texans in terms of your expectation? And I think the feeling of joy and excitement and that you have a chance and a much better chance are all appropriate things to feel. Really, to be honest with you, you can feel whatever the hell you want to feel. Anything, it's appropriate. Those are all things like, yes, now we really feel like we have a real chance to win the game and not just we got to hope this happens. We got to cross our fingers that this happens. No, you have your absolute, without a shadow of a doubt, best chance to win with the quarterback there. He's been the most important player on this team. But I would caution the thought of, hey, CJ's back, and now he is just going to completely save the day. Mm-hmm. CJ's back, and he is going to clean this thing up. I think the expectations need to be fair. I mean, if you just say it out loud, I got a kid who is coming off a concussion who said himself when he spoke to the media, right, man, hell, I couldn't even watch the games yet because it messed with my eyes and in my head the way that the broadcast would be on with how things showed up on the screen.
Yeah.
So this is a guy said this was his worst concussion that he's ever had. This guy has missed the last 2 weeks. He doesn't have Tank Dell. The offensive line is playing Charlie Heck. We're going to have to get into that at some point. All right, because I keep looking at this. I don't want to get into it today because I want to stretch my legs out on this, and I want to talk about this at some point in length. But I have not seen George Fant show up on the injury report all week, but somehow Chuck Heck is starting these games. But anyway, this offensive line has struggled. We saw what happened last week with Cleveland. We saw what happened the last time he played against the Jets. And really, his game and the offense have kind of taken steps down, since that high water mark in November. So I just think to think that he is going to come in and now all things are solved, I just caution to think that, CJ's in, now we're definitely going to win. Yeah. I think you have a great chance to win. Hell, I think you'll be favored and should be favored. But it's not. I don't think you got to just this is a deal where, all right, we're going to put this on CJ. He's going to save the day. I wouldn't say that. It's coming off injury, right? They struggled a bit. He's a rookie in a pressure-packed situation. I don't know that he should have that type of pressure.
I'm not a gambler, and I generally don't even look at the lines because, I don't gamble on the games. But
I don't either.
I do know this, that the Texans are 3.5-point favorites to start the week against the Tennessee Titans. Home favorites, 3.5 points. I would love, just out of curiosity, to see at this point in time if they've been updated on the big boards, from Vegas.
Or was that line put in with the thought that CJ was
the thought or not, you still, when confirmation, this cat is starting. Whether it's your number one receiver, your number one back, your number one D-end, certainly you're the quarterback, that line's got to shift a little bit. I'd be interested to see just how much, if it went from 3.5 to 5, or hell, doubled up 3.5 to 7. Maybe it doubles up by the end of the week heading into the game. To me, that's a very big possibility just because of the importance of the position, but then who is at the position in CJ. There's a lot of things to consider. D'Amico Ryans was asked earlier this week by John McClain about C.J. Stroud in what D'Amico particularly is going to be looking for in C.J. in the game, presuming he plays. Here's what D'Amico said. I'll just read a little bit of it. Quote, "You're just looking for efficiency, just being able to command the huddle and being efficient with the plays that we're asking him to run. That's what you're looking for. Just looking for him to be comfortable in the moment," end quote. And so, very general, right? And things that you would expect any quarterback, especially playing in a game like this, to this magnitude, to be, right? Efficient, comfortable, and commanding. C.J. Stroud, the 4 games played before taking that devastating hit in the fourth quarter, had taken 16 sacks. That's the most sacks that he's endured all season long at any point, including the 11 sacks and 19 quarterback hits that he endured the first 2 weeks of his NFL career. After that, he went a month without even taking a sack. I think he could even count on 2 hands how many hits he'd taken in a month stretch. The line, which is vastly different now than it was then during its best stretch of the season, that is really the impetus, the important part about this equation on Sunday. No matter who it's against, if you got to roll with Charlie Heck, it's been an issue this past weekend, I thought really saved the day for Case. The week prior in the victory against the Titans, he made a hell of a block that allowed Case to even get rid of the ball that set up the Schultz catch, that set up the Noah Brown catch to tie the game late with the touchdown. But Juice Scruggs has struggled. Laramie Tunsil, how much is he wearing down? We've seen him get burned more times in recent weeks than we had all season long. To me, it's an all-encompassing factor where C.J. Stroud's had to run for his life for 4 straight weeks and play differently in that aspect. Now coming off of a concussion, Ron, if he has to do that, how's that really going to affect him?
And we saw it. You talked about those games, the sack numbers, the interception numbers picked up too. In those games, like he throws 3 against the Cardinals.
It was the games. 3, but he didn't throw any the 3 games after that.
Yeah, but I'll just say this: there were like the game where I think he really put on his cape was against the Bucs, and it was just like, hey man, we got CJ, man, and they didn't run the ball worth a damn. The defense was not good in that game. Baker just carved them up. They went up and down the field like that. Like that game was one where CJ just threw him on his back.
Sure.
To me, I don't think it's fair to have the thought that he's going to be that version of him. Can he? Sure. Can he? But to think like, hey, man, he's missed 2+ games. All right, he's coming off the injury. He doesn't have some of those same weapons there. The offensive line, maybe to me, it's just like, yes, he gives you the absolute best chance to win and all that, but they need Devin Singletary and the offensive line to play well. They need some of these guys to separate. They need the defense. This can't be a game like the Tampa game where you're just like, yo, Hey, man, we just – CJ, you got to go and do this for us. Because I don't think that's fair to expect in a game of this.
No,
this magnitude.
I fully agree with you. Look, rewind to that Browns game when you're down 14-0 and you can't do squat offensively. You're struggling with the chunk plays defensively. Dameon Pierce gives you that 98-yard touchdown return. Yep. Special teams, which had a horrible start to the game, gave up like a 35, 40-yard return to begin the game on the very first play. But you get that to cut the lead in half by the Browns, and you're thinking, hey, we're right back in this thing. Point is, you need a special type of momentum, game-changing play from either or the defense or special teams any game. But even more so in this scenario with CJ returning, with you down so many potentially key players at key positions in the game of his life, the game of the season for the Houston Texans. You've got to get complementary plays in those other two facets. And we could talk about Blake Cashman. We will. We could talk about Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard. We will. The interior, the defensive line. We will. What they do in the secondary with Jalen Petrie, Kareem Jackson, how they replace Jimmy Ward, who's lost for the season. We will. We need to discuss all of those things. But it is very much about the defense as much as it's about C.J. Stroud's return, because as good as the defense has been at times and collectively has put together a really consistent effort no matter who's been in the game against the run, it's been fantastic. The chunk plays have kicked their ass all season long. Before CJ went down, before that Jets game even existed, the Texans had scored 31 touchdowns on the season. All but 6 of them have come in drives in which the Texans have hit at least one play of 20 or more yards in the air, not even including the run, Ron.
Yep.
And so with CJ back, you've got to hope that at least he can dial up, a connection with Nico, a connection with Robert Woods, Dalton Schultz, Devin Singletary, maybe out of the backfield. You've got to be able to hit on those chunk plays and at least counteract what you've been giving up defensively.
Yeah, you can't. You can't have to expect him to have a over my dead body game, where he just has to. No, he's gonna the team's gonna need to have to help pick him up.
But that 5 touchdown game again. Who was it? Arizona? Not Arizona. That was after the Arizona game. It was or before the Arizona game. The Tampa game you're talking about, where he threw for 5 touchdowns, no interceptions, led the comeback, the whole thing. After that game, people were saying MVP.
Yeah,
to hell with Offensive Rookie of the Year.
And he followed up with the game against Burrow,
and that was the Texans' best stretch. Yeah, you can't expect that.
Yeah, you can't. You can't. I don't I won't, and I think it's unfair.
But if it happens,
it can happen. Not saying it won't. But
let me hear a little bit more about that Offensive Rookie of the Year conversation. Then
there you go. Texans injury report. We'll give you the latest on that, and we'll let you hear from C.J. Stroud himself. He spoke. He cleared himself. We'll let you hear what your quarterback had to say, and other news happening within the division that could be huge if the Texans are able to take care of business. We'll discuss that next.
And here's the deal. I'm a big respect guy. You don't have to like me. I really don't care if you like me, but you are definitely going to respect me, right? I don't care if you like my people or not, but
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
Hey, it is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. And hopefully you're all off work. Luckily for you, bada bing, bada boom, Sean Bajani, the DILF.
The big DILF. The DILF.
That's right, baby. And Psycho T Mill, we've got the latest for you. One, Clint, he's out. He's out the next couple of days, getting the holiday thing going. Got the 3 girls at home that he's, I'm sure, enjoying spending time with. He'll be back next week as we'll all be back. And getting ready for this, hopefully, a playoff stretch. But Sean is in the building, and we're having a good time out here today. We are live here on Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings. As you know, we hit one every single week. We're in New Caney, so come on out. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. There's TVs all over the place, and you can come hang out and do what you do. There are bowl games tonight. Oklahoma and Arizona playing the Alamo Bowl in San Antonio. Probably none of the real players on those teams are going to play in the game, but you still can enjoy some bowl game.
You get football on in the background. It's good enough, right?
You have a good time. Yeah, so come on out and enjoy yourself. All right, the big news of the day, the big story of the day is C.J. Stroud. We've been wondering. He's practiced the last 2 days, and yesterday he was still in concussion protocol. This morning he was still in concussion protocol. But C.J. Stroud spoke himself as he had sat down with the media, which lets us know, as you know, Sean, that means he is out of concussion protocol when he speaks to the media. This is how he opened up his conversation with the media types here at NRG.
It's great being back. I missed it. I feel like everything that happened, I wouldn't say it happened for a reason, but it was kind of something that I guess God wanted me to go through. It was tough. It wasn't easy. But my teammates held it down as best as they could, and I appreciate them for that. And now I'm back, and I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to just do my job again.
Have you officially been cleared?
Yes, I have.
All right, he's cleared.
Boom.
He's out there. I'm going to put you on the spot, Sean, and I'm going to say this because I want to get your thoughts. I want to get everybody's thoughts. 713-572-4610. I'll think this one through myself as well. Who do you think is most affected with CJ's return? Who do you think for the Texans? 713-572-4610. You can comment on YouTube and Twitch. Who is most affected with the return of CJ Stroud coming back and running this offense?
Bobby Slowick.
Absolutely.
Because you got to call the game differently. I mean, everybody knows that. You know what his capabilities are versus the lack thereof of Case Keenum and Davis Mills. The chemistry that he's built with the receivers in such a short amount of time, even though you don't have your most explosive one in Tank Dell. You haven't had him, but CJ's had success since. The fact you're going to have Nico DeCollins at his disposal, Noah Brown, Robert Woods, Dalton Schultz. I point to a game that the Texans played earlier this season without having Tank Dell, coming off of a devastating loss, being on a different offensive line change, going through adversities, having to deal, with a game, without important players. They beat the Saints 20-13 at home, after a devastating loss against the Falcons without all of those guys, with all of those circumstances surrounding him. And it's all very similar, except, look, now CJ's coming off of a 2-week hiatus. But if you're Bobby Slowick, I like what he's been able to do this season coming off of poor performances, the bounce back, the ability to game plan his ass off, especially when he's got two of the most important players offensively with a run game going now in Devin Singletary. Looking a disastrous of a game against the Browns. At least he ran the ball worth a darn. He's obviously shown the propensity to do that and been more of a system fit than anybody else back there toting the rock. So I think for all those reasons, I think Bobby Slowick and his ability to not just adjust from a stinker of a game to the next game, but being able to game plan with the best guy for the job, and C.J. Stroud being back is got to be the number one guy.
Yeah, man, he's been walking around like the way they transport death row members on death row. And I don't mean Marion and Suge Knight. I'm talking about actual people on death row when they got to transport them from a prison to a prison. They're handcuffed with their hands.
Oh yeah,
their ankles. everything, a muzzle over their face. That's how he was with play calling.
That's maybe not a bad analogy because when you're in those predicaments, right, you think of – you really got to think outside of the box. And that sucker thought way outside of the box when he decided to go quarterback duo last weekend with Case Keenum and Davis Mills.
Hey, Tyler, how many times do you think he was looking at that play sheet, flipping that thing over, sideways, backwards, probably shaking it to see if there's something else? He's like, damn, man.
Does this part fold out right here? Like, is there more?
There's got to be something else here, man.
It was like only CJ could do that. Only CJ could do that.
My man was cuffed, man. Handcuffed with what he could call, man. It was tough. So I agree with you. He may be the winner and most affected because you just have to completely change game plan. Someone texted in, Case Keenum is most affected. Nico Collins and the defense as a whole are most affected.
Case Keenum's affected, not most affected. That might be the very last time you see Case Keenum throw a football on an NFL field.
You think it was that bad?
Not that it was just that bad, but just maybe a little bit of that, but also considering where he's at in his career, 35.
Now you think he may have had his moment of, you know what? And I'm probably out. I'm probably out on this.
I think he probably knew that coming in to even start the season, to be quite honest with you. Maybe I get into a little game action here and there, but he knows where he's at in his career.
Yeah, it was. I will say all of those are correct, and I would say I think Bobby Slowick is probably the correct answer. I do think I think the offensive line is going to be really affected as well, especially if it's the CJ we've been able to watch play all season. Because if it is the CJ we've watched play all season, like we remember, man, they played the Steelers and they had Austin Deculus starting at left tackle and the game plan to get the ball out real quick and him, like he's had, you talk about some moments he's taken sacks, but he's generally, especially for a rookie, done a pretty good job at protecting his offensive line, throwing balls away, not having the negative plays, and he could just move at a rate that those guys can to get himself out of trouble. So
he's had to operate more outside of the pocket in the last 3-4 games before this concussion. But when it's been tight and he's stuck in the pocket, the fact that he's been able to execute from the pocket, being able to, step up, and he's got the arm strength. Like, Case needs a big pocket, a long pocket to be able to really step up and put all the mustard he possibly can on a ball, to hit a guy on a deep crosser or even a slant or, something like that. And we saw that he couldn't do that, didn't trust his arm and his capabilities to be able to do that against the Browns. Now that you're getting Stroud back, who is naturally capable of that, like from a physical standpoint, that's a huge win.
Yeah, and not to mention, you think a little bit more about blitzing C.J. Stroud and just having people up around the line of scrimmage. I think you have concern that he could throw the ball more than 15 yards down he will put the ball in.
Blitz his ass, because I know that Bobby Slowick has found a way to dial up the quick pass game, and C.J. Stroud has executed it. He's been fantastic against the blitz.
You're thinking twice about that if you're Vrabel in that defense to do that.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, C.J. is going to be back. He was a full participant. The rest of the injury report, you were out there to watch the part of practice that the media was able to see, Sean. But here are the guys that are out, who did not practice, that we're going to really be watching tomorrow when we do the show from On the Rocks tomorrow on a Football Friday. These guys did not practice, and all of these guys have not practiced all week up to this point. Will Anderson with the high ankle sprain, Malik Collins with that hip, John Grenard with that ankle. He didn't practice. Steven Nelson, foot, hamstring, hand, and maybe something else. He didn't practice. And Sheldon Rankins. Those guys, all of them, all 5 of them, big pieces of the defense, major pieces of the defense, they did not practice, neither of them, all week long. or any of them all week long, and these are ones they're going to be able to watch. Noah Brown, Blake Cashman practice. Those are good signs. Shaq Mason, Denzel Perryman practice. Nico Collins, full participant as well at practice. But those 5 up there, those are the ones to watch. It is usually not a great sign that you will play. And now maybe things are different as we're in week, 17.
Yeah.
But it is not a great sign when you miss the Wednesday and Thursday practice.
No, it's not a good sign, but I just don't. I don't have that much concern for guys like Malik Collins, Steven Nelson, and Sheldon Rankins because of the state of the team right now, the point in which they're at in the season, but also because of the way that those guys have been handled here more recently as the season has grown older. Collins and Rankins particularly. Steven Nelson's dealing with 3 different injuries. Maybe I do have a little bit of pause, with him. Which, look, he plays corner. He's not a safety. I do worry about that. If he's out, the answer can't be D'Angelo Ross. The answer
and they played really well against Hopkins in that last game. They were trying him over there, and he played pretty well over there.
And that's fine. That's fine, but the way that they're going to approach their offensive game plan, talking about the Titans now, has got to be a lot different than they did 2 weeks ago, where you completely neglect DeAndre Hopkins in the first half and force feed him the ball in the second half. It's going to be a little bit different there. And look, is D'Angelo Ross capable against some guys? Is it going to be remembered versus, what he did Amari Cooper and the Cleveland Browns last week? And the answer is yes to both of those. But if you're down Steven Nelson this weekend, that one hurts. Whether you're getting,
because the drop-off is
sure. Whether you're getting help in the secondary with Kareem Jackson anyway, Jalen Petrie struggling. They play safety. They don't play corner. The Texans would be feeling a little bit more with their backs up against the wall. Not worried about Will Anderson so much as I am Jonathan Grenard. That is a guy you absolutely need. Can they survive without both of those edge rushers? That's a tough ask.
Yeah, Barnett and
Jerry
Hughes and whoever in 4-1, whoever they're going to rotate in with him. So tomorrow's going to be a big watch for those 5: Will Anderson, Malik Collins, Jonathan Grenard, Steven Nelson, and Sheldon Rankins, who have not practiced all week long.
5 o'clock fire.
And listen, I think right now the Texans need to be, the Texans fans. You kind of do what you will, but the Texans should be tunnel visioned on the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah,
but the situation with the Jacksonville Jaguars and their free fall right now that is occurring, this is one to watch. Trevor Lawrence, their quarterback, did not practice today. And Doug Peterson indicated to reporters earlier that the expectation was that he would do limited work. Lawrence has that. This isn't the concussion like it was last week. It's the AC sprain in his throwing shoulder. So that is one to watch. Now, they are playing the Panthers.
Mm-hmm.
They do have the Panthers at home. The Panthers got a W last week.
Yes, they did.
Or was it last week or 2 weeks ago against the Falcons? Yeah, 2 weeks ago against the Falcons. They beat the Falcons. No. Did they come back and beat the Packers? No, the Packers beat them. The Packers beat them 33-30.
But Bryce Young had a very good game.
Bryce was pretty good. But 2 weeks ago they got a win, and hopefully for the Texans they can help them. And that's the crazy part is the Texans still have a shot at this division if they could get a loss and win out from the Jags. But that is one to watch. Trevor Lawrence, as they are falling big time right now and taking some steps back. If they don't have Trevor Lawrence, I wouldn't put anything past them, the way they're playing right now, and they could lose to the Panthers. So that is a big one to watch.
Did you see
for the Texans?
I forgot who put this up on social. Did you see the Jacksonville sportscaster, the TV sportscaster, talking about the state of the organization right now?
What did he say?
It's just hilarious. Maybe I'll pull it up, and I'll send it to Tyler, so maybe we can play it a little bit later on. But he just ripped into him. People, around here would probably say the Houston media is kind of soft and, kind of afraid to step outside of their.
I thought the Jacksonville media was.
Jacksonville, this dude was relentless.
He's over.
He was just ripping them up and down, and they cut him off on the clip on social media just when it was really getting good. He was about to say something to the effect, I'm working here on Christmas Eve for this. And they cut it off.
Going there. He's let it completely get away
from the ownership to the last player on special teams, man. He was letting it rip. But, hey, if it is C.J. Beathard time this weekend for the Jacksonville Jaguars, I mean, that would be absolutely huge for the Texans.
It could be, but I think they could still beat the Panthers.
They still could, and they probably should. But, remember once upon a time ago when the Texans were a team that you thought had no business losing to the Carolina Panthers or the Atlanta Falcons or the New York Jets, certainly did. And they have just as much opportunity to be AFC South champions as the Jacksonville Jaguars do right now, who've lost 4 in a row.
The Texans' chances feel pretty good if C.J. Beathard. A lot better if C.J. Beathard plays instead of Trevor Lawrence. All right, coming up. All right, a move that the Texans made. How big is this move going to be? Like Kareem Jackson being brought over, how significant, how much of an impact will he have on this team the next couple of weeks? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, save big on Chevy Silverados at Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown right now. I'm talking about $9,000 off select 2023 and
every Monday and Wednesday. Just follow Heat Check on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in as we are live here on Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings in New Caney. Come on out, hang out a little bit here as people are walking in. They got a nice little scene in here, and TVs everywhere, and you can watch the these bowl games. This dumbass Pop-Tart Bowl. It is on currently right now. The whole bowl thing, it's irritating as hell.
It's just the Pop-Tarts Bowl.
That trophy is sweet, though.
It's not. Oh, see, stop.
Dude, is not that sweet. Trophy is pretty cool.
Tyler.
I'm a fan of Pop-Tarts, so.
This is a joke. No, if you've not seen the Pop-Tart Bowl trophy, it's a trophy with a football that's basically a toaster.
It looks like a football toaster.
That's the top of it, though. It's the base, and then another meaningless block with, like, whoever wins on it, and then above that is a Pop-Tart box. Above that is a football helmet.
What are we doing
And then
here?
above that is the Pop-Tarts. I really can't wait to see the rings. I want to see the Pop-Tart Bowl ring.
Are you serious? You love it? Like, come on, man.
I mean, I'm a big Pop-Tart guy. Yeah,
I know you're a big
cool.
Pop-Tart guy. I sure think you're cool, but, like, is that something that you think is cool? Like, when you walk through at A&M and the sports complex, and you walk through and you see the Cotton Bowl that Johnny won, and you see all those trophies, and then there's some damn football toaster that you got to replace.
Well, when you put it that way, yeah.
I'm just saying, like, this is a serious thing that you got to put. Like, that's what I'm saying. Whoever wins this, NC State or K-State, are they going to have it always set up with Pop-Tarts in it?
Yeah. And by the way, I just wanted to point something out. You want the college football playoff to extend it to 24 teams.
I do.
Okay. You're looking at the 18th and 25th ranked teams in the entire nation playing a freaking Pop-Tart Bowl.
Pop-Tart Bowl.
That is why you were witnessing why that can't happen.
What do you mean, what can't that happen?
You're going to say, like, oh, well, if this means a little bit more, they'll get a better sponsor, and it'll be called a different bowl. And it'll sound better, it'll look better, it'll feel better.
We'll be big boy serious, all right? We won't even call it a bowl, all right? It'll just be a tournament game or a playoff game.
But you're prolonging the inevitable.
It's a playoff game.
So the 25 knocks off the 18, advances to the Kellogg's Cupcake Bowl.
No, it's the 25 against the 1. The 25 against the 1, all right? The 24 against the 1, and we'll see what happens there. And it was not no silly bowl game, and there's no trophy you get. All right, you move on. All right, we're in the Pop-Tart Bowl. We're not in the Pop-Tart Bowl. We're just playing in Orlando, having a good time, enjoying ourselves.
Playing for Pop-Tarts and a lifetime supply.
No, they're not playing for Pop-Tarts. It's just a win, and you move on, survive in advance. Okay, in the first round of the tournament, they don't give you prizes. You don't get a trophy every time. Get out of here with this Pop-Tart Bowl.
No, but the winner of this game is going to get a chance to hang a banner in their stadium saying 2023 Pop-Tart Bowl champions.
Tyler says that trophy's pretty sweet.
Home of the 12th man in Pop-Tart Bowl championship.
No, man, we lost the Texas Bowl. I wish we could get that Pop-Tart
trophy. Texas Bowl trophy is a solid trophy. That's a good trophy. Now we're at bowl games. We're not being serious. No, man, the winning coach gets to have Duke mayo poured over the top.
Yeah, why can't this coach get Pop-Tarts showered all over
him? I
don't know what you could use the mini ones, not the regular size Pop-Tarts, but those bite-sized ones they came out with, and you could dump those all on them. That'd be cool.
You win. What happens? You get this chair right here, and somebody gets to pour the Duke mayo over you.
I love it. Also, Duke's mayo, prime mayo.
Ah, man. It's whatever.
What do you think the coaches got for whoever the coach was that won the Bad Boy Mower Pinstripe Bowl? Does he get like a John Deere or something, as a prize, or a Bad Boy Mower?
I would think it'd be a Bad Boy Mower. That'd be a hell of a deal.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
Bad Boy Mower.
I've never heard of a Bad Boy Mower.
But John Deere. Yeah, they've been rolling through, man. Yeah, man, this damn Pop-Tart Bowl is ridiculous. All right, Kareem Jackson. The Texans bring him in. Honest to God, when you think about Kareem Jackson, what do you ask? I think people are really excited because, hey, you remember Kareem Jackson, man? He was here. He was a Texan. They drafted him in 2010. He was here for over 7-8 seasons, and he was a good player, a guy that people liked, and he comes back. Houston, I'm back. He tweets that. But what is the realistic expectation of what you're going to get from him? All right, because he just walked into the door with.
Yeah.
Monday, Tuesday.
What's today? Thursday.
Thursday. What was it?
He took in his first practice yesterday.
So he practiced for the first time yesterday. Like I saw somebody text in, they think Kareem's going to be a huge part of this team. I'm just saying, what is the realistic expectation? They have struggled with injuries. They struggled at safety. They benched Jalen Petrie. They did, but what are you thinking we're getting from 35-year-old Kareem Jackson, who just got here yesterday?
What you need in a pinch that is better than Kadar Holman and D'Angelo Ross sort of combination, right? I know we're talking corners. Fair. I know we're talking corners versus safeties, but you're missing Jimmy Ward, who's a leader, a veteran, knows every system like the back of his hand, certainly this one that D'Amico's running. But Kareem's seen every possible situation you could see in a 10-year NFL career, and he's been healthy. The 7 years prior to this season, the production has still been there as he's reinvented himself from a corner into a safety. Maybe the Texans ask him to play a little bit of corner if need be. I don't know. But I do know this. They're more reliable outside of just being flat out deeper with this guy in the building than having him not. I thought on Monday morning when the Broncos released him and he became available, and we got gobs and gobs of texts saying, hey, do you think the Texans go get Jackson? Should they get Jackson? Get Jackson. I said, hell, absolutely, you've got to consider it. And the next day, boom, they go out and do it. They did what was necessary when your back's up against the wall. These last two games mean as much as they do, and you're missing a guy as valuable as Jimmy Ward, who, when he's been on the field, the defense, especially in the secondary, it's just the functionality is better. It's more trustworthy. It's more reliable. Jimmy Ward, by the way, when he's been out, the Texans gave up more than a third of their chunk plays that they've allowed all season long in the secondary. When he's been on the field, it's been a drastic decrease. I know.
And a big part of him being out is that he ain't been the only one out. Like, his backups have been out, and then his backups have been out.
How many? You can count almost on one hand how many games Jimmy Ward and Jalen Petrie have been on the field together this year. You can count maybe on 3 fingers, or maybe it's 4. Has it been 4 times where the secondary that you'd penciled in the preseason of Steven Nelson, Derek Stingley, Jalen Petrie, and Jimmy Ward have been together? That's pretty ridiculous. And the fact that the Texans are in the position that they're in right now with all of that offensive line, no run game, and key injuries on the in the receiver core, CJ missing 2 games, it's pretty damn remarkable.
Listen, it's interesting to look and to think how much he's going to play in this game.
He's going to play.
I've been impressed. Yeah, I think he'll probably he'll get some time. Like man, he got here today or yesterday as he practiced for the first time. I remember when they brought in Des King, who had been with them all training camp long. And Des King, his first game back, how many snaps did he get?
1.
Yeah, he got 1 snap.
It was key.
It was a key snap. It was a snap that you would think maybe that might get him back in to get a few more snaps in a game in which the position he plays is absolutely getting barbecued and torched. That was when we found out Tavier Barbecue Brisket Thomas was in the building, and but he only played 1 game, and he had been with them all preseason. They knew him. He knew the offense.
That to me was much more about. It was less about what he was capable of in a football and athletic sense, and much more about what probably landed him off of this team to begin with.
Which is pure silliness because they just went ahead and just kept getting their asses handed to them because we want to prove some sort of a point. I'm just going off a guy. To me, my expectations aren't that, like, I think people think he's going to be, like I see ESPN, they got him as a starter on the depth chart right now. They got Kareem Jackson.
Do they really?
And Jalen Petrie as a starter. I like what I've seen from DeAndre Houston Carson.
I do too. I like him.
And he's a guy that's been there
really do.
all year. And he had I thought that pick was a really damn damn near special play.
But it's quality depth. If DeAndre Houston-Carson, who, by the way, is listed as a starter along with Jalen Petrie on the unofficial Texans depth chart that was released this week, you need quality depth, and Kareem Jackson certainly gives you that if he has to come in a pinch. If DHC goes down on Sunday, it's absolute quality depth, reliable depth, though. And, to me, look, you bring him in with 2 weeks left to go in the regular season. Maybe there's a game or 2 or 3 beyond. Who knows how this thing breaks for the Texans? It would be great if it is that case. But to me, it's about the future, right? Jackson returning home, if he has a good showing, if he brings the leadership, the mentorship, that sort of value in which DeMeco Ryans says he's every bit capable of doing and certainly was as a player when the two were teammates in 2010 and 2011 together, then you know what this means to me? It's more of a longer-term situation for Kareem Jackson, and maybe makes it a little bit easier for the Texans to move on if they need to from Jimmy Ward, or maybe Jimmy feels like, you know what, I'm done, I can't play, I don't want to go do this anymore, I'm 33,
I'd hope they
it
go
would be
younger,
beneficial,
not replace him with somebody at 35.
But it'd be a beneficial, in the sense that you'd still have that veteran leadership quality at the position that could help bring Jalen Petrie along in the offseason ahead of next season.
All right, coming up as we continue here live on Thirsty Thursday here at Buffalo Wild Wings, we got to discuss something from DeMeco. This is a huge, huge game, and it's going to be little things and being able to do whatever it takes to win. And there's one damn thing he better do and better change from last week. We'll discuss that coming up next. But as we're sitting here at Buffalo Wild Wings, they got it all here. And
Learn more at discover.com/creditcard. Limitations apply.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we're having a good time here, enjoying ourselves here. A little Thirsty Thursday action here, Buffalo Wild Wings. Remember, tomorrow we will be at On the Rocks, Jones Street. And so come hang out with us a little Football Friday to get you ready for this huge game coming up on Sunday against the Tennessee Titans. Gotta get this W real quick. I just saw it on TV, man, and just want to reach out to Russell Wilson, man.
Jeez.
I feel bad for that young man.
That's right.
I guess he's not really that young, but I feel bad for him. I mean, he's got some things going for him, but nobody deserves to just be done in dirty the way Russ is. I will say this though, something, and Tyler, we've talked about this on this show a lot. Sean, I think I talked to you about it during the break.
Mm-hmm.
I will say, and I've admitted that I was wrong on this, and as the year continues, it gets even more understood. And those of you who love to come at me about things that I'm wrong about, you're well within your rights. Hey, Sean Payton would have been a terrible mix with C.J.
Man, knowing what we know now, absolutely.
And I don't even mean from the coaching perspective. I just think personality-wise, yes. I think Sean Payton's a good coach.
Sure.
A really good coach, a Hall of Fame level coach. I mean, I don't think it's an accident that team has gotten a lot better. That offense has gotten a lot better. Russell was better this year, but to think about C.J.'s demeanor and his personality, and I think he's a tough guy. I think he's a tough-minded kid, obviously, his story and what he's gone through. But to think about his demeanor and to think about how Sean approaches things, like he's just flat out gone off in Russ's face multiple times. Where I don't know if that is the best way that C.J. Stroud responds or reacts to. Just not saying he's soft. I think there is a little old school Russ will just take it and kind of move on and be able to. And I think it did probably affect Russ a bit. Like the way he wore him out last Sunday, Christmas Eve night, that game against. No, you can kiss my ass. I mean, I'm out here. I am married to Sierra. You ain't cussing me out. You are not talking to me like that.
That's your go-to.
Hey, I know the goodies. You're not talking to me like you can't. You may cuss out somebody that cussed me out for that first wife I had, but you're not cussing me out with Sierra. To hell with that. But I just don't know that CJ would have reacted. I think the personality and demeanor of D'Amico and Big Hat Bobby Slowick is perfect to go with the demeanor with C.J. Stroud. That clash.
I think it's bigger than just even C.J. I think you're right. I mean, C.J.'s a very nice guy, being a rookie too.
But that's
who knows how much he's willing to to swallow his first year in the NFL. There's that. But I mean, not even just. It's not even just about C.J. It's about the entire roster, because 50% of the roster was constructed by D'Amico and Nick Caserio, and as it went along with the rest of the coaching staff, guys that fit not just their scheme, but their personality. There was a lot of guys in that locker room, Ron, that just are absolute fits to the style of coaching that D'Amico has, and it's not even just about the fact that he is a recently removed former linebacker in this league, but he is a young guy that absolutely relates to the young players and even the veterans, because he did play so recently and the position in which he played. But how he gets the best out of guys. Like, there was something that D'Amico said a couple of weeks ago when he was asked, it was ahead of the Jets game, and somebody asked him a question about, Robert Saleh, learning underneath him, this defense, and what's the most important thing you've learned from Saleh? And he said, how to teach and why I'm teaching. And that was so valuable and so interesting the way that he'd said that, because the impetus of that was you can't ask too much of these young players. You can't put too much on them too soon. And you just wonder how much of that has been the case with Sean Payton and Russell Wilson, him being a veteran, Payton having to, having Wilson to learn a completely different system. How much has he really put on him and meshed together personality-wise?
I think it's just personality. I think certain guys, I think Sean and Will Levis would be a good match. That's just personality-wise. I think they would be a good match, or somebody that may have an older. I just don't think CJ would respond well, to that. Right? I think they're just different. Because I think D'Amico is his manner and his. And the way he is more like in the lines of like an Andy Reid, where you don't really see Andy yelling and going off on people. Right. That's not his deal. But we know who Sean Payton came from. Sean Payton came from Bill Parcells, and that get into people in that manner. I just don't know that CJ. So listen, I was someone that said I was a Sean Payton guy, and the thought of Sean Payton, the offensive-minded guy, working and getting the best out of CJ, which I think he would have been good from that standpoint, but man, if he gonna tear Russell open like that, what he would do to a rookie, and I just don't.
Yeah, there's just so much there. It's not even just him to CJ, but man, what about the relationship? What would it have turned out to be like when Slowick is struggling? And how much freedom D'Amico Ryans has given Bobby Slowick and his staff to just be creative and figure things out.
In his form, whoever his defensive coordinator was.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. As we're here live, coming up behind us, Texans All Access. The guys will have the Hall of Famer John McClain, who you'll hear with us tomorrow at 4:00. But John McClain, he will help preview this huge game against the Titans, and then you'll be able to hear the Jets and the Browns, the two of the last three teams the Texans have played. They'll play Thursday night football. You'll be able to hear that on Sports Radio 610. Before we get out of here, there's one thing, fellas, that I truly, truly hope doesn't show up on Sunday, and I think most would agree, and that is, and D'Amico, you run the defense. We know you call the plays, and listen, Matt Burke runs things probably a lot in meetings during the week, but D'Amico has a heavy, heavy hand on this defense. Listen, last week you faced a good receiver. I don't even know that I would put Amari Cooper as a top 10 receiver. He had a top receiver day last week, and then you're going to face another good receiver to that's probably on that level, if not maybe at times a little bit better.
Sure.
And DeAndre Hopkins on Sunday. And listen, you can't let DeAndre Hopkins tear your ass up the way that Amari Cooper did without forcing the hand of putting Derek Stingley on him primarily. For me, my thought would be to start the game with Derek Stingley on him, put him on him. He is your best guy. Their other threats don't scare me. I know Traylon Burks has had some moments. Their tight end probably scares me a little bit more than any of the receivers. Sharp maybe scares me a little bit more than the. But I think at this point, I was really disappointed that at no point they just said to hell with it. Let's just put Derek Stingley on Amari Cooper because yes, he gave Derek Stingley some of that work too, but not to the tune of what he was doing over there.
Sure, I mean,
and I just hope that doesn't rear his head and they just let Hopkins go off on Ross or Nelson, whoever is over there, repeat it.
I mean, Stingley made some of those plays that Cooper made on him more contestable, right? Yeah. I mean, there was better coverage. It was just, and it wasn't even just Cooper. There were some other receivers, and Joe Flacco was the impetus for it. He made some terrific throws, even in the grasp. I mean, just the plays that he was making. I almost thought at times it didn't matter who you had on them. It didn't matter what coverage. I mean, if they're making those plays, what are you going to do? You throw your hands up to some degree, but it shouldn't have been as ugly as it was. That's really the main point. But I don't know, how many snaps do you know did Derek Stingley see on DeAndre Hopkins a couple of weeks ago? I mean, I honestly am asking. I don't remember.
No, not a lot, because right now the way that the Texans have played it is you can determine the matchup of the receiver. Of your receiver on what corner you want him to match up.
Sure.
So he was on the side of Steven Nelson a lot because they don't move their corners. They just keep their guys. They keep Stingley on the left side or whichever on one side and Hopkins on the other, and they don't move him. And so a lot of the times he was on that side. A couple of times there was a great play that Stingley made in a zone coverage where he knocked the ball down in front of Hopkins. But really, most of the time, it was Hopkins over there on Nelson.
That's right. Now that's coming back to me, there were a number of defensive backs that made plays on DeAndre Hopkins. I think Steven Nelson, Derek Stingley, maybe even Jalen Petrie had a pass defense.
Yeah, they got one. They got behind him, and he helped them.
That's right. He was the one. Petrie got burned on that, but recovered and took Hopkins to the ground and made that one not a non-catch. So there's that. But look, here's the big element here is that game, they neglected Hopkins completely in the first half. Didn't throw him one ball, targeted him 9 times in the second half. He only caught 2 passes, and we just kind of went through this. He had a number of different guys on him. I think it's going to be a vastly different game plan from both sides on Sunday. And the fact that the Texans, look, they're a little banged up. They could miss Steven Nelson this weekend. Hopefully they don't, but they've got Kareem Jackson back there. If they need to go that route, you still feel good with DeAndre Houston-Carson, Kadar Holman if he needs to play a little bit of corner on the other side of Stingley. I think we feel okay. But it's about how that coverage meshes with what the Texans are going to have available to them via the pass rush.
I just hope to see flexibility. Even if you want to start this puppy off by saying, all right, hey, man, we're going to run our defense. We're going to play our defense. We're going to do what we do. If he starts just lighting your asses up, like 3 catches and 160
you got to make that adjustment.
We got to do something different.
Yeah.
We can't just keep letting him determine.
But you got to tighten the coverage up to begin with. I mean, the Titans burned you for 7 plays that went for at least 18 yards or more 2 weeks ago in that game. Yeah. It's about just tightening everything up. And as D'Amico said after the Browns game, we just got to cover better. We got to all do our job, whether it's single coverage, double coverage, whatever you're asked to do. You got to play better.
Yeah. We don't like that.
They have to, and I just hope we see hopefully it doesn't happen like that, and it's like game 1, and DeAndre didn't impact the game greatly. But if you look at him against the Dolphins, he impacted the game greatly, and you got to make a shift and a change. All right, Sean Bajani, great job as always.
Thanks, man.
We'll hook it up tomorrow on the rocks. Jones Road. As someone checked it, said it ain't Jones Street.
I was going to correct you, but I'm going to let it go.
Smart, man. Good job. Jones Road coming up tomorrow. Hang out with us. Tyler, great job. Enjoy your vacation. I am Ron Hughley. As always, Houston, we love you, baby.
Always seems to know the way.
I missed him.
Did you? Are you all right?
I missed him.
Did you? Everybody else all right? Somebody take a shot somewhere, man. You okay? An emotional time, man.
Yeah, I feel
back.
lovely.
There's somebody who deserves a hug.
I'm back, and I'm happy to be here.
And I know it's gonna be
In the Loop.
Talking to Kareem